Oh, it's your tank's blowing off. Oh no, it's your airline. Okay.
I totally agree with that. Not only is it good to have a good debate sometimes, but you can also
there we go.
realize your point of view.
Oh, I was just walking by because we were talking about we got his horn on yesterday and everything, and I'm like, man, that thing's hissing awful loud.
He bumped it yesterday. I got to change that dump shop.
Okay. So you got a bad dump valve.
Yeah.
So just because somebody doesn't agree with me doesn't mean I don't want to hear anything I have to say. I mean, we let people do, you know,
Yeah, man, that's what that cord is. You pull it through.
doesn't mean we agree with it.
Oh, okay.
We're going to hear their story, we're going to hear them out, and maybe we can learn something, and then maybe they can learn something.
The sun's going to start coming out and evaporating.
Yeah. Oh.
My mother is a registered nurse. One of my wives.
Check my email.
I'm not happy about that. Registered nurse. My older sister, master's degree microbiology.
They're killing people off.
I have been in a hospital environment all my life pretty much. These people that I have respect for.
Oh. MagSafe battery pack. Just magnets right to the back of a newer iPhone.
Gotcha. These people that I have respected are doing what they know they should not do, or not doing what they know they should do because it's financial. They're being bought.
They're being bought. Very much like what I was saying about our family. They're going out and buying it out before we get it.
Oh, I saw that email. I'm not sure if he was being funny or what that was about, but I watched the video and it seemed pretty comical to me. Why am I not live on Rumble? I probably messed up a setting. I'll have to check it then. Yeah, Paul, I saw the email. I'm not sure what was up with that, but like I said, it seemed like he was trying to be comical. How the children get their school, and I'm assuming they're probably homeschooled. I haven't talked to them. By the way, y'all, they're not Twizzlers, but we got licorice. Not sure why it's sitting there in the middle of the floor. Morning.
I'm so glad that they got me. I know I have trouble.
How's it going this morning?
Good.
Yep. Been meaning to ask you actually. I don't know if I've been saying your name right. It has a T in it. Is it
Right.
Is it Brian or Bryant?
Bryant.
Bryant with a T. All right. So I have been saying it right. Some people have been saying it's Brian, and I'm confused.
Yeah, different people say Brian, think it's B-R-Y or B-R-I-A-N. There's a variety.
Yeah, it's unique is what it is.
Yeah. Actually, that was my mother's last name.
Yeah?
Before she was married.
Okay.
I don't know why they gave it to me. It works.
It works. Yeah, that's the one thing we don't get to pick a lot of times is our names, you know?
Yeah, they didn't ask me what I was.
It's so sad.
That's for sure. Now they're all saying morning to you.
Good morning.
Yeah, what do you think of the mud pit?
What?
What do you think of the mud pit we got here?
It'd be a mess, everybody trying to get out of here.
Yeah, probably a good thing we're not going nowhere today.
Yeah.
Give it some time to dry up.
Boy, if I had a couple signs to put on my truck, it'd be a good day to put them on.
Yes, we do have those. I forgot about them. Yep, I gotta get over there and do that. Yeah, they're still up in my sleeper.
Are they?
Yeah.
Started seeing some of them around. I thought, I hope he doesn't give them away.
Nah. I got a couple up in there. And plus, you know, if I do give them all away, I'll just have the wife mail me more. She'll be shaking her head right now. She's watching going, don't say that. I gotta make other stuff. But yeah. Oh, apparently Wild Bill's in here. He says hi.
Oh, he is?
Yeah.
He's on his way home, I think.
Yeah.
I hated to see him have to leave.
Oh, yeah. He said goodbye the night before and then goodbye at the meeting again.
Yeah, he shook my hand before he left yesterday.
Yeah.
He's the guy that started it all.
What are you looking for, hon?
But we all can't stick around forever, you know.
Right.
We all got bills to pay.
That's right.
Yeah.
It'd be nice to see it grow.
French vanilla.
But,
People have to work.
yep. Well, that just means we need reinforcements coming back in, you know. Yeah. I mean, when people leave, we just need more people to come in and replace them, you know.
I hope that I'll be able to stick with them for quite a while.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm hoping for too. So yeah, we'll keep fighting for a while at least, right?
Yeah.
And yes, we're still at the Sacramento racetrack. You can come by and visit. Yeah.
Sounds like we might be here next week too.
Yeah. We're going to be here a bit.
The meeting yesterday, or the day before yesterday at the rally, when Mike was speaking, he said we might go up to Canada.
Okay.
Yep.
That'd be interesting.
Oh yeah, I just don't want to cross the border and then get stuck, you know.
I'm thinking we probably won't have to meet at the border.
Oh yeah, I mean, I wouldn't mind parking next to the border and waving across, you know.
Yeah.
But I don't think I want to roll in and take that chance, you know.
I used to haul into Canada fairly often, and boy, it could sure be a hassle crossing, and that was before COVID.
Yeah.
I don't know about now.
Yeah. I know the rates into Canada are really good. I'm over in Pennsylvania, and I looked at many a loads like $7,000 to go a couple hundred miles just because you got to do a border crossing. Yeah. I guess they just can't get people to do it, so they got to pay those kind of rates.
That's what I made when I got up into Canada. It was about $7.
Yeah? Oh, so that's the normal rate?
I don't just what I did. I hauled out of Ohio, little camp trailer. I used to like going up there. We went over to that big island. I can't remember on the west side of Canada.
Okay.
I can't remember the name. We had to take a ferry across.
What, a ferry with a semi-truck?
Yeah. Oh, it was big. $800 to go.
I don't know if I'd trust my truck on a ferry. I'd be afraid I'd be too heavy and it'd just roll over.
I think the ferry that they used held like 32 trucks on the bottom floor.
So it was more of a barge than a ferry, probably. When I'm thinking of a ferry, I'm thinking of one of the little ones you put like 20 cars on or something that just goes puttering across, you know.
These ferries that they used were, I think they told me it would hold 32 semis, and then there's 2 more floors for cars, and then another floor for the people to hang out while they're going across the cafes.
Okay, yeah, they're saying it's either Vancouver, British Island, or Victoria Island was the other one they were suggesting.
I think it was Vancouver.
Vancouver Island?
It was a nice ride. I think it took about 2.5 hours.
Yeah. Well, it's always a nice ride if you're getting somewhere and you ain't got to drive, right?
Oh, yeah. My wife used to love it. We'd get up on the top floor, sit back, and see the view. Boy, it was a lot of money.
Oh,
Good morning, everybody.
That's the problem with oversized too. People don't understand. When you haul oversized, you get a rate, but then you got to hire all the pilot cars. You got to get the permits. You got to do all the other stuff.
I have never done that.
Yeah.
And the company that I was hauling for paid for the ferry rate.
Okay.
That wasn't a problem.
Yeah. I mean, that'd probably also be a good time to take a nap if you're a little tired.
Yeah.
You know, get the truck up on there, just hit the bunk for a bit.
Yeah, you could.
Yeah.
I wish I could still be doing that.
Yeah. Oh my. Yeah, they were naming all kinds of islands now. Now they got Prince Edward Island. Yeah. I don't know. I still have in my head
Ron,
a
did
ferry
you
with the
lovely to
wooden
have you in
boards.
here
You
this
put a little
morning?
car on. It's like,
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah, I wouldn't put a truck in there.
It's monstrous.
Barbara, how you doing? Barbara's a good
Yeah, I
name.
guess they
That's my grandmother's
got to
name.
get there too, you know. DOT laws are a little
I
different
think they
in
did
Canada.
throw
I know that.
stuff down on
Hours
the
of
oil.
service
I'm not
is
100%
different.
sure. Don't
Yeah.
quote me on that, but they don't normally just leave oil slick on the highway.
Yeah,
It's
they
not
got
like a
more
truck.
hours and they can run multi-axle and stuff up there more
Right.
readily.
Oh yeah, they got some big multi-axle.
Yeah, because down here we don't run a lot of the multi-axle stuff like they do. You
I
know.
hope everybody's having a lovely, lovely
Yeah.
Thursday morning.
There's only a couple states here that
Yeah, most states are just kind of the standard truck. You know, that's like
Looking
there's only
like
a few states
pretty
you can
slow,
run
quiet
triples.
morning.
is that Eric?
Sasnak's
that's
on
Eric.
the way to do a run
You got
to
a
the
problem
border,
with the
he
truck,
says.
No, he mentioned
Freedom
the
Ford
other
is going
day
to be
that
doing
he had
errands,
a
Mud
trailer
Pigs
down
just
there.
chitty-chatting.
He needed somebody to pull it. And I
Oh,
was just
okay.
wondering if they found somebody.
The Goffs, Merca.
You can
looks like
ask.
he's running to
X-ray
grab some stuff
X-ray
as
said
well.
that somebody with a dually was pulling it, but they didn't know if they wanted to continue.
Yeah, they didn't want to pull it, and you can ask, but Freedom Ford also volunteered. But since he's kind of runs with the trucks,
Yeah.
they wanted someone with more of a pickup, I think they said. But it's still worth asking. I mean, I don't know if he's still looking for someone or not.
I just figured I'd ask him. I wouldn't mind doing it.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, heck, you wouldn't even know it was back there, you know? Oh, yes, there was actually two trailers. We had a tip trailer kind of thing. I'm not sure what it's called, but it's like a flat four trailer that has a tip, and then we have a car dolly as well now. Yeah. What was that? I just missed a message for you. I'm looking for it here quick.
I think my daughter or my son watch you all the time.
Yeah, and I think that's what it was. Someone said about to tell you hi from somebody, so I gotta scroll up here and see that message. Whoops. It says, tell them friends with his daughter-in-law Trishan from Bostrom or something.
Yeah, that's my daughter-in-law, yeah.
Okay. Yep. Yeah, I saw it, but it scrolled off the screen as I was reading it. That's the problem with these. I can only see like 3 messages at a time.
Yeah.
And they scroll by so quick.
Mayor, Lisa, is that her name?
Uh-huh.
Her and I were talking, sharing Santa's phone one day at the taco place where we ate tacos. And now I forgot what I was going to say.
You're trying to read the messages maybe? Or?
Oh, that's what it was. Yeah, I'd be responding to one message and 5 others go flying by that I didn't even know what they said.
It's not just you. I do it all the time. I'll be reading one and then it'll jump again and then I'll see another one.
Yeah.
But like I'm skimming the ones around it, you know?
Right.
So.
And I felt bad not being able to answer it, but I don't know what to do about it.
Oh yeah, I mean they're kind of used to it because if you answer every message with so many people in here, you'd end up being like 15, 20 minutes behind.
Yeah.
You almost have to skip down to the fresh ones, you know. Because I feel bad too. Like I still try to answer every email. I mean, it's a lot, you know. But yeah. Well, anyway, I was kind of hoping we'd have some breakfast, but it looks like it's just snacks.
Michelle said that they were going to have breakfast tonight for dinner.
They're gonna have breakfast for dinner.
Yeah.
All right.
She made some kind of blueberry jam or something for syrup out of the fresh blueberries.
Ooh, that'd be good. Yeah. Yeah, I know they've come out with some creative stuff out of that kitchen. The other day, Gypsy was making some kind of caramel or something.
It's amazing what they can fix.
I did not hear about Mike Tyson.
Oh yeah.
And
yeah, we got some good
or is
people
that
in the
the
kitchen.
edibles that he's making?
And,
I heard he's making some THC edibles that are gummies in the shape of an ear, and the ear has a bite
so
up.
someone is running stuff out to you. They've been asking if you've been eating. You know how the chat is.
Yeah, I've been eating pretty good. Too much.
And Bearded Eagle, yeah, that's what I was thinking. Normally they always have kitty litter with them in case of oil spills or any liquid spills, so I'm almost guaranteeing he tossed down some kitty litter on that.
Oh yeah, I mean, almost too helpful. I don't know if
Even
you heard
I
the Freedom
bring
Ford
kitty
broke
litter
down,
and throw
right?
it down on stuff. Like I always have some kitty litter in the back of my car when I
one of the
have a
guys
car.
over there. We had already gone and rescued him, right? And we were on our way back, and another crew heard he was broke down, so another team went out to rescue him and couldn't find him. So we had two different groups going to rescue the same person because everyone was just running around trying to find trucks and chains and everything. And
Yeah, what did Ride Along do?
so we need to work on our communication a little bit, you know, as far as like, are we good, are we not good, you know?
Right. I think the whole community thing is fantastic.
Yeah.
That this convoys goes on, and here we got a crew of guys, mechanics, that pull over the side of the road and help people that need it, tow their vehicles in.
Yep. It's incredible, really, right?
Yeah.
I mean, everyone's just willing to come over and help.
And everybody, I haven't seen any arguing. I guess one little argument.
Oh yeah, there's little ones that come up every now and then, but for the most part, everyone gets along, and even the arguments. I mean, people later, you know, shake hands and make up. You know, it's just every now and then people's tempers get a little bit, you know.
Yeah, that's going to be happening all the time.
Yeah.
There he is. Good morning.
Good morning. How we doing today?
Doing good so far.
Yeah, it's supposed to be a little bit more.
We're gonna just hang out here for the day.
Oh yeah, I don't think we're going anywhere with this mud.
Nah, I don't even know if we can get the bobtails out right now.
Yeah, I saw
Well-
Mike have a good old time trying to just.
Yeah, and he had weight on his rear tires.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I mean, us bobtails that are empty, I think we're just gonna sit there and spin.
Yeah. There's more coming too. It'll make it a little bit wetter.
More trucks coming.
More rain. 2
Oh,
o'clock.
more rain. Yeah,
Yeah.
somebody said that a while ago.
Yeah, it's supposed to be even fairly heavy. Another cell's going to come through from the south, looks like.
So we're really gonna be floating
Oh,
down
yeah,
here.
Exactly.
As long as this don't start filling up, I'm
That's
all
what
right.
I kept looking out to see if it was becoming a lake.
Yeah. If I wake up and water comes in the door, I'm gonna be upset, you know.
Yeah, that's not good.
At some point last night, I woke up for a few minutes and sounded like it coming down.
Oh, it was.
Oh yeah,
coming out
it was
good.
pouring, and at one point it was cracking pretty good. We had
Yes,
some thunder
yeah.
and lightning and
Yeah,
stuff.
I did. Yeah, there was a
Yeah.
little bit of that too.
I've been sleeping real good. I don't remember that.
Yeah, they're talking about 2 to 3 feet of snow in the Sierras.
Yeah, that's what they were saying. Where Rypta is. Rypta,
Yeah.
one of our other live streamers. He's somewhere that got a good bit of
Oh,
snow
really?
yesterday. Yeah.
Oh, wow. Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of snow. What's they need? been in drought conditions, so it's all good.
Oh yeah. I was walking around wondering if we can get that fire pit going with all this rain. It'd be nice to warm up, you know?
Yeah. At least the temperatures aren't too bad.
Yeah.
Something else amazed me about streamers. The night before last, I think it was, I kind of got lost coming back. My daughter-in-law, my daughter, and my son said that they were all watching different streamers.
Hey, we were all looking for you.
My daughter says, "Boy, I was glad to see you pull in last night." And what are you talking about? She said, "Oh yeah, we knew all about it. Everybody asking where's Brian. Have you seen Brian?"
Yeah.
I ended up getting behind. I was the last truck, and I had to stop for a red light.
Okay.
And when there was a lot of traffic, and when I made the turn, I couldn't see anybody.
Yeah.
I went down a little ways, and there was 4 trucks with the flags, and so I got behind them and followed them, and it turned out to be Chucky's.
Okay.
I followed them to their yard where they've been parking.
I know.
Ah, so you ended up at the wrong camp.
Well, the night when we left, right in front of the camp,
Pam,
I turned to the left.
did you happen to know what's going on with Right Along?
The truck actually told me.
Would you mind
follow
sharing?
the truck's group, and I go, well, thanks for that.
Are they okay? Did they do something naughty?
Because again, you don't remember that.
Right.
Yeah. But yeah, we were glad to see you pull in. We were getting ready to send 007 and a couple other guys to look for you.
Yeah, that's what somebody said.
Yeah.
Well, I'd come back a completely different way. I plugged it into my phone. It took me all the back roads to get here. Didn't have to go on the freeway because there's a lot of construction on the freeway at night. So it was. I beat everybody back here, coming through the town.
I had broke my antenna off my CB, so I couldn't communicate. And I couldn't remember the address. And last night, actually, when Chucky's guys, when I followed them, they called somebody here and got the address. And as I was typing it in, I realized I already had it on my phone.
It's one of those you start typing in, it just fills the rest in for you.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we were worried about you. Alrighty. Well, they want to see this tent over here, so we'll see what we got going on here.
The sun's out now. It feels pretty good.
Oh yeah, it was a little chilly this morning.
Yeah.
Not terrible, just a little chilly. But yeah, they were watching the tent raising in the background as well while we were talking. Oh, they want to know, is there a way to donate to you before I walk away? Do you remember your information?
Yeah, it's on that Cash App. And it's $, then my name, capital B R Y A N T, capital B O S T R O M, and it's just the two are right together, no space in it.
Yep. And they're asking, did you have a problem with an antenna or something?
Did what?
Did you have a problem with an antenna?
Well, it looks like Pam's not going to fill us in about that, so I'm just going to do some digging, take a quick 10-100, and I'll be right back. But again, I have my phone with me with the chat open, so I will be answering chats on my phone.
Okay, so your antenna's fixed up then. Yeah, because they were asking about that as well.
Yeah, that's a lot why I got lost the other night, because I didn't have the CB.
Oh, it was your CB antenna that got broken.
It got broken. I couldn't communicate with anybody.
Yeah, I'm kind of in that boat right now myself. I got bad coax in the truck, so my radio works when it wants to. There's a short in it somewhere, so you know the bouncing, sometimes it works, and then other times I'll key up and no one can hear me, you know, so. I got a new coax ran. I just need to wait for someone with a soldering gun to solder ends on it.
Oh. Yeah. I don't know anybody that's got one.
Grey Wolf has one, but and I'm pretty sure whatchamacallit, Area 52 will have one as well, because he's got all that kind. Or Area 51. Area 51. I don't know why I keep calling him Area 52.
For years without a CB. And when I started watching, when I was watching this, I realized how much everybody was using the CB, so I decided to get one.
It's not like that out on the road, though. Out on the road, the CBs are pretty quiet. People turn them on for traffic.
Yeah.
I always have my CB on, though, because I was trained by an old trucker.
Yeah.
And he's like, that CB will save your butt someday. And believe it or not, it has. Twice, actually. One time, I had someone screaming on a CB, there's a house in the middle of the road. I'm like, what the heck do you mean there's a house in the middle of the road? He's like, there's a house right on the zipper. I'm like, okay. I mean, you sure you're all right? But anyway, I come up over a hill. We're out in Wyoming. And sure enough, one of those modular homes like they haul on those trailers, the wind had caught it, and it was standing right on edge, tires in the air, right on the zipper. So he must have been in the slow lane, and it just rolled him right up over, you know, as the wind took him.
I had... It's been over 20 years ago. I was hauling out of California and going eastbound into Flagstaff. And I was hauling for Keebler Cookies. And on their trailers, they had big pictures of the elves making cookies.
Yeah.
And so I used to joke with kids when they'd go by and somebody'd say something about the elves. I would say, yeah, that's just their picture. They're in my trailer making cookies as I'm driving.
That's how you do your deliveries, right? It's a cookie
Right,
factory.
right.
They just
I'd go from one store to the other, and they'd make a batch of cookies in between. Well, that one particular night, it was kind of late, but for more than an hour, a young couple with two little kids were passing me, and the lady sounded good on the CB. I never saw her, but she made a comment, because her kids were excited about the elves. I told them that story. Well, we ended up visiting for over an hour, and it was really neat. I really enjoyed it. It was just a good, friendly family conversation. And when we got close to Flagstaff, two truckers drove in, and they were filthy as could be, explaining to her all the things they would like to do to her.
Oh, goodness.
And she got on and said, Brian, we're going to have to shut this off. I can't listen to this. My kids sure can't listen to it. And I said, well, I'm going to shut mine off too. And when I got home from that truck, I took the CB out and never turned one on again for over 20 years.
I've had similar experiences, but usually I only turn it off for a few hours till I get out of that area. Because, I mean, you're right. Some of these truckers on the CB, they don't realize everyone can hear them, and they're saying all kinds of crazy stuff, you know.
I took the CB out, made all my deliveries, and always found my way home ever since.
Yep. Yeah, I just have it there. Like, I keep it down most of the time where I can barely hear it. And then if I hear a lot of chatter, I'll turn it up because it's like, oh, someone must be talking about something interesting. But you kind of avoid the guys that just are trying to stir people up, because if you just hear something small, real distant, it's like, oh, that's just someone trying to get someone wound up, you know?
Well, on the channels that we were on doing this, I haven't heard anything like that. Back then, I don't know what it is now, it's Channel 19.
Channel 19, yep.
Strictly truckers.
Yeah. But then again, most of the people here are a little more mature than some of the truckers on the highway.
Yeah.
Some of them remind me of, I always make the joke, you probably won't get it, but like a kid yelling at a video game, you know?
Yeah. I don't know anything about those.
A lot of truckers remind me of a kid yelling at a video game because they'll be saying all kinds of terrible stuff, you know? Yep. But anyway, everyone's glad to see you up and about.
Good, I'm glad to be up and about.
Yeah, and they're saying you should start streaming. They'd love to hear more stories.
I just can't imagine me doing what you're doing, spending my life with a camera in front of my face all day.
It's actually not that difficult. You get used to it.
Yeah.
You know, skimming this, you know, and talking to people, you know.
And I'm just, since I've been with the Convoy, before that, I never was a people person.
Me neither.
And when God changed my life around this time, I love it, you know.
Yeah. I mean, I'm the same way. I mean, usually, like, even when I first came to Hagerstown, no one knew who I was. I kind of walked around and talked to a few select people, you know. But for the most part, I kind of kept to myself, did the drives around DC, made some noise, came back, and that was that, you know. But, you know, with just the way everyone is here, they're all so friendly, you can't help but stop and talk to them, you know?
Yeah, that is neat, and it's neat, like my kids, I mean, every evening they know where I was. I mean, we saw you there, you took a video one day, I was fueling, and a little while later my son sent me a message and said, well, I see you got fuel.
Yeah, they're all keeping an eye on you. Yeah, same for me and same for everyone. I mean, I have people asking in the chat, oh, I haven't seen, like, let's go with Bruce, for example, because I talked to him this morning. They'd be like, oh, I haven't seen Bruce. Is he still there, you know?
That's amazing. There's people all over the world.
Yeah. And they all know us now. Yeah.
I used to, when I spent that month or so watching this all the time, you guys were in Hagerstown. I'm sure I was like a lot of the viewers now. I got personal, like you or Oreo or even people that didn't stream but were on a lot. It's like you wanted to talk to them.
Yeah.
You know,
I mean, I've been surprised by it too. Like, I'll sometimes put a stream up and just sit there and talk to them, and they seem to enjoy that as well, you know?
Information.
yeah.
Yep. People need it.
Yeah.
Need to know what's going on.
Like I can't believe this. Look at that right now.
Yeah.
Right now, that chat's going so fast you can hardly see it.
Isn't that amazing? That's what X-Ray was saying the other day. They're going so fast, I can't keep up.
Hey, Chris?
Yeah, that's her purse.
No, not Chris.
No.
Eric. I'm sorry.
It's Eric.
He keeps trying to call me Chris.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I get that.
How do you spell America? What's the name in the middle of America?
Did you get, I've been looking for you, did you get somebody, you announced the other day that somebody donated a trailer and you needed somebody to pull it? I still need somebody.
I still need somebody that's got a big enough truck to pull it. David's been pulling it around since the last guy kind of stepped down and didn't want to do it. I guess he didn't realize, you might actually have to tow somebody. And, and if something bad did happen, you're liable because you're towing it. So he kind of left me in a lurch because he's like, I'm not towing any further than this, after the one day. And so David's been pulling it, but his truck's a little small. So it's taking weight off the front tires. and he gets a little bit of a shake at 70.
Oh, that's no fun.
Yeah,
That
so he
ain't good.
sure now can't tow a car with it. You know,
Yeah,
he can
'cause
barely tow the trailer.
Yeah, he'll be doing a wheelie if he tows a car.
Just a 2-inch ball.
You familiar with my truck?
No, I don't know anything about your truck.
Okay, I've got a Freightliner single axle.
Oh, yeah, you're the guy with the antenna. Yeah.
Yeah.
But here's where the problem comes in, is I need somebody that's going to stay in the back with me, because if you're in the middle or you're up front, you know, you're 20 miles ahead, and if it takes me 10, 15 minutes to figure out I have to tow this, now you're 35, 40 miles ahead of me.
Yeah.
If you're willing to ride back with the
I
mechanics,
could do that. I'm not.
I'll let you in on a secret. Here's a secret. It's actually a lot more fun because we stop for about 20, 30 minutes when the convoy leaves. And we get coffee and soda and stuff.
Oh.
And we don't do all this yo-yo driving.
Yeah.
And we get to sit here and drive at like 60. Comfortably because to this gentleman about pulling the trailer. And you're not fucking me, financing me, or feeding me. So, well, guess
I was
what?
your first.
Yes, you popped me. He didn't realize that we did we had done an interview over in Monrovia.
Yeah.
Because he was just some strange guy talking to his phone, sitting off in the middle of nowhere. And I'm like, dude, what are you up to? You know? And he actually went and looked up that video. I don't know if he's gonna repost it now.
I'm sure, the video quality seems bad, but the audio's good.
Yeah. Well, you were. Yeah, it wasn't even on us. You were just zoned out into like one spot in the field, and we're like on the backside just talking. Yeah. Yeah. You didn't know what the hell you were doing then.
Well, I didn't want to stick a camera in people's faces. It was still weird.
Yeah, I still don't know what I'm doing.
Right?
So yeah. No, that would be great.
I would have to get a. In fact, I just the other day went with the flag for my receivers, so I'd have to figure out something else to do with my flags, and I'd have to get a receiver. Yeah.
Well, we've got. Oh, you got the. I've got receivers. Depending on how much drop you need. That might be the only thing, is if you need like a 4 or 5 inch drop, then yeah, you'd probably have to get something. Or I could probably get it.
Does the trailer have a winch on it?
Yeah,
I would be all right.
It's a tandem axis, so you want it to sit as level as possible. Because if you tilt it up, you're putting more weight on the rear axle, and that's how you can overload the wheels and, you know.
That's what how long?
18 feet.
Yeah, that's what I pull. I pull the 53-foot trailer in my home cars.
Yeah.
And camp trailer.
I got a 53-foot wedge style. It's probably the same style that you pretty much run. Yeah, I was actually considering going back to Wisconsin to pick it up if we don't get a bigger trailer. You know, it'll suck because I'll lose my camper doing it. Well, because it's a gooseneck style, so my camper's inside the truck.
I've got all hitches except that before I left, I was going to take my whole fifth wheel assembly off, and I ended up just getting the plate off, and then my son put a flag and the rest of it, so it's still
Okay, I found a beautiful place though, and it's
Here,
very
let me put this down. I bet you right, exactly.
grocery store and a place to fill the water bottles. And we need a truck to get the water bottles over there and fill them up. Because we got all those fires.
My iPhone will not unlock with these
I think that's why
any sunglasses on my face.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll go with you and
Does not like it.
Well, that's because, you know, you get the sunglasses that have the funny nose too, you know, and the mustache. No.
I was able, when I had to quit driving commercially, I was able to relicense my scooter to an RV. I mean, like, yeah, that's kind of true.
I'll go before he goes.
Everybody do their laundry before Yvonne goes.
Yeah.
Mine's actually sealed.
Catch my phone bar.
No, no
So
doubt.
I can pull a trailer. I can
She could have just left my clothes in there to burn and she didn't. That was a hell of a day, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was Eric's clothes that kept things on fire in laundromats. It's his mechanics clothes.
Yeah, you can't tell, but I've got a center track that the winch runs on, and then it's all sealed. And then I got the bogies that have like the trailer balls, so I can literally winch up trailers.
I wash my hair in that hose. I
Too.
rinse it off.
But that's just for my personal use. I literally use it just to pull these toys around.
Oh, that's awesome.
You know, it's nice it has that feature, but
Oh, I want to see it.
you know, I'm gonna eventually be pulling it with that, which I did register as an RV. $109 a year for plates, $129 a year for insurance.
Wow.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah.
Registered car, the truck is an RV?
Yeah, semi. Well, my semi.
Oh, you have a semi?
Yeah.
I think that's what you were telling me in Monrovia.
You gotta stop doing the drugs, because we've had this conversation,
Oh, yeah, like in
and you're just
Monrovia. But I didn't know who you were.
didn't care who I was.
Yeah,
That's what it was.
You're right.
he got all excited when he found out how much I was starting to contribute. He's like, dude, we have to have an interview. And it's like, oh, now you want me because you think I'm popular. Oh, I see how it is. You just want the popular people.
Exactly.
You know, screw the little people. You know,
I made
get
you
it.
famous.
That's all right.
What?
That made him famous.
No.
That's all right. I don't even know if you know who I am.
Hard
do
work,
ya?
busting my ass,
fucking
and
with you.
helping a ton of fucking people is what made me, if you want to say famous.
Whatever, bro. I did that for you.
Sure, sure.
Oh my goodness.
For everybody that doesn't know, this is Mr. TikTok. This is the guy I call
I got it.
Mr. TikTok. Just so you know.
I'm the one that made Eric famous. And he
That's comical. Oh, boy.
I taught him everything he knows about mechanics and everything, dude.
Hold on, turn sideways. I think it is getting a little longer. I think he knows. It's not. I mean, it's not like Pinocchio where it drops out like 3 feet, you know. But yeah, I think that it got a little longer.
That's just the Jew in me. That's the 1/10 Jew.
Oh.
Well,
Forgot to sit here and get my
just
hair
don't
wet.
poke my eye out, you know.
Exactly.
Roxy!
Oh, Lord.
Roxy! I know nothing. Alright, well, I'm going to go take back some loader tools, and Hippie needs a ride to Verizon to get her phone, and all that fun stuff, so.
Sounds like fun.
Yeah, I guess the people that need jump starts didn't find me, so they'll have to find people.
I thought I needed one this morning.
Yeah.
Maybe somebody said something. Could I ask them where you were?
She said 5 people came up to her
really?
looking for jump starts.
I was, but then I
Oh,
realized
that's good.
I had to hold the button
No,
down.
my chat just said it wasn't anyone here that makes mechanics famous. Ford makes mechanics famous.
Ford makes
Fuck
it.
yeah. Dude. I keep giving, what is it, Freedom Ford or whatever is his nickname. I keep giving him shit. And I mean, I like Fords. I actually have owned Fords. It's the one vehicle I don't own right now, but I mean, I own a Honda, I own a Mitsubishi, I own Chevys, I've owned Dodges, you know, and I've had Fords, and I actually liked my Ford. But the rivalry, you know, Dodge hates this, Ford hates that, Chevy hates that. You know, so I joke around, I screw with the Ford guys, you know, but I mean, I've had decent Fords. I don't think some of the Ford that had the spark plug problem, that was just junk. I'm sorry, it was junk. Yeah, they had a problem. They redesigned a special spark plug, and if you didn't pull them out and, you know, at least service them, they were supposed to be a 100,000 mile plug. And if you tried taking them out after 100,000 miles, they would break in two, and you'd have to use either a special extraction tool, or you had to take the head off to get the stupid spark plugs out. It's like, wow, you know.
So the spark plug would just literally almost dissolve over that time.
Yeah, it would. As soon as you tried it, it'd come apart in two pieces. As soon as you tried to take it out.
Oh my God.
And it was just, if you actually maintained them, every 20,000, 30,000 miles, took them out, cleaned the threads, put a little anti-seize on there and screwed them back in, you were fine. But a lot of people, pro tip, just because your spark plugs are rated to last 100,000 miles does not mean you don't want to pull them out, clean them, re-put anti-seize on the threads and put them back in for 100,000 miles. You will most likely regret it.
Yeah. I mean, I had an older, it was a Nissan. I can't remember what engine was in. It was my first car, and that thing loved to foul spark plugs. So I got really good taking them out and doing the old lighter trick, just lighting them up a little bit, putting them back in, and usually you could get it going.
Yeah, no, I mean, I don't know about the new Fords, I mean, they may be good. I've got a couple of buddies that have like the brand new Fords.
Yeah, I have a 5.0 sitting in the driveway.
And they seem to be really happy with them.
Yeah.
But for that period, right where that Triton motor was.
That's what the chat was saying. The 5.4 Triton was terrible.
They were just garbage. I mean, it's some of the engineering that Ford does. It's like the fan clutch, where they got the one big nut, and then it's impossible to get the tool in there to break that nut loose, and usually it seizes. At least from Wisconsin, they tend to corrode and seize.
Yeah, you
Down
got the
here
salt
in
up there and everything.
In good weather, maybe they come off super easy, but it's always you're beating the living hell out of it to get it apart.
I might have to go check out on Rumble then. Yeah, I just saw him over on Tommy Temper's chat.
It's just weird design things that Ford does. It's like, why?
Yeah.
It's like, Ford, why? Why'd you do that? It's just. But I mean, I guess that's true to every manufacturer now, especially more. Now that they're cramming more computers and more technology. And it's,
right.
Yeah.
What are you laughing about?
What I'm gonna do with this footage?
What footage? Oh my God.
It doesn't show him on Rumble, so maybe
I'm
pretty sure he'd do it on YouTube though.
Snort another line, Yes, I did.
I'll show you if I put it up. If you find it funny, I'll put it up.
That will be pretty cool though if we can get the car show up. I hope he does it in 1080p.
Two locks. It's this one, not this one. Okay, here's the door handle. There's the one over here. It's not that one. It's the one up high.
One of my viewers is saying you have a set that uses an air hammer just specifically to get those clutches off.
And that'd be perfect, but I'm stealing his camera. Oh, there we go. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, trucks have air supplies, but they don't tend to be super great, for air hammers. And air hammers are definitely a tool that uses a lot of air. Yeah, I don't see a 30-gallon air compressor.
Yeah, even the tanks on our trucks ain't all that big.
Well, yeah. I mean, what, each tank is 5 gallon? No. Is it 5
Depends on
gallons?
the truck, but around there.
I mean, I've used trucks as air compressors before, and you suck. Well, here's the thing that you don't get. There are check valves in each tank. So if I hook up an air line to one tank, only that one tank is available for me for air.
Yep.
Because what'll happen is there's check valves that will not let me steal air from another tank in case like a line were to break.
Yep.
So even though you may see 3 or 4 tanks on the truck, unless you tap into a certain spot, which is probably not recommended, I've only got that little 5 or 10 gallon tank to do it. And truck air compressors are not
They're not fast.
very fast.
Yeah.
And
So
they're
you'd be-
usually set to 120 psi, which is pretty much what the tool needs. So as soon as you pull the trigger, you're losing power on that tool.
Yes. You'd have like 5 or 10 second burst, and then
If-
you'd have
if
to,
that,
and then you'd have to
yeah.
wait for several minutes to do it again.
I mean, we talked about it. We talked about getting the tool, but then we would have had to rely on a trucker that had an air hose and and it was just like, I just took the water pump out with the fan. I pulled the radiator out, had plenty of room. It was a little bit more monkeying around to sit here and get to the bolts, you know, with the fan being an obstruction. Took the whole water pump, the fan out, we put it on the back of a tailgate. I got these two tools.
Yeah, this is Eric.
I don't have to take this one out because there's a nice picture. This one grabbed the bolts on the pulley, which let me have leverage. And then we used this on the big Ford nut. We were able to just, and it came off. So I mean, once it was on the tailgate, we could just sit here and kind of crank on there. It worked.
Yeah.
You know, I was surprised it actually worked as well as it did. You know, but it worked. It actually worked. These are both loaner tools, so I have to return them to O'Reilly's.
All right.
So, you know, it's good. But yeah, I'd never tried this before. You know,
Adjustable fan clutch holding tool. So it's a specialty tool just for hanging onto a fan clutch.
they had it as a rental tool at O'Reilly's, and yeah, it just kind of catches the bolts. But I couldn't use it on the vehicle. But it also was a van, so it had a very short version of the nut
Yeah.
that the fan clutch
And it's
is
really
used.
crowded in there
so it
anyway.
was really tight. So what was happening was I had to get in on an angle, and the serpentine belt was in the way. And if you take the I took the serpentine belt. There was too much stuff in the way to get both these tools in there and really work. So like I said, I just popped the radiator out, pulled it out, did it right on the tailgate. Worked great. Worked out.
Patriots Mechanic School? Yeah, a little bit. You have 3 versions of them for different trucks. That's awesome. Yeah, he said O'Reilly rented it to him. I'll ask him.
I didn't get all of them, but I got the
Back that Ford Ram. Yeah,
Hey, real quick, they're asking if we got that trailer fixed yet. I know you said the other day the welder was coming in to fix that flatbed.
I did all the prep work. I sat here and I got in touch with the welder, negotiated a price. When you guys came back from downtown, I talked to him, and he said he was going to be leaving today or Thursday. I think he's obviously still here, but he didn't want me to do it. He's like, he knew he messed up, and he was just going to handle it. And he wants to go visit his family up north or something, so he's going to be rolling out.
Okay.
So he's just going to deal with it on his own. I was more than willing to do it, you know, like I said, and if he comes back and it's still broken and he wants me to do it, that's another thing. But I did make the offer to him, and he initially told me he wasn't going to be here because he was going to go visit family up north.
All right.
So, you know, I don't know. I haven't checked to see if he's still here or not. But, so no, I did not fix it.
Okay.
But intentions, I think, are what was important.
Yeah. Yeah, because it would have been nice to have that big trailer, but if he's heading out, you know, then
Yeah.
I'm sure someone else will come through with a trailer.
Well, I don't think he's heading out like forever. That's my understanding. He's going to go up there for, you know, maybe a week or something. My understanding is he's rejoining the convoy. It's just he's got family here, and if he doesn't take some time to say hi to them, they're gonna kill him.
Ah, yes.
You know.
I had the same thing over in Reno.
Yeah.
I had a friend in Reno when I was over getting my tires put on. I had to go over and just have lunch with them because if he heard I was in town and didn't at least say hi, then I'd get a phone call and go, hey, you're in town. Why didn't you come by and say hi, you know?
Yeah. All right, well, nice saying hi to you guys again.
Yep.
I'm going to go into town and return those tools. And, you know, it seems like a pretty quiet day except for Ford, Freedom Ford.
Yep, and I got to get my air horn put on. My viewers, I gotta get my train horn put on. My viewers are gonna give me hell about it till that's installed. So,
well, when I get back, hopefully this will dry up with the sun. If it doesn't rain some more, X-Ray keeps neglecting changing those calipers. If we're not convoying today, I'm gonna steal his truck.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try to get it done. It's not that he really desperately needs them. They're not so bad that like his brakes are gonna fail.
I'm watching you watch
It's just his pads are gonna wear faster.
Yeah, but didn't we do a brake job on them already?
We slapped pads.
Okay, we didn't do the calipers.
When we were
Trish,
pushing
great to have you.
calipers
How's your
back
day going?
And looking at the pads, I could tell the calipers were worn out. So we
Much
got
love
the
to the
calipers,
Cotab fam.
but he's just been driving around and never stopping, so I've never had time
Cotab,
to
if you're watching,
say,
I love
hey,
you, buddy.
let's put the calipers on. And I also got to take his old calipers back because there's $60 worth of donation money in actual core charges. I need to get that back.
Okay. Well, I mean, here's the thing. Have you seen X-Ray? He doesn't stop when he's driving. He doesn't stop when he's not driving. He just doesn't stop.
Yeah. Hey, we should just cut his brakes. You know, he has an excuse not to stop. Get it? Get what I'm joking? I'm joking.
Yeah.
I'm joking.
Well, what you could do is do the reverse.
Yeah.
You could somehow pressurize the brake system so he could actually stop and relax for a little bit. If the truck can't move, then he can relax.
Yeah, gotcha. Yeah. I wish it was that simple.
I know.
Yeah, at least on a diesel it is. Just cut the spring brake line.
Yeah.
The spring brakes won't come off. No matter what you do, they ain't gonna come off if you're stuck.
Oh, it'll still move. You just have to use a lower gear. I've done it before.
Not if I adjust the living shit out of them.
Well, true. You'd have to adjust them very tight.
Apply the brake so it's off. Get underneath there. Just ratchet the hell out of them. Just ugga-dugga.
Oh, there you go.
Perfect.
They're saying if you just take the tires off, you can do the brakes then because you won't be able to go anywhere.
Yeah.
So you don't need to steal the truck, just steal the tires temporarily.
All right. Bye, guys.
All right. Oh yeah, my sleeper's wide enough for me to stretch out. It doesn't look too muddy here. Hold on a second, y'all. I'm gonna take you back up front again. Hold on, wait a minute. The heck?
Yeah, Trish, I hear you.
Give me a second, y'all.
I'm wishing for the magic winning lottery ticket to show up in my wallet.
Sorry about that. I stepped on this.
I'm lacking some supplies to keep this restream and everything flawless. So
I
that's
stepped
why I'm
on this.
lagging on the audio and my picture's starting to
Put
lag
me in the
out. I
bottom
need
of
a
the
few
foot. The
things for
old
this
chunk of
frickin' PC.
rusty metal. All right, back to showing you the mud pit. So here's the mud pit. We got mud everywhere. And yes, that is Mike stuck all the way up there. But I mean, this is the exit here. We got some nice deep ruts there. And I gotta try to walk without falling over. They're centromatics and they don't align it. They auto balance. Oh yeah? Okay, here's the plan. You grab the back, I'll grab the front, we'll pick it up and we'll carry it out of here.
Driveways are passable. There's a couple little spots where you're going to have an issue, but they are passable.
Well, those ruts there look like you'll lose a car tire in them.
Well, you don't want to go here. You want to follow the main route all the way around. This is the only spot where it's really muddy.
Okay. So the driveways are good.
Right. The other thing, too, is why I got all you live, especially all you live streamers. I'm hitting all of you so you guys know. We're trying to put together a Friday fish fry.
Ooh, I like fish.
So, we need fish.
All right.
Fish, beer batter, and oil. Everything else we can kind of work with whatever we got. That I know I need. We're trying to put together Friday fish fry. The other thing too is this one's for all your female supporters. Gypsy wants to do bandanas because of religious reasons. I got you. Come on. Because of religious reasons for me.
Eric's trying to run us over, y'all.
Try not to go into the mud. You know?
I gotta play with you. Come on.
You're standing in the nice grass.
Brother, I can move. Trust me, I know how. The other thing is, based on religious reasons, I need new bandanas, y'all. Buy them and send them to us. Give them to whoever is on the road with us. Whatever. Come out and see us and give it to you. Give it personally. But because of religious reasons, I can only have them bought by females. It's a belief thing. So I'm asking all the live streamers. I need new bandanas. Whatever colors, whatever kind. I don't care. Just need new bandanas.
Yeah, so Heather Gypsy needs bandanas and we need fish for Friday. They want to do a fish fry, but we need fish.
I got everything else but the fish. We figured that'd be a nice surprise because we've done beef, chicken, everything else. We haven't done a fish yet, y'all.
Yeah.
So.
And I'll tell you what, I can tear up some good fish.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So I know we're going to need a lot of it because there's a lot of us. On average, we do 250 meals per meal. This afternoon, I'll probably do about 150, 175 because everybody's here.
Yeah.
This afternoon for lunch, we are doing smoked burgers.
Smoked burgers?
Yeah,
that
so I
sounds
gotta get
good.
over there and fire that up here shortly. But they're going to be peach smoked burgers, peach and apple smoked burgers.
I might have to come by and get a sample.
Yeah, brother. But yeah, that way all the live streamers know that this is what's out there and what we need to do. Trying to make it happen. We need fish.
Okay, yeah, so we need fish, and you got the potatoes and the slaw and everything?
I got all that set on that. The biggest thing we need is fish.
All right, so fish and bandanas.
Fish and bandanas.
Someone said they're sending you a bunch of pink bandanas.
I'll wear them.
You'll wear them?
I'll wear them. At one time, my hair was pink in November for breast cancer awareness. 100. I will wear them.
Yeah, by the way, watch when you're walking around. I found this chunk of metal just sticking out of the ground.
Also, you may want to watch too, because this is the old dirt track. Some of us used to come out here as a kid. This is the last dirt track left in Southern California.
Yeah?
Yeah.
It doesn't look like much now.
Brother, if you go out to the outside edges, because you're in the center pits.
Oh, okay, so there actually is
pit area.
There actually is a track up there.
There's a full track that goes all the way around, out and around and back, that they used to race modified cars on.
All right.
They can't do it no more in the cities and ordinances. They're fighting with Bob to get rid of it. Being that Mr. Banks owns the property, he's not getting rid of it.
Okay.
So, only because I know the history of the area, because I'm from this way. Yeah. So.
Yeah, I know, Wendy. They're saying we won't find much catfish in California.
I can't find salmon down here either, but you know, hey, whitefish works for what we want.
Yeah, any kind of
fish. And if my northern brothers and sisters are watching this, and my southern brothers and sisters watching this, I'll take crawfish and salmon.
Hey, I'll take crawfish too. I could eat some crawfish as well.
All right, brother, I gotta get the smoker going. So, but yeah, y'all know what we're trying to do.
All right.
Okay,
like brother, I said, I'll be by a little bit later for a sample. Yep, Gypsy's our guy's been handling the majority of our food for us. And sounds like we're trying to get a real good fish going, or fish fry going. Anyway, y'all, yeah, this is what we're dealing with. We got a swamp. Ugh. Trying not to fall in it. There we go. throw out this metal chunk that I found earlier. Is he trying with a trailer or just bobtail? Brian is just, he's bobtail, but he might be towing the trailer for Eric. Peach is good for fish too. Yeah, that's what he said. He's got some peach wood. Yeah, it was Mike all stuck. Oh yeah, he's stuck. The Delta has fishermen on the river. Oh, nice. So it might be an option to get some local fish. Put bread bags over our boots or shoes. My parents used to make me do that. But I think we used newspaper bags because I was a kid and my feet were small. But if I remember right, they used those orange newspaper bags to keep me from getting my shoes muddy. Oof. Oh, sorry guys. Fell in a hole. Well, not fell in a hole, but stepped in a hole. Orange Ruffy is the best. And yet we're supposed to be having rain here later today. It's a Metacopter. I can't show you that because it's right in the sun, but yeah, he's a medic.
Good morning, digital soldiers. Good morning, Juniper.
Oh yeah, it's supposed to rain all day. Who will deliver here in an address?
Are catfish good to eat?
I mean, the address is posted, but I'm still trying to find out from others who will deliver as well. So far I haven't seen any deliveries come in, but I may have missed them. But yeah, if all y'all know, then let me know, because I have some emails of people that wanted to send stuff in. I'm not sure where Grey Wolf is right now.
What's up, buddy?
Not much. We have an update.
They're waiting on somebody to show up with tools. I went over there and told them. They said they were going to come this way.
Okay. So you're going to start tearing her down here in a bit.
Well, that was the alleged story. Right now, I'm playing Thump 'em Thursday, and I've been slammed pretty hard, and I love it.
What the hell? Oh, Thump 'em Thursdays. Yeah, I've had a lot of bridge dwellers in here. We'll call them. Yeah, we won't acknowledge them. You know, we'll just call them bridge dwellers.
I had the troll general himself come in my chat many times.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, under many accounts.
Yeah. Thump 'em Thursday. I like it.
Yeah, my chat came up with that. Look, here they come again.
Oh yeah, you're getting good at that. Yeah, I was getting ready to walk over here and show them the track. Gypsy told me if we climb up over these hills, we can see the track.
Yeah, I walked this whole thing. The motocross track's up there.
Oh yeah? Downpour warning. Alright. Let's see what we can see, y'all. Looks like there's a real nice access hole here for us. Oh yeah, Mike's stuck. There's a bunch of people. Actually, you can kind of see them. There's a
well, I guess that's another
bunch of
thing that
people around Mike's truck. Hold on, let me
they
change
think
cameras.
we call them bottom feeders out here. Nobody eats them.
Yeah,
They
they're all
think they're
standing
gross.
over there.
I've never tried it, but
Playing round and
I've
round
heard
the
of
Gimbo.
people eating catfish down in the States
Yeah, they're
and
all
stuff like
standing over
that.
there looking at his truck. He's got his door open. And yeah, I guess they're trying to figure out how to get that thing out of there, because they tried going one way, they tried going another way, then they tried going that way, and no way they went has he been able to get out of the cereal bowl there.
And you know what's funny? None of them are used to the mud, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're all used to driving on pavement.
Yeah, that's what we were.
Has anybody talked to you?
Yeah.
They have?
No.
Has anybody talked to me? I drove in the military.
Yep.
Most of our shit is off-road.
No one talked to Bruce either. Me and Bruce were laughing earlier at it. We're just sitting there going, man.
Bruce is used to dealing with off-road stuff too.
Yep.
Yep. But nobody wants to talk to the people that actually know what they're doing.
Yeah. Put a tarp under his tires. I'd be afraid that'd get wrapped up. And boards probably wouldn't work either. But yeah, I don't think Mike's making his little run this morning unless he takes a four-wheeler out. Hook up 2 or 3 Jeeps. Yeah, well, just get a Congo line going.
Oh, I love spices.
But I don't know if you can see the grade here, but he's actually down in a pretty good grade there.
I'll say we're looking over the roof of them easily. Our feet are.
Yep.
Are higher.
So he's in a hole. Is there any stickweed out here? You talking about the whatchamacallits, the pokers like we had up at the other place? Yeah. Oh, this is pretty cool.
Hey, Mud Pig.
Hmm.
Have you seen the fake accounts come in also? Like the fake WYSIWYG account?
They said something about you blocked WYSIWYG. I don't know if it was.
It wasn't the real WYSIWYG.
Oh, did you look? Yeah, look at this. It's a pretty cool little motocross track. Make a train. Well, the problem is...
Can you mute that for a second?
Yeah, hold on a second, y'all.
Yeah, see, it says that they're fake.
Yeah. Oh, you hear geese? Yeah, there's geese.
I walked down there and saw them earlier.
By the way, you see that outhouse way out there? Good thing we got closer ones. Wouldn't have to run out there. Apparently Becky's saying you blocked her as well.
Unknown caller.
I don't. Becky M?
Becky M, yeah.
Yeah, no, I don't think I did. If I did, I'll have to check. These chats get going so fast.
You can tell they're Canadian when they go honk a, honk a, honk a.
Oh, geez.
That's great.
Yeah, when it rains, worms comes out. Ain't that right, Cynthia?
Yeah. What do you think? Anyone want to ride motocross in this mud pit? It looks like they got some pretty good little hills and stuff.
Right.
I don't know if I'd want to ride motocross in there. Whoops, wrong camera. There we go. Start fishing. I don't think I'd pull anything out of these mud pits. Big old place though. Watch, I'm gonna get lost and then I need to ask y'all for directions how to get back to the camp. Huh?
What brought you over this way? You were just checking on my truck, see what we're doing?
Oh no, I didn't even know you were at the truck. Gypsy said walk over the hill and you could see all the tracks and stuff. So I'm walking over the hill to see all the tracks and stuff. Just doing a little bit of live stream exploring, you know. I'm not sure what's with all the bashing. I'm just kind of disregarding
Oh yeah, when
it.
me and Bearded
Is there
Eagle
a
finally
pond
get the
over
chance
at
to
the
meet up and do a
trees?
cook-off, it's going to be amazing.
I'm not sure what trees.
Same with Juniper.
Oh, I stay out of the tall grass though. He is exhausting. I try to avoid the drama. Oh yeah, we can turn y'all loose out here. See some piglets running up over them
I've
hills.
never eaten
and
turtle.
doing cannonballs into the mud pit there.
You guys eat turtle down there too?
Fun. And actually, there is water over here. Y'all got good eyes. Yeah, I'm heading straight for some water. Yeah, I know. They said we found a snake earlier. Don't see any of the puppies playing in puddles. Oh, I'm sure there's some muddy puppies somewhere. Go fishing. I wish I had a pole on me. I'm sure we could pull some dinner out of here for, what was it, Friday? Yeah. I found the geese. Hope I scared the geese. My bad. Yeah, I don't know if this is a good swimming pond though. But I think there's probably some fish in here. Scared the poor geese off though. I think they're mad at me. Probably nesting. Maybe, you know, so I'm gonna get on out of this tall grass too. Pigs eat snakes like some of you know eat pork rinds. Man, I love pork rinds.
Yeah, maybe the Ninja Turtles is what steered me away from ever thinking or eating turtle. But I don't think I could bring myself to that. But I hear alligator. People eat alligator down there, and it's super good. I've watched a thing where people like coated spices on it. It looks delicious,
Stick, hook, and
but
string, you got a fishing pole.
if
That is
anybody's
true.
tried alligator,
Maybe
what
I
does it
could use
taste
my
like?
old CB antenna. You know, just tie some string to the end of that. I mean, it's already a metal whip. It has some good spring to it, you know. Really get it out there. Oh yeah, they're mean. Yeah. Geese are very mean. If you get them angry, they'll come running at you, biting at your heels and stuff. Yeah. I don't think we're having a meeting. I mean, we had rain and all that. So yeah. I don't think there's a meeting this morning. We're kind of just trying not to sink in the swamp. Well, I know last night they announced there's no convoy this morning due to the rain. Because we don't usually roll when it's raining. That was even the way back in Hagerstown. You know, if there's bad weather, the stopping distance on the bobtails.
Yeah, he was just saying, or Mudpig was just saying about geese, that they're very vicious when you piss them off. So I went to Canada's Wonderland one year, and I don't know, I must have been 10 or 11, and I walked past a Canadian goose nest, and the fucker came flying at me, pecking me in the back of the head. I'm running, screaming for my mom. It probably chased me
enough to feed a couple
for 10 minutes. It didn't matter where I went, who tried to stop it. This bugger was running.
Yeah, I mean, y'all see that angry cloud looking at me? It's gonna rain a lot here soon. Yeah, it's blue up there, but like right over us it is black as black, you know?
Do you do lots of hunting, Bearded? I'd love to watch some videos of hunting or dressing animals and stuff. That's pretty interesting.
Yeah, I'm fixing to get soaked, find my truck, run, Forrest, run. Yeah, I'm actually working my way back. The camp is right over that fence, but I gotta go through this gate to get back into the camp. So we're out here looking around. Good thing that drag race wasn't tonight. That parking lot over there looks like it's a good swamp too. Drone drops in Arkansas. Yeah. I've heard they've been testing that in several places, drone drops. Yeah, that sounds about right. That's about what I've heard too, about 250 people or so. Yeah, look at that sky. She's angry, but so far she's holding off. Yes, the rubber, it's not a squeaky pig, it's a singing, farting pig. But yeah, it's on my dash. No, I have not got my horns on yet. I'm waiting for someone to be available to help me with them, because yeah, I'm not a mechanic. I'll be honest. I can drive the truck pretty well, but yeah, I'm no mechanic. I'm not getting a new truck. I'll probably retire in that truck. But yeah, the tires are on, the horn is not on. But yep, there's somebody moving. Yeah, I mean, the cars and the stuff can get out with all-wheel drive. It's the trucks, it's kind of like a two-wheel drive pickup. We don't have weight in the rear unless we have a trailer, so we just spin. But yeah, the road's not bad up here. It's just down in the actual camp here. I'll try to show you all again. If you look off in the distance, the entire camp is a cereal bowl. There is like a berm around this hole we're in. So yeah, we're all down in this pit, which is why we're having the mud issues, because all the water is flowing down into where the trucks are. Oh, Grey Wolf's testing his new horn. I think he might have just finally finished the wiring, because he's up in the camp blowing it. Only need one Chevy. Yeah, I like Chevys, but my pickup's actually a Ford. Well, sounds like it's working. Yeah, I took a whole lap of the place out to the motocross track and all that. I said I walked the whole lap of the place. It's a motocross track way out that way. Yeah. Yeah, we heard you blowing the horn, so I figured I'd walk over. What's that tent for?
Just catching up to the chat.
I don't know what that tent's for yet. But it's a tent. I'm not gonna go in because my boots are all muddy, but yeah, it's a big old tent.
Yeah, I think I've seen other, like there's one guy that has videos up here of spear hunting, which are so awesome. I don't know if you've ever tried spear hunting, but I think this guy does a bear, hogs, some crazy animals, all from, yeah, just, I'll try and find a link and send it to you. It's amazing stuff. But I don't think YouTube has that much of an issue with it. I've seen quite a few up on the internet. You just have to label it as not for kids.
Looks like we're having some mud pit baseball league later. Yeah, I think it is probably going to be the kitchen tent. Because like I said, in Hagerstown it was the medical tent for a while after we lost the medical trailer. But we haven't had a medical set up for a while. And being next to the kitchen, if I had
that
to
would
guess,
be pretty
I'd
sick
say
to
it's gonna be
watch.
food tank.
I used to watch that, whatever that alligator show used to be that they had.
It's a good sign if we don't need a med
it was
tent,
good at
that is
first, but
true.
then it just started looking too, like everything was set up. I like natural, heart-pounding, uncut shit.
You don't see where Mike is stuck? Alright, we'll walk over there quick. We did have one truck get out today, but I wish I would have been streaming because he had to start at the back end, take a lap at high speed, and then run the hill at like 30 mile an hour. Because, you know, you had to get that momentum up to get out. So he just made a lap around the cereal bowl and then charged up the hill. But anyway, let's just follow the ruts and see if we find Mike. So we got ruts, more ruts, more mud, a lot more mud. Oh, and a trailer. Yeah. See how Mike is stuck here. No, that tent is the old medical tent. And I don't know if it shows well, but he's kind of in a hole where the only way out is up. So regardless of where he goes, he has to go up. And yeah, it's the worst spot to drive is the bottom of the bowl. And yeah, that's where Mike's truck was because he's the stage. So he was down in the bowl with the rest of us. We need to get everything to higher ground. But yeah, the reason, you know, we're so flooded and soupy here is we're in a bowl. Everything is up from where I'm standing. And yeah, Mike's still stuck. I don't know if he didn't get the memo for
Those
higher
look
ground
like some
last
pretty
night or
scary
not.
clouds.
Yeah, the clouds over us are real dark.
I wonder what the weather warnings
I
are
mean,
there.
They are
'Cause
angry
those don't look
clouds.
too nice.
Break out the chains. Yeah, the problem with breaking out chains is those chains have to later go back in the truck where they came from. So to get chains out and get them caked with this clay, could you imagine trying to wash those chains off to put them back up into your cab? Yeah. And the tires are treating me pretty good. Ugh. So I just showed you all that Mike's still stuck. But anyway, not everyone has chain hangers like I do, where they can store the chains outside the truck. So I don't have to put my chains in the truck. Yeah, most people keep their chains in the truck. And actually, in my experience, chains actually do help in mud. Actually, that's one of the few times I've ever chained up is in mud. Because usually the snow, I just say the heck with it. I'm not moving because I'm playing with snow and ice. But yeah, we're hoping we can get some sun to dry all this up. Because it's pretty gnarly at the moment. Chains are very good for pulling out of mud. Oh goodness. What do we say in trucking? Oh, what was that? Oh yeah, there's a short between your seat and the steering wheel, is what we say in trucking. But nah, he
looked pretty happy. Rypta Gaming looked so happy who got to sit on a couch last night.
And yeah, you definitely can't drag chains on the road to clean them. And also, it's very bad for the chains as well. That's how you break links. You want to get chains off as soon as they're not needed, especially on pavement. Will they allow gravel to be put down? I don't know. But we're just kind of, you know, staying on the property, trying to take care of it the best we can. Yeah, I don't know if they'll allow gravel in. Yeah, the nice thing about the steer tires is they got nice deep tread on, so when it is time to get out of here, at least I'll be able to steer and not go straight. Well, that smells better than that other stuff you had.
Sorry?
I said, that smells better than that other stuff you had.
That's straight charcoal, brother.
Yeah, I know.
Straight charcoal.
I know, it smells good.
My ingredients or anything else to that wood there.
I was following my nose. I'm like, I smell cooking.
I'm fixing to start lunch. Today's menu for lunch is smoked hamburgers. I don't know what else besides just yet. We're working on that. Dinner tonight is going to be smoked pork butt and ham with breakfast.
Smoked pork butt and breakfast, huh?
Try to keep massive.
Sounds good.
Hence the reason why we were asking everybody about a fish fry. I don't know if you can see it, but got a deep fryer right there for a turkey fryer.
Oh,
I
yeah.
can set up my deep fryer for fish. So that way we can maximize fish for everybody. All my brothers and sisters. Wake everybody up.
Yeah, Grey Wolf just got his horn installed. It seems to be
He's
working.
trying it out, yeah.
Yeah, it seems to be working.
So he's kind of one of those ones. Good morning in camp.
Yeah. Yeah, sounds like we'll be eating good here in a little bit. They're a little concerned about our breakfast or the lack thereof, but
Look, I apologize, y'all. Look, I got 2 hours of sleep.
oh, I know you work hard, and it was raining this morning.
Yeah,
I didn't expect nothing, you know.
Breakfast. I was gonna make the hot breakfast, but I just didn't get up. It wasn't that.
Hey, that's all right, you know. We just appreciate having good food, you know.
We're gonna try for a hot breakfast tomorrow morning as well. If it's nothing more than oatmeal and toasted bagel, we're gonna try for a hot breakfast tomorrow.
Alrighty.
Means that we now know how long we're gonna be here, more or less. As soon as all my supplies come in, I'll start running at 24/7.
Yeah. Well, I'm hoping we see a lot of pallets of fish and stuff come in.
I'm hoping too, because the last fish I had, sorry y'all, I'm from New Orleans. I had a crawfish boil before I left New Orleans during Mardi Gras. Last fish I had.
Yep, they're asking how much fish is needed and how they can get it here, by the way.
200, you need at least enough to feed 250 people. At that point, you're talking 4-ounce portion per pound, every four is about 60 pounds.
About 60 pounds of fish, and how do they get it here?
Come out and enjoy it with us.
So we don't have no shipping information or anything.
I don't have that. All I know is we're on the backside of Sacramento Raceway Park.
Yeah, because they were asking if they could do like a delivery of some sort,
If
or
they can, tell them, make sure they specify where on the location, and tell them they have to drive back. And if nothing, we'll put a sign up in the front to tell us Convoy this way.
yeah, that would work. You know,
So-
catch them at the gate, right?
Yeah,
If we
catch
know
'em
they're
at the
coming, we
gate.
can catch them at the gate.
Yeah, so it ain't no big deal. I mean, we can get it that way as far as I know. I know Mr. Banks, the gentleman that owns this property, probably would not have a problem with that because we're catching it there.
Okay.
So, he's a very wonderful man. I'm glad he's letting us use the property like we are. All the wonderful things that he does for us. He's done a lot of community things in the area. Not that I'm trying to promote him, I just have to know him first.
Well, I mean, the drag races are probably good last night, or pretty good, yeah.
Wait till Friday night when you see the alcohol blowing and the funny car. Yeah, we got a lot of seats to the backside. Did you go and join the other brothers over at my tent? You need to go join the other brothers over at my tent. Trust me, go join the other brothers over at my tent. I can't send some live stream. I mean, everybody on the live stream knows I'm 420 friends. So, I forgot, I was supposed to know on my tent. We're doing dabs at my tent. You want a dab?
No, I'm good, brother.
Just try to check, brother.
No, I appreciate it.
Everybody understands I do share my medicine with all of the other ones out here that can get. We all know on that one too. We gotta help family. Family helps family out here.
Yeah, they're saying 4 ounces isn't enough for me.
Me too. I agree. I prefer a pound, but I know the bare minimum I need is 60 pounds.
Yeah.
That's the bare minimum.
So prefer a pound, all right.
I'd rather prefer it that way too, but y'all please remember, I'm cooking from a 30-quart pan, deep frying in a 30-quart pan, that I'm only gonna get about 15 quarts of oil in. So I'm gonna be cooking for a minute, and we're gonna stack it all in the warmer. I'll have it fired up for that fish fry, so we can stack it. I'm gonna do some smoked ones as well, so we can kind of even it out to maybe be able to feed everybody in those times.
All right.
Hence the reason why I was saying primarily white fish, but any fish really. So I can smoke it, grill it, whatever way we gotta go.
So any kind of fish. By the way, where'd this smoker come from? I've been curious myself.
Loaned to us through a gentleman that is with us. We have it for as long as he is with us. So it's kind of one of those ones that came from the oil field. So we're allowed to use charcoal and wood smoke at the same time, has all the resistors and ember catchers in it. So yeah, it's just one of those ones that we've been blessed.
Yeah. So do we have this for as long as we need it?
As long as Bob is with us and his health maintained, yeah.
All right. Well, like I said,
clean everything up so when we start firing burgers, I gotta clean the grill.
sounds good. Well, like I said, I'll be back a little bit later here for a sample, you know.
Give me about an hour. You'll be able to see everything going.
All right.
Takes that long to climb it.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, buddy.
Oh no, we have a fryer too, y'all. Hold on a second. I gotta get around. We have a big old turkey fryer he's gonna be doing them in.
Oh, let's see. Includes 32 grams of added sugar. There's 64% sugar in this can.
Gave
Yeah, tilapia's not good, but I mean, we can't have high-class fish, you know. Oh yes, there is music. Let me get out of here. I didn't even hear the music. I was distracted.
Hi, good morning, Mary. You all sleep okay?
Grab something.
Beautiful.
I will find it.
Not much. Have you got stuck in the mud yet?
No.
Nah, haven't been out playing?
No. I parked on the high ground in the grass.
You're smart.
I've been stuck in the mud plenty.
I don't think I'm going anywhere today after watching the show this morning.
We might send some four-wheelers out. You know, there's a lady a doctor who created all these lockdowns. Essentially, she's getting an award a couple hours from here, so we might go, you know, let her know what's up.
Yeah.
But that just depends on a few different factors. It's going to pour again, and we'll all get stuck if we try to do anything. So.
Well, yeah, that's true. I mean, but hey, if you guys roll out and need a co-pilot or something, I wouldn't be against a ride. I'll go stir crazy sitting in the truck.
It's a couple hours away.
Got the horns on my truck.
You got your horns on?
Good horns, got horns. Yeah, man, there's 3 bills that they're getting ready to vote on the 26th and 27th. I don't know if we'll be here that long, but that's the targeting here, you know, plus people's houses for the next few days.
Yep.
Coming for you.
Yeah, I need to get my horns on eventually, but I have no idea how to do them. I'm not a mechanic.
Right, well, your Peterbilt horns sound awesome. I always wanted to get some Peterbilt horns.
Yeah, the problem with mine is the solenoid's starting to go. So sometimes it don't open the whole way. So I'll hit
Okay,
it,
so
and sometimes
Sasnak
it
is
just goes,
going. He's
and I'm like, okay,
got
hold on.
nothing on
Yeah,
him
hit
right
it
now,
again,
so
it's
he's.
like,
I think he's
oh,
at a
there it
bobtail.
is. I think
That
I
means
think
nothing.
I've
He's going to
overused
pick
it,
up a
you
load.
know?
Yeah, I've underused mine, but since I've been down that one trumpet, but since I've been blaring it, it's gotten louder. So
you're opening it up. It must have been misused, and now you're cleaning it out. You know,
blowing the dirt out.
had to clear its throat a little bit. You know.
Yeah, get that diaphragm working. That, like I said, I've used the city horn a lot, but rarely used the country horn.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just kind of get people's attention with the city horn, and that's, you know, I haven't had to make
any loud statements.
Yeah, any loud. Now I'm making loud statements. I like that.
Yeah. Well, like I keep telling people, I mean, the trucks are here to get the attention. You know, once we get the attention, it's up to the other people to, you know, keep the attention and proceed. Because we're not locals. We can't do nothing. You know, we can come in, we can start the conversation, but then the locals have to step up and continue the conversation, you know?
Well, I just hope something can be done. To reach those people, there's a brick wall, you know. We're walking around downtown and trying to, you know, take off the mask or at least talk to them, and they are not even going to go there.
Okay, so it was a border, just not the Canadian border.
I heard one guy talking about it, how he was attending the meeting in the Capitol building. And he said that he heard somebody
up on one second.
The other made a butthole out.
Well, Mike made it out. I heard that and I'm like, what is making all that noise?
It's just, gotta wait for it to dry up before we start running these big trucks around. It just...
Well, he had that load he was going to run today.
Oh, that's why.
That's why he took all the flags off and everything.
Oh, I was wondering. Okay.
Yeah. By the way, some people asking who you are.
Really?
Yeah. You got a YouTube channel and everything.
Well, nah, I'm working on it. I might get it working. It hasn't been, it's been hanging up. I'm not using the same deal you all are with your phones.
Yeah, you're trying to go through your computer and stuff.
I'm trying to do a little different. And I'm not having success because my live stream will freeze up after about 10 minutes. I'm using, I forget what it's called, but it's an open source program that works with Windows.
Yeah, OBS or Streamlabs or something. OBS? Okay.
And I looked on some YouTube videos on how to set that up, and I don't know that I got it quite right yet.
Okay. So you're still tweaking it a little bit.
Right. And once it's set up and working, then I'll be able to stream all day. But, you know, just like no, but I...
Yeah. Well, like I said, I mean, the way I do mine is I go at 720p, the lowest possible bit rate it'll let me select.
Mine will go way low on the bit rate.
Well, my lowest is 1,000.
The lowest is 1,000.
Yeah, and the lower you go, the more stable it's going to be. Yeah, you're compressing a lot, but I mean, stability is what the people want. They want to be able to have an interview and hear it and not be buffering in the middle of it, you know?
I know. I went down to 1,000, what you said, and still, but maybe I ought to go a little lower on the bit rate. It'll compress a little bit. That's okay, huh?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, if you look at some of the streamers, their streams are like, they look like 1980s TV, but they're stable, you know?
Well, it's a 720p cam.
Yeah.
So it's a good high definition cam, but
yeah.
If I turn down, I don't know if the screen is about turning on the bit rate because it might start pixelating.
Well, yeah, but I mean, pixelated is better than hearing every other word, you know?
Well, pixelated is better than having it crash and it looks
that
like...
too.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's just a game. We're all learning, you know? We just play around what settings work, what settings don't, you know? So, yeah, earlier we were a little concerned. We saw some smoke coming out of a trailer. Oh, I know. That's what I told them. They said you're probably warming up the water heater.
That too, that's right. I warmed up the one. But the neat thing is, you see, I had that box of packing for the horn. The horn came in. So I can put that in my wood stove and get a little extra.
Ah, so it was a little smoky then.
That styrofoam makes it smoke a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah.
We're in California. We ain't under any regulations out here.
Nah, not at all. They'll make you put a scrubber on the top of the trailer. Oh my. Yeah. See, the fire truck made it back. I don't know where he was today, but yeah. Fire truck made it back. Yeah, I just noticed they've been missing all morning. But yeah, they just pulled in here while we were talking.
You know, one of the things we may need is going to be water for all the RVs in there.
That is a good point. We're going to need an RV dump or something.
Well, I don't know about that because they go out here on the edge of the, you know, but
yeah, but I mean, you got all that filtration and you could pump it out of a pond, right?
Almost.
Almost.
But I've got the setup so I can if it comes down to that. I'm not putting any faith in the system at all.
Okay, well maybe a garden hose then, you know.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. The garden hose hook up to a spigot.
Yeah.
My tanks that way.
Yeah. But I'm saying you have the filtration if you get into some interesting water, you know.
I've gotten into some funky water. I'd add another filter though. But you know, I've gotten some pretty stuff in the water. You know, some stuff that just shouldn't be there.
Yeah.
Hard to say where it all is. But I filtered it. It doesn't seem to be a problem. But that's happening.
Alrighty.
Yeah, bugs and weeds and things like that in the water, you know. Kind of strange. Alrighty, I'll let you wander around then.
Oh yeah, my battery's probably going to be dying out here shortly. We've been live for 2.5 hours now almost. It's about the point where my battery starts saying, hey, you're done. Like when I'm in the truck going down the road, I'm constantly charging, that's one thing. But when I'm out of the truck mobile walking around, you know, we're just running off the phone battery. So she eventually runs down on me.
No doubt. Get one of those batteries packed.
Oh, I have one. But the problem is it throws the gimbal off, and the gimbal has trouble balancing.
Oh, sure it does, because you got a wire hanging off one
Yep.
side of it.
Yep. It just throws the weight off. I mean, it's pretty stable, but yeah, usually then, you know, the horizon's tilted slightly and everyone's got to watch with their head to the side, you know. So.
Yeah. Looks perfectly level to me.
Well, it is now, yeah. But if I put that wire on, it just drags that side down just a little bit.
That's no good.
No. But anyway, nice talking to you again. We're gonna continue to roam around here and see what we can see. That smoker smells good. Have you been sniffing it?
What they got cooking over there?
They're gonna be smoking burgers for lunch. Yeah, they got the smoker up and going already. I was actually following my nose around and
I smelled it, but I couldn't tell what it is. But yeah, I guess it's just they're not smoking burgers yet.
yeah. Yep, it's just the charcoal, and then they're going to add in, you know, what they need and everything. Yep. Alrighty.
See you around.
Yep, see you around. Sometimes. Like I was saying when I interviewed Gypsy, we didn't have breakfast this morning because of the rain and everything else. Don't leave us, what are we gonna do? I'm not gonna leave you all right away. Like I said, my battery's gonna be getting low here soon, so we'll have to shut her down here shortly and charge up and everything. Plus, I do need to do some work inside the truck and clean things up. But for those of you asking about the pig, I don't know if this is where he's going to stay, but for right now, he's sitting right there on the dash. Yep. And oh, by the way, you know that fan you all hear? That fan is right there, and it just lays there on the dash and blows on my phone mount to keep my phone cool, because I've had some overheating issues. Yep. Oh, and there's the horn in the passenger seat that I gotta get out and install. And that's thanks to y'all, you know, that I got the horn. And yes, I will have to ask someone, because if I ended up installing it, I don't know what would happen. I'd probably end up having it sucking instead of blowing, and maybe it'll turn into a vacuum cleaner or something. I'm not sure, but I'd find a way to mess it up. I'm not mechanically inclined. So yeah, we'll get that horn set up shortly and we'll be blowing that for y'all. Sasnak needs one of those fans. That's just a 12-volt truck stop fan. I mean, it's nothing special. I just picked it up in the truck stop and set it in. Vern and Grey Wolf have been doing the horns, but I don't know where Vern is. He's right next to me. And Grey Wolf is still working on his truck. And I handled the majority of the install of the coax. Because coax is easy, I just need to tuck it in somewhere, you know. And that I can do, you know. I just took the headliner and tucked it all along the top and we were good. I think his truck's fixed. His daughter, I think it is, was in here earlier and saying he has some wiring to do yet. But the outside of the truck is done. I sound like Simon? I don't think I sound like Simon. Maybe I need a bullhorn and I'll sound like Simon. I've never actually really talked to him too much, but you hear him there with the bullhorn. Where am I putting the horns? Go check our new tent by the cook tent. Yeah, I saw the new one. It's the old medical tent, isn't it? I think I'm gonna put the horns right on top of the APU here. Nice flat surface, easy to get to, and we don't have too hard of a time doing the wiring. And plus the APU is a good ground, so we should only have to run one hotline. Like I said, my problem is just figuring out how to wire it all up and all that. So yeah, I think it's gonna go right there. Had someone carry me, my hooves are squealing at me. Yeah, see, Vern has this nice box here that he has his on. Mount it under the catwalk. Well, my problem is I don't have clearance under the catwalk. I don't know if I can show y'all, but under my catwalk, we can kind of see there's a bunch of wires and boxes and crap under the catwalk. So there's really not room there to do it. So yeah, I'll figure it out. Like Santa has a nice clear catwalk. See how Santa has nothing under his catwalk? And he's got his horns under there. Yeah, if you want to come by and help me get the horn on, that'd be awesome. I have the T and some extra airline and all that. The only thing I don't have is a spool wire and a switch. But if we can find Vern, I know Vern said he has switches. Yeah. That's Santa right there. Or Santa's truck at least. Santa's not in it currently. Yes. When we're doing the horns, everyone's been saying we want to flip them in reverse so that they resonate off the back of the cab. That way they sound a little louder. Someone said they're giving you a new truck. I have no idea about that. It's probably Grey Wolf. He's still over there in the cab messing with his truck, trying to get things set up. You're trying to get there, but it's going to be a while. Oh, we'll be here a while, so that's not a big deal. The ladies from the kitchen. Yeah, I'm actually supposed to do an interview with the ladies from the kitchen then. So yeah, we can do that.
You've seen Hippie Mama around, have you?
Not recently. I mean, she's around. I've seen her a few times, but I haven't seen her recently. She's always moving though. Whenever I see her, I haven't seen her
You have
standing
to listen
still
to the
yet.
words.
So
when they
I mean, if
are
I told you
literally
where she is,
accusing
she
you of
probably
doing
is
what they are
now
doing,
anyway.
making it a wedge issue, making it a culture war that they're trying to win, and then won't you think of the
If you're
children
there-
while they try to object to laws that they deliberately mischaracterize for the purposes of winning the culture war? And the reality is, they've got the media, they've got the celebrities, and they've got the politicians, and they're doing a good job at winning this culture war by fabricating a wedge issue, demonizing anybody who doesn't agree with this wholeheartedly fabricated wedge issue, and thus winning the culture war in the process. But people are discussing it. People are having open dialogue about it. And I think at the end of the day, it's going to be a very interesting culture war. And I think truth will prevail at the end of the day. And that will all just depend on what your perspective of the truth is. Jen Psaki, chapter closed. I saw some super chats. Let me see what we've got here. DeSantis stuffed. Okay, I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. That would be one example where I brought up a chat before reading it. Well, let me just take this down. Jen Psaki. Gosh, okay, hold on. I missed a $10 super chat. She isn't even a good actor. Hold on, I want to get this one. It's yellow, scrolling down. Then we're going to get into some of the other subjects. Jen, the mouth of Sauron, Psaki. I don't know what that means, but I do think it has to do with what she does with her tongue, which looks a lot like a lizard, protruding and jutting its tongue out as it like sniffs the air, because lizards and snakes smell with their tongue. In case you didn't know that. Holy crab apples! There's a lot of chat, and I put it on slow. Did I put it on slow mode? I don't think I put it on slow mode. People, I got to go put on slow mode. Give me 1 second here. Give me 1 second. Monetization, just refreshing. Let me see. Oh, we're still green. Good. Details, customization. Give me 30 seconds. No, I didn't put it on slow mode. That's why I cannot keep up with the chat. Putting it on slow mode. Stop typing because you're going to lose your comment now. Okay. Now let me see if I can find. Okay, I don't think I'm going to get to. I'll bring it up here. I see a green one. Did Jen Psaki get Alap? Okay, I don't know what these comments mean. Let me bring this out here. I'm going to bring up the one with the, it's from True Jello. It says, she isn't even a good actor. She is laughing externally at the end of it while wiping the non-existent tears. I find it very bad acting. And, if you stare only at the eyes, there's an absolute disconnect from the emotion to the words being spoken. He's not dead. He's only mostly dead. One of the best movies of all time. One of the few movies that got 100% on Rotten Tomatoes. Pro tip: set your Nikon. Oh, it's not a Nikon. It's a Vitad plug-in thing. Okay. Well, here we go. Here it is. She isn't even a good actor. Thank you. Brought it up now. The Hydro PX says any man who tries to be good all the time is bound to come to ruin among the great number who are not good. Niccolo Machiavelli. Okay, I presume that's from The Prince. Any man who tries to be good all the time is bound to come to ruin. Among the great number who are not good. And I presume that means the exact opposite of what Nietzsche said. When battling monsters, sometimes you have to become the monster. I know from an art of war perspective, Machiavelli is probably right. But from a moral and ethical perspective, I believe Nietzsche is right. And then the question is, which do you put more emphasis on? Victory or ethics? Or in as much as possible to combine victory and ethics together? Okay, I don't even know what Mickey Mouse is. Stop doing that. Okay. So that's another subject which I just had to discuss before. Interesting thing, by the way. Mouth of Sauron was the herald of Sauron, aka the Dark Lord from the Lord of the Rings. She is the heralder of a sniffer. I don't know what's going on here. Okay, well, hold on 1 second. I'm actually going to bring her back, not to see her, just to give some props to the legal YouTube community, but specifically, where is it? Here we go. Legal Bites is in the news. This is I think it's Business Insider or just the Insider. Yes, it's an archive link that someone sent me. So I guess I couldn't access the original link. Insider. YouTube. See, this is the only thing that bothers me about I can't Do you see the ads? YouTube channel Legal Bites has surged by live streaming the Johnny Depp versus Heard trial and earned $5,000 in a week. It actually sounds like one of those infomercials. I made $5,000 last week. Alita Mazeka, I didn't know that was her name. A lawyer and commenter behind the YouTube channel Legal Bites is having a moment. About a month ago, Mazeka made a prescient call to live stream every day of the 6-week Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard defamation trial, which is currently in its 2nd week of testimony in Fairfax.
Welcome, everybody. Thanks for popping in here.
It's a very flattering piece. And
we're listening into Viva Frei.
Well, now I realize you probably did not see that because I did not have the right window open, but it's a flattering piece, people. Go to my Twitter feed and have a look at it. And good for Alita. I mean, it's what she's been doing. Ricade has been streaming it as well, but it's well deserved. People think, this is just a question of getting in front of a camera and talking. It's not everybody who can run a stream the entire day, make it entertaining, make it insightful, and it's stress and it is work, and you got to do your homework. You got to know what you're talking about. I love it when David gets totally flummoxed by cultural references. There's some things I know, and there are other things I do not know. Anyway, so good for, congratulations, Legal Bites. Well earned, well deserved, and keep bringing it on. People are watching this Johnny Depp trial. It's like watching a
Frankie Smith. Just because you're not there in person doesn't mean you're not there, buddy. You're here. You're listening. You're getting information to go spread to other people. So
what's the next topic?
Every little bit
run out of time before Salty Cracker gets in the house. Let's play Jeopardy. Who is the most famous mouse? Would be the answer. Mickey Mouse. Yes. Let me share here because I'm going to walk through one article, and I'm going to avoid commentary. You're going to know exactly what I'm thinking because it's impossible not to have this thought. It's impossible not to have the reflex to analyze this article with what many people are going to think is motivated reasoning, justifications, arguing from conclusions for obvious reasons. But I've got to read the article, and it's like you have the thoughts while reading this article, and you get branded and labeled by people. Let me make sure I have. You're going to see my commentary in the tweet, but I'm just going to read the article because it's very interesting what they're warning people about right now. Share. Here we go. That's not what I'm looking for. Is it this one? No, it's this one here. This is an article talking about potential long-term effects of the Rona that can occur up to 12 months later. Wait until you appreciate what they're saying in this article. Well, I'll leave that so you can read it, and I'll read the article. It's anyone who had COVID within the last year could be at risk of a deadly side effect. A study. Included in the list was blood clots, which can quickly be life-threatening if not treated quickly. Any blood clot, yada, yada, yada. The research published in Nature Medicine warned long-term effects of COVID could be seen in the heart and vascular system. These include cardiac arrest, heart attack, heart failure, stroke, irregular heart rhythms, blood clots, blood vessel disease, and inflammation disorders, which we all presumably know, unless I'm mistaken, refers to myocarditis and pericarditis, which is an inflammation of the heart or an inflammation of the heart lining. This is the article, which you're not going to see because I'm going to make sure I don't make the same mistake again. This is the article in The Sun. Be aware. And I'm channeling Kent Brockman right now. So would you say it's about time for all of us to panic? And yes, I would, Kent. Be aware. Warning to people who had COVID in the last year over deadly side effect. By the way, warning to people who've had, that's pretty much everyone I'll venture to say pretty much everyone, regardless of your medical status. My entire family had it over the holidays into January. Everyone I know has had it despite their medical statuses or notwithstanding or because of, depending on who you ask. So warn it, be aware. Everyone, be aware and be fearful. It might come at you in the next 12 months. It might come at you overnight, but be aware. Be aware of something that you, at this point in your life, cannot possibly control. Be aware. and be scared. And by the way, just notice the overlapping. What they're now saying are potential side effects of the Rona itself. They sound like things that we saw on a document that was recently released by Pfizer. It sounds like what they're describing are exactly the same types of other potential side effects, which have been disclaimed by the company. It sounds like it. How is one to know for the 91% of Canada that has received a certain medical intervention? How does one know which? Good question. Nobody's asking it yet. At least nobody in this article. Anyone who had COVID within the last year could be at risk of a deadly side effect. A study. The virus, although it feels very familiar now, is still a mystery in many respects. Be afraid. Be very, very afraid. While most people will bounce back from the illness, especially if vaccinated, scientists are still learning about any lingering effects. And as Omicron is a milder strain, it is not causing severe disease in the majority of people testing positive. Yeah, okay. But a recent study found people who caught COVID were at higher risk of a number of conditions for the next 12 months. Even those who didn't have an illness severe enough to be hospitalized could develop problems. How does one know? I mean, you're asking the question, but it doesn't matter. Just you know the question and then it goes into what you can happen. And we talked about it earlier. The study found that people who caught the virus faced a 72% higher risk of heart failure after 12 months. Experts looked at the data of over 11 million US veterans, including 154,000 who had COVID. Then they estimated the risks within a year for about 20 cardiovascular diseases. The researchers found that those who had COVID a year before were at a significantly higher risk to those who hadn't had the bug. I like it is worth noting, however, that the study period ended before vaccines were available. Really? It's worth noting, however, that the study period ended before vaccines were available. Interesting. I thought we were talking about the Omicron variant. That's interesting. I'm fairly certain that that timeline doesn't make sense, but that would be a question I would have if I were interviewing the author. Experts looked at we talked about. So almost all of the veterans studied had not had a single jab when they caught COVID. Okay, had they had a jab since? Because that's an ambiguous statement right there. The risks still apply for those who have had COVID, but this research does not cover if vaccines lessen the potential of developing. Okay, it's interesting. Anyways, I'll click the link. You can go read this. But that timeline, aggregate knowledge of the interwebs, go figure that out, because that timeline doesn't make sense to me. That timeline doesn't make sense unless I'm misreading something, which I'm not sure that I am. The article is just mashup of information. Yeah. Let me see what the super chats were here. So they'll that article actually, now that makes strictly no sense now. Vaccines were available as of 2021. Omicron was only around since 2021. Let me see here. I think you're missing the point. She wants little children. I'll leave that up so people can read it. What's in the avatar? What is in that avatar? It looks like a marble. It's my favorite Aggie. I've never played marble, people. That's just a Simpsons reference. OG Myshronosaurus Delta. Okay, no medical advice, people. I'm just going to leave this here because I don't want to be accused of. Oh, geez, I'm missing. Hold on one second, people. Viva, you're missing big super chats on Rumble. I don't care about the size. I just don't want to miss them. Let's go to Rumble. Take this opportunity. I know this interferes with the stream a touch, but there's a $50 Rumble rant from Salty Scotch on Rumble. And it says, Salt loves you, Viva. Thank you very much. And now I had screenshotted a $10 super Rumble rant, which I missed, and now it's gone. Thank you regardless. And thank you for the heads up. Dissect that article, aggregate knowledge of the internet, because something doesn't make sense in it. But above and beyond that, just be afraid, be very afraid. And I'm reading some chats here, which are interesting. Okay, that was story number one. Story number two, on a related subject. Let me see here. Herd soils bed and depth threatened. He did. Johnny Depp didn't threaten. He just made a joke about a president and an actor. And for those of you who don't know, John Wilkes Booth was an actor who, you know, was made famous, I guess, not through his acting career, but through his extracurricular activities involving Abraham Lincoln. Plump Lettuce says, this is how you lay the foundation to explain a huge increase in side effects. There's no question about that. And by the way, it's because the other day I mentioned how Quebec is now updating its medical procedure injury program, which it has, that it keeps track of. And I said, I put out a tweet and said, keep track of these numbers, look for the updates, because it's going to be an interesting few weeks just to follow the news. You can piece the dots together, but at least gather the information. Canada and Quebec have databases where they keep track of these things, and we're going to see what happens as they're updated. How do you internet? I internet like a champ. So the second story, related. 5,600 viewers. Booyah, Jack Jackerson. Thank you for. And how many do we have on Rumble? Actually, let me just. Oh, there's a $5 Rumble rant. Johnny Drive says Salty and Viva, Stiller Miera, Laura Hardy, Desi Lucy. I don't know what that means. Oh, there's a bunch of. Okay, we got the Salty. Then we got Xaravon says Salty has a glossary on his site. May help with super chats from Salty Legion. Thank you very much. Salt must flow. Nonal03 says you should turn off YouTube. It's asshole. Then you can be 100% free to be honest. I'm still free and honest on YouTube. The thing is, you don't cut off what is your biggest platform, your biggest reach. It's like, yes, you can do it out of principle, but you're cutting off your nose to spite your face. I'm getting everything that I would want to get out there. I wouldn't be saucier. I wouldn't be riskier. I wouldn't be edgier. I might feel, more at ease to have open discussions with actual doctors. But I do. That when I know it's going to impede the conversation, I go to Rumble exclusive. Okay, enough with the Johnny Depp stuff and the Heard trial. We're going to get to the second story. Give Peppermint Patty a break. She got saddled with a joke of an administration and needs an MSM job to retire. Her husband also looks like a caricature from the guy from Sublime song Date. Oh, I don't know. Okay, I know what that song is. Candace, thank you very much. I look, purple is my favorite color, and I notice heart emojis. Thank you. Okay, next story. Interrelated to the first story. Intertwined. Correlated. Intermingled. Somewhat related. Let's just pull it up. Another one where random facts, better find another explanation for it. Share. Oh, this one is, it's enough to make you realize that when politics ruins everything, and it ruins science by infiltrating it with politics. I pinned it. Oh, by the way, do I do this? I think I just hit 200,000. I don't like the word followers, subscribers on the Twitterverse. I don't care. I just like nice round numbers. But thank you all for following me in my journey and my living diary on the Twitterverse. So this is the story, people. The story. Oh, I can't block the one side. Let me just go. The Guardian article. This is the Guardian article, which you're not going to see until I put it here. The Guardian article reports. Okay, whatever. The Guardian. Microplastics found deep in lungs of living people for the first time. Make sure we're seeing the same thing here. We are. Just a very interesting fact. On its face, you'd say, oh, okay, maybe we're inhaling particles that are being blown around in the sky. Which, if it were true, maybe this wouldn't be the first time that we would be finding plastics deep in lungs for the first time. But still, that headline doesn't really tell you much. It looks like you got sand and looks like you got little pieces of plastic and sand. So maybe people are going to the beach and sandstorms are blowing up, the pulverized plastic bits that we're inhaling into our lungs. Okay, maybe. Why we would be finding them for the first time now, 2022? The article is April 6, 2022. But that's not what's interesting. Particles discovered in tissue of 11 out of 13 patients undergoing surgery. Not a big sample field, but nonetheless a sample field. The particles discovered with polypropylene and PET most common. Okay, interesting thing to note here. It says polypropylene and PET the most common, but doesn't say which one is more common among polypropylene or PET. Okay, just let's what's the word? Let's bookmark that. Let's park that at the side for a second. Doesn't tell you between polypropylene and PET which one's most common. It just says that both of them together are most common. Might there be one that's much more common than the other within the equation of polypropylene and PET? Maybe, but we don't know. At least not, well, read the article. Polypropylene. Here's a good question. Where is polypropylene found? Interwebs, you know where this is going. You know where this is going. Because in an article from the CBC, which I must take here, bring back here, put into here, press enter so that you can see the article from the CBC. This is November 4th, 2020. So about a year and a half ago. November, December, January, February, March. November, December, January, February, March, April. About a year and a half ago. 2020. Polypropylene is now recommended in masks. Should I be concerned? Your mask questions answered. And by the way, just in case you are also asking this, can you kiss someone if you're both wearing masks? Okay. Well, if you ask Dr. Teresa Tam, you should be wearing a mask to kiss someone. You should be wearing a mask during sexual activity because that makes absolute total scientific sense. You could put the P to the V or the, whatever your bits are together. Exchange bodily fluids, every other part of your body, the sweat, the other stuff that goes into sexual activity. But don't you dare take off that mask, because that's how the Rona is spread. So I have never asked this question. I have only asked how demented does someone have to be to ask if you can kiss someone if you're both wearing that? Would I even if I wanted to, would I need to ask anyone's permission or anyone's opinion on that? Polypropylene is now recommended in masks. This is a year and a half ago. We're answering your questions. Canada's Chief Public Health Officer recently released updated recommendations for non-medical masks while winter is approaching, yada, yada, yada. Now that a third filtering layer of non-woven polypropylene is recommended in masks, where do we get that material? How do you make a mask like that? Again, I'm not making any conclusions. I'm not making any affirmative statements. I'm just saying wearing a mask is the least you can do. It has no negative side effects, except people.
Little Leagues is fun
I know
for the adults.
those of you who've been watching the channel know this.
Sure. Yeah, I pitched
know that those of you
for
watching
many
this know about
years,
this already.
and I was center field.
They don't cause harm
for many years.
except when
I
they
used to play
potentially
AAA baseball until I threw my shoulder out.
Masks distributed in schools. Get out of here with these ads. Whatever, you see it. Potentially toxic masks distributed in schools and daycares in Quebec. Gray and blue SNN 20 whatever should no longer be used. Warn Quebec and Ottawa. One model of masks distributed to Quebec schools and daycares may be dangerous for the lungs as they could contain a potentially toxic material, according to a directive sent out by the provincial government on Friday. This is from March 2021. And I remember this because I remember someone who I know who's in the field of the institution sobbing on my shoulder because this person had been using a mask for months and noticed what they felt to be the sensation of cat hairs in the back of their throat. I remember this. So, but don't worry, they caught that problem and they recalled it. Back in December, the government revealed that masks it had been distributing, and by the way, it had not just been distributing them, it had been compelling the daycare teachers and the kids to wear them. They couldn't even bring their own from home. They were compelled to wear these. The Quebec government revealed that masks it had been distributing for months to more than 15,000 daycares across the province did not meet safety standards, and daycare staff were ordered to stop using them. They were ordered to stop using the potentially toxic masks after they were ordered to use the potentially toxic masks. Between May and November, the Ministry of Health, straight out of Orwell, distributed 31.1 million masks throughout the network to protect staff, but they were determined to be unfit for use. So it was the second time that it actually happened. Unfit for use. I don't know if that means potentially toxic. So masks, and I'm asking the question, how do I get this here? I'm asking the question, they're not harmful except when they're potentially harmful. And now we're finding, just coincidentally, a year and a half after polypropylene masks were recommended and being used en masse, now we're seeing for the first time ever polypropylene and PET being found in the deep lungs of humans for the first time. And now remember what I said about, let's shelve that idea about the polypropylene and PET. Because this is the one where, like, PET, just throwing this out there, PET plastic. Where do you find PET plastic? Look, I'm gonna have to spoil the surprise because I know where you find them. You find them in shields. Now, I don't think people are licking their shields or eating their shields or shredding them and inhaling the particles, but it's just to highlight what I was suggesting, that when it says, the article, that it's polypropylene and PET, I'd be curious to know the breakdown, because if I'm venturing a guess, I suspect we'd be seeing much more polypropylene than PET in that breakdown. But, once upon a time, if you, toxic, the masks are harmless. You should just shut up and wear them. It's the least you can do. And now we've been demonetized. Shut up and wear them, because they can't do any harm unless they're potentially toxic masks that the government made you wear that have graphene particles in them. Then they could be potentially harmful. Other than that, shut your mouth and wear them. And look at this. A year and a half down the line, we're finding the very same plastics that are in these masks deep into the lungs of humans for the first time. Plastics in the environment have been around for a long time. The great plastic garbage patch off the Pacific coast, which many people think is like an accumulation of bags and like toilet bowls and whatever. What is it called? The Great Garbage Patch? I'll Google it in a second. It's actually totally emulsified. You wouldn't notice that you're going through the Great Garbage Patch, the Great Plastic Patch, if you didn't sample the water. It's particularized, pulverized plastics in the water. That's been around for a long time. So when I hear now that polypropylene, the very same material that we're finding in masks that were mandated in 2020, it's found for the first time, I'm putting my own dots together, but it's up for you what you decide to put together at the end of this. Let me see what the chat has to say. The aggregate knowledge of the internet is greater than any one individual. Several fertilizers and meat processing plants have been destroyed by arsonists here in the US over the last 18 months. Any in Canada? That's the first I've heard of this in the States. I have not heard of this in Canada. I've heard of churches being burnt and vandalized by arsonists, but not. But no, sorry, I just read a chat out loud. But no, I haven't heard about meat plants or anything. In a room full of lawyers, the guy with Viva's hair would be my choice. You know what? I would have, or I like that, but I gotta tell you, I don't know. I mean, I know some lawyers who have my type of hair. I know what I thought about them before, but I think my perspective of the world has changed sufficiently. So that's the other article, which I'm just two random facts occurring in real time. But hold on, actually, we should bring up the article because I want to see what they were saying in the article. I believe they're blaming it on environmental factors. So let's just go Twitter, Viva Frei. I believe they're blaming it on environmental factors, but let's just read the article for full accuracy here. I know I always post the link to the article. Is this it? Okay, there we go. Microplastics have been discovered, lodged deep in the lungs of living people for the first time. The particles were found in almost all the samples analyzed. The scientists said microplastic pollution was now ubiquitous across the planet, making human exposure unavoidable and meaning there is an increased concern regarding the hazards to health. So here, interesting, we have them recognizing, we have the doctors recognizing polypropylene. Yeah, we have the doctors confirming polypropylene particles in your lungs is a potential health hazard. Now they're saying it's plastics. So what did they say? Microplastic pollution was now ubiquitous. I guarantee you, people, if you look up microplastics pollution, you'll notice that it predates 2022 by a lot. It's now ubiquitous is true. It's like Mitch Hedberg said, I used to do drugs. I still do, but I used to as well. They're now ubiquitous. This is true, but they were ubiquitous for years prior. So this is the mental gymnastics to try to find, try to attribute this new problem to a new problem where the new problem is actually not new at all. Therefore, if there's a new problem now that is new now, you might conclude that it has nothing to do with the problem that has existed for a fair bit of time. For us only now to be discovering plastics deep in the lungs of living humans. I love living people. I love it because you find plastics deep in the lungs of dead people sometimes, not living people. But it's a new problem for the first time. And now they're just purporting that, microplastics pollution is now ubiquitous. True, it's now ubiquitous, but I suspect it's been ubiquitous for a long time. Samples were taken from 13 patients, yada, yada. People were already known to breathe in tiny particles as well as consuming them via food and water. Okay, so here's a question that I would have for the expert. Even if I were to consume microplastics via food and water, why would they be ending up in my lungs then? If I consume them via food and water, I might expect an accumulation in my gut. I might expect blockages. I would expect it in my stomach, esophagus, trachea, whatever. If I'm consuming the microplastics via food and water, I would ask the expert, but I would suspect I would not find them deep in my lungs. I suspect. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe if you're drinking water and you inhale the vapors of the water, you're inhaling the microplastics. Maybe. But that would be my question for the expert. Hypothetically expert, because experts are always there to give their opinions and only their opinions. Hypothetically expert. If all I consumed by way of microplastics pollution, if the only way I consumed it were in food and water, would you expect to find any of it deep in my lungs? That would be my hypothetical question of the expert's opinion as an expert, and I would like to know what that answer would be. Microplastics were detected in human blood for the first time in March. For the first time. After this, remind me, I'm going to go and see how long, when we could find the first scholarly article on microplastics pollution. Found in the human blood for the first time in March, showing the particles can travel around the body and may lodge in organs. Okay, so here's what the answer might be. If you consume the microplastics through food, it gets into the blood, it ends up in your lungs because that's where your blood goes to take away the oxygen. Okay, maybe that would be the explanation. But researchers are concerned as microplastics can cause damage to human cells in the laboratory, and air pollution particles are already known to enter the body and cause millions of early deaths a year. I'm noticing a trend in these two articles. Let me just see something here. Does it even talk about masks in this article? It does not even mention the word mask once in this article. Let me see where the... here we go. A U.S. study of lung cancer patients in 1998 found plastic and plant fibers, such as cotton, in more than 100 samples. In cancer tissues, 97%. Okay. Huge amounts of plastics are dumped in the environment, and microplastics contaminate the entire planet, from the summit of Mount Everest to the deepest oceans. All right, people, I'm going to put this link in the article, and you can go entertain yourselves and see if you... Let me remove this, put this here, put this down. Yeah, that's... I mean, it's just... I'm sure it's just a coincidence. Oh, no, that's what I wanted to do. Let's for the sake of it, go here. I'm going to go to Google microplastic pollution. Just so you see what I'm doing. Bring it up. Are we in the microplastics? No, I'm in the wrong. Cripe. Okay, there we go. Let's do this. Microplastic pollution. And let's just see what the results are. Scholarly articles. Britannica, April 5th. What are microplastics? We got an article in February 26, 2021. Let's just say we got one in 2020. Microplastics pollution in deep sea sediments from the Great Australian Bight. This is, where did I see the article? October 2020. So this is March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October. 6 months into the pandemic. Let's see if we've got anything pre-pandemic. I'm sure we do. I just don't know how to look it up. Microplastics pollution in a rapidly changing world. And this is date 2020. I don't know what the date is. October. So right here. Bottom line, people. I mean, I could go back and find scholarly articles. You know, let's just do 2019. There you go. Microplastics pollutions is raining down on city dwellers. Ugh, I'm not happy with cookies, but I'll do it anyhow. This is from 2019 article, people. Microplastics pollution is raining down on city dwellers. And yet, despite this, 2022 is the first time, according to this article, that they're discovering polypropylene, whatever the plastic was, deep in human lung tissues. The plastic particles were being discussed well before the World Wide Web. Anyways, yeah. It's chat is nuts. I'm not following the chat, but let's just go see what is going on the Rumble France. Okay, we got that. We got Johnny Quest, or JNY Quest. Hey Viva, your hair looks like Alex Karp. Salty Army reporting in, firing up the meme cannons. And I don't know what the wood chip is, but I feel scared to say the word because I don't know if it has an improper connotation or context. Those are the two stories. Interwebs, aggregate knowledge. Let's try to make sense of them. I have my questions. I'm in my own mind. I am asking questions. I'm noticing the absence of certain questions being asked. To me, it seems inconceivable. Inconceivable. I met him in real life, by the way, at an airport. I said, "Are you the inconceivable guy?" And he goes, "Yes, I am." And then we talked for a bit, and it was an interesting discussion. He talked about this was a long time ago, but he talked about how hard it is to try to find work because when you get typecast or whichever it is, typecast, they want you to be a specific fatherly figure all the time, and it's tough to get out of that, and it's tough to find work. And it was an interesting discussion. It seemed he was a very nice guy. I was going to say something. Oh yes, the absence of even asking the question or mentioning in this article about polypropylene deep in lungs without even asking the question, might there be a correlation to masks? Which we know now, you put the two and two together, it's all out there. To not ask the question is journalistic dishonesty. And speaking of journalistic honesty, Ivory Hecker had her on yesterday. Amazing interview. I'm not a journalist. I am merely an analyst. Ivory is a true journalist. There might be, a discussion to be had there with someone who knows more than the lawyer and the journalist. Okay. Well, first of all, know the vlog. And I think, let me see here. Oh, yeah. Crack in the back. Oh, that's it. Oh, sorry. Get this pillow. I'm sitting on a pillow, people, because the chair that I'm on, without this ridiculous pillow, I'd be too short. Okay. I believe Salty should be coming soon, come on, man. Come on. This strategy has worked perfectly. If we go live right away, it takes too long for people to trickle in, and I'm going to do this every time. Viva Gear. Yeah. Hold on. Where was it? Is Salty a late type as well? Salty will be late. We'll see. I am very sensitive to punctuality. What? Viva Gear. Yeah, it's a polka dot. Get it on the side. Polka dot pillow. True story. I remember. Am I going to get in trouble for saying this? When my wife gave birth, someone gave her one of those donut pillows for the 10,000 plus watching now. Amazing. And it's not even the Johnny Depp trial. It's some wild Canuck in his basement talking about the things that actually matter. Although I think Johnny Depp does matter. I think it's an interesting legal training for anybody who wants to be a lawyer. 10,000. Wait, hold on. How many do we have? We have 3,500 on the Rumbles. Let's see. 4,400 on Rumble. 6,000. We're at 11,000 people. Booyah. Okay, I'm gonna pull up a couple more Twitter thingy things. Salty is hyperventilating right now. We love you, bro. Fro and mullet re. Yeah, I could. You know what would be really funny if I cut the hair and just leave the mullet. I've always wanted a mullet. Let's just go back to Twitter for a few minutes and just get some things off my chest. Of the Justin Trudeau legal bites in the news, microplastics. Okay, so we got all of these. We covered all of the stories, which is great. And James Top, people remember he's going to be in here for 4:15, 4:30ish. let's just go back to Twitter. Let's just go back to the Twitterverse. Click on the avatar. No, that's not what I want to do. Whatsoever. I want to click on my timeline and just make sure that we're seeing the same thing, which we are, and then cover one or two more tweets. There was some interesting things in the last little while. It's just typos. Oh, CNN streaming. This is people. I do not pick on typos, period. Anybody who resorts to picking on typos to think that they show that they're smarter than their interlocutor, that is cheap garbage argument. I'm not picking on the typo because I think it wins the argument, and I am the last person on earth to pick on someone's typo or to make fun of someone's typos. But this is funny. So I read it. I'm so oblivious, impervious to typos. I didn't even see it. But I Googled this. This is the big news of the day. CNN Plus. I couldn't see it on Brian Stelter's Twitter feed because he blocked me. So when Rosemary Barton from the CBC retweeted Brian Stelter, I couldn't see it because Stelter blocked me. So I had to go see what it was. And lo and behold, CNN Plus, the streaming service that was hyped as one of the most significant developments in the history of CNN, will shut down on April 30, just 1 month after it launched. Did anyone spot it? I didn't spot it. All that I said is, I read this like, who on earth in their right mind was hyping this as the most significant development in the history of CNN? Who? Was it CNN that was hyping it? So I just cut and pasted and I went to Google and then it says, did you mean significant? Signifiant. In French, it's a word. So maybe they had their French spell check on signifiant. The streaming service that was hyped as one of the most signifiant developments in the history. It's just funny because you have a failed news network talking about if it was the biggest development in the history of CNN, it's the biggest failure in the history of CNN. And there's a typo in the tweet, which is just very ironic and very fitting. But that just brought me back to the original tweet, which was, who on earth hyped CNN Plus as one of the most significant developments in the history of CNN, other than fake news CNN itself? So big news. I don't even know what it was. I mean, it was supposed to be like unique, exclusive broadcasting or specific broadcasting. CNN is garbage. The only reason people watch CNN is because you're stuck in an airport. And for whatever the reason, they seem to have the contracts at the airport. Nobody watches CNN willingly. And I should say, even the people who watch it willingly, I think they're being duped into watching it. I think it's a form of trickery. Oh, and I see Salty Cracker in the background, people. He's early. I would not make Salty Cracker wait. I'm going to bring in Salty Cracker. I think Barnes might be a little jealous because he's not here yet. But no, we've only got him for a limited time. He's coming in. Salty, I can see what you're doing. But get dressed. I'm joking. Okay, I'm joking. 3, 2, and 1. Salty, sir, how goes the battle?
Good morning. I'm hoping that everything's working smooth like butter, considering this is the second time in 5 years that I've used StreamYards.
I have not had a bad experience with StreamYards yet. Let me just see if chat, let me know if the audio is balanced between the two of us. Holy crab apples, Salty. You have an active and dedicated fan base. The shaker is coming.
The ravenous sons of bees.
Anymore. Salty. Okay, man. So I look, I don't want to ask personal questions that you don't disclose. This is our first time actually speaking. I've seen a ton of your stuff. My neighbor down the street said back when I was, a newbie to the interwebs, have you heard of Salty Cracker? You'd love him. And then I started watching, and I do love. But where are you from? For the elevator pitch for my audience who might not know who you are, elevator pitch. Who are you?
Elevator pitch. I'm a much uglier Brian Stelter, everybody. I mean, look at that Quato on my forehead over there. Boom! That's right. We will do self-deprecating humor on other people's channel as well as our own, Mad Lads. But this is what you're watching is a person who was really naive just like 10 years ago. I voted for Obama. I'm sorry. Voted for Obama. Drank all the Kool-Aid, watched CNN, and then I was like, oh, they're lying to me. Call out the line, then you get called a Nazi. I'm like, oh, we're gonna play this game? Okay. I was raised by sailors. Let's go at it. Let's do this.
Well, so here's a real question. Were you in fact raised by sailors?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, so
Every man in my family has been in the military, except for me. I'm the only. I enlisted in the digital armed services, I'm guessing. But every single man in my family, except for me, has went out and put their life on the line for this country.
Where are you from?
California.
So you're born and raised.
Mm-hmm.
How many siblings? Just to get the obvious one out of the question. Are you an only child, or are you the youngest of 7?
No. Youngest. I got an older brother and a younger sister.
Okay, I mean, born and raised in California, you've grown up in the blue of blue. I mean, let me ask you the obvious question. May I ask how old you are?
Yeah, 42.
Hey, we're the same age, man. When's your birthday?
November.
Okay, so I'm older than you I've got 6 months of suckling at the teats experience on you. 42, you've lived in California your whole life. Have you noticed a change in the state since when you were young to now? A real change or a perceived change in your experience?
Oh no, it's a real change. It's a real change. California is suffering from massive woke stockholder syndrome, and in the last, I was clearly the last 8 years, it's gone insane. When I was a kid, we would take our bikes into San Francisco to ride those glorious hills. And nobody ever like, you might come across a condom every now and then, and there was homeless people, but when you see these stories, and we joke about this all the time on this channel about the streets being full of fecal matter. That's not a joke. If you take the BART system into San Francisco, you can smell fecal matter, you can smell urine, you can smell methamphetamine. It's a woke milieu of absolute offenses to your senses.
I like that. It rhymes. This would make for good lyrics for Tom McDonald. Offenses to your senses. I mean, you talk to people. What's the sentiment of people who are living through this? Do they hate it? Are those who are well off indifferent to it because they're sort of unaffected by it, or does everyone say this is crap, but we don't know who to blame?
No, at this point now, I grew up, I would say, entry level, middle class. I mean, my family didn't have they weren't poor, but we were entry level middle class. So I don't know what the rich people are doing, but I do know the rich people, they flee in this place. They flee in this place. Business owners are fleeing this place. People who are just trying to make a living are fleeing this place. And the way that my wife and I operate is that we hit them with a snook of a question. We try to drop it under them and go, oh man, our fence got tagged this week. And then just kind of see how, because you got these numbnuts out there that'll be like, oh, well, that's great. That's super duper great. Well, that's just like urban culture that's being gifted to you. I'm like, no, prick. I got to paint this off my fence. And this, it's a destruction to your neighborhood. And some people, and it's mostly women. I hate to say it like this because it plays right into this left-wing narrative that I'm a misogynist. But this is we're just different people, humans, species, and so the women are being impacted by this, and they just buying into us. They're afraid to say, "No, this is crap," and I don't want needles and drugs all over the place. And they'll virtue signal on all of these platforms how great they are, that they love it, but ain't nobody sending their kids to the park. I haven't seen a kid play at the park across the street from my house in 30 years.
I'm going to ask the politically.
What's going on, Barnes?
Robert, how you doing? I know Barnes is going to have questions on this subject. It's going to be the politically sensitive question. Is the tendency for people to avoid complaining about the phenomenon because they don't want to be accused of, it presupposes a certain demographic of sorts, I guess, but is the reluctance to critique this because nobody wants to be accused of, discrimination or some form of, wealth shaming? Like if you complain about it, you're not being tolerant to the poor, to the downtrodden. Is there that social pressure, or are people just living a willing lie?
Yeah. So the society in California has been completely restructured, and it's now a currency based on wokeism. And so these people who've never done anything in their life, who've absolutely built nothing, they've never done anything, they now have this sense of entitled power by how woke they are, how much Kool-Aid is in their hair. And they run around. This is the Stanford prison experiment writ large. And what they're doing is these people now go around and they henpeck everybody who doesn't put a rainbow flag in their doorway. They go through and they monitor you and they go, well, you know, I noticed that you didn't have a Black Lives Matter shirt on last Sunday during the Church of Wokeism that we did out here. I'm going to be calling your supervisor and stuff like this. And so you've got maybe 3 to 10% of the population over here that has this newfound cudgel that they can use to bludgeon everybody against. And they're just getting high off these fumes of power that they think that they have. And so people are just, your average normie in California is just trying to not get bludgeoned by these idiots.
When I talk to people like candidates and others about staying attuned to the sort of populist base, the two people I reference one is Alex Jones, which always surprises them a bit, but it always surprises me that they don't understand this. You know, there's a guy who's got a very favorable rating of over 30 million Americans, according to YouGov, you know, according to the media's own polls. This guy has more people who have a very favorable rating of him than voted in the entire Democratic presidential primary process. You know, I mean, it's that kind of intensity. But the second one, which always throws them off because of the name, is they say you guys should be following Salty Cracker. So if you're running for the House, you're running for the Senate, you're running for state legislature, you have been as attuned to a big key part of the activist populist base as anybody out there. How did that come about? And how did you get? Well, one, how did you decide to get interested enough to go public and be involved in this space? But secondly, how did you get to the point where you're attuned to a key part of the base that that you're not going to get from the Wall Street Journal and the New York Times and Newsweek and the little Mandarin parties in Manhattan and the Hamptons and DC and whatnot?
To be honest, it got started out of a sense of being just pissed off, noticing that I was completely and utterly lied to. One of the first instances of this is I was, watching MSNBC. I'm watching all of these people with their suits and their ties and their camera lighting, and they're laughing at Peter Schiff, telling them that a market crash is imminent. And I remember the roundtable. I remember them laughing at him, and then he was 100% right. And I was like, this is weird. And I'm looking around me. I was a teacher at that point, and everything that we were doing was completely opposite to what we were telling the parents. And I was sitting there going, everything I've been told is a lie, and everything that is going on is a lie. And so I'm saying this at the dinner table. And when you get that first red pill, you go through that 7 stages. And the first one is, I want to strangle somebody. And so I'm at the dinner table, and my wife is like, you got to shut up, bro. Like, this is okay. I hear you. This is just too much. You got to calm down. You got to, I was like, well, I need an outlet. But then I was also keyed into the fact that you would see how these people would be attacked. The Alex Joneses of the world, the Peter Schiffs, all these people, the Gerald Celente, all of these people being attacked. And I was like, I need to make sure that if I'm going to start yelling about this, that this is the emergence of cancel culture. I don't want to get fired from my job. You can't say any of this stuff as a teacher. You can't even think this stuff as a teacher. These people got precogs in the basement of the schools, and they're sitting there going, that dude's not woke, and so they'll come get you. And so that's why I set up an auxiliary parallel tutoring system so I could be my own boss. Got that up and running, and then in between clients, I was just yelling about stupid stuff. There's a lot of, like, what Alex Jones does and what some of these other guys are doing. What they're doing is that they're talking about a lot of really specific stuff about the war that we're in, and it's incredibly important. But it also requires a ton of preloading and reading. And the vast and what you watch the left-hand side do is they're upending our civilization, our society based off of emotion and irrational reaction to emotion. And so they don't need to, they understand that the average person out there isn't going to read 8 volumes to understand the war that we're in. And so when I started this off, I was hitting the culture war stuff because it's easy to see how stupid this is when these people aren't interested in making movies with Marvel movies, when they're interested, when they're more interested in virtue signaling with Star Wars and detonating a $4+ billion franchise in order to push a narrative, you can explain that to people in 4 minutes. And when you just start off creating as a content creator, you should keep yourself around 4 minutes, because if you're not reaching that many people, you need a lot of content. You got to hit 4 minutes. So that's kind of how this all started. And then I just did the opposite of what all of these people do. I listen to my audience. I don't attack my audience. I take the criticism. I take the feedback. I read the comments. I don't post a lot in the comment section, but I read what they're doing. I look at what they're saying and I listen to them, and I understand that those people are in charge and they help. This entire thing on this channel is just one gigantic group of pissed off and crazy people moving in one direction.
So I'll ask you one question. I'm gonna have to run and open a door for my wife, but this is where I always have the fears and the concerns. You see, pissed off, and I know when you say it, pissed off, crazy people. It's humorous, it's tongue in cheek, it's people who are frustrated with society. But do you not have a concern that people might take it to a step that, you know, they might get encouraged or enraged to take it to the next level, which is above and beyond witty, sarcastic, salty internet humor?
Oh yeah, no, I don't worry about any of that. I understand the name of the game right now is if you continue to get big, you're going to be attacked no matter what. So whether it's correct or whether it's wrong, whether it's implied, none of that matters at this point. These people will make up and concoct their own ideas of what are going. You just saw this with Libs of TikTok. Libs of TikTok won't get everybody killed. Libs of TikTok is just showing everybody your dumb videos, you idiots. And so I'm coming at it from the premise that they've already called us white supremacists, Nazis, and terrorists. What else are they going to do with this? I mean, okay, so he sells shirts that says pissed off and crazy. And that person who did this over there, I'm not responsible for anybody's actions out there.
Now, in terms of violent conflicts and what have you, it always surprises me when I was on a show called The Duran, and they have a international audience, and part of their audience comes from the anti-war left, but the anti-war left is still rooted in just like left populist and Bernie Sanders style are still rooted in statist solutions. And the anti-war left is still rooted in anti-American, the evil American empire kind of logic, etc. So when I tell them the ordinary American doesn't want to get involved in some dumb foreign war, least of all for a coked up, corrupt guy with accounts in the Panama Papers in Ukraine, they honestly don't believe me. They think, no, America is this deeply militaristic country that Americans just can't wait to be Vikings and Mongols and just invade whatever land they can for some grandiose globalist purpose. You've been one of the, when I was talking to House and Senate candidates saying, watch these communities and constituencies about this war, and you're going to see the populist base doesn't have an interest in going to fight in some place that's literally known as the borderlands in their own language, between a bunch of folks that we have nothing to do with, no business in, no interest in, least of all for some corrupt rogue like Zelensky, who's just dancing to the Colombian marching band every night.
In high heels.
Yeah, exactly. In high heels. Exactly. Yeah, you have to add the visual. I mean, it's a literal wag the dog. I mean, we're watching a literal. It's like a parody of it. It's like what happens with Hollywood when they go woke. They write bad movies. It's like, I don't even mind going woke so much. At least write a good movie. Just don't make it a crap movie. But I mean, the deep state doesn't make false flags like they used to. That's for sure. But can you explain the? I mean, nobody's going to confuse this with the Reichstag fire, but in terms of your take on the desire of the Biden administration and so many of the Republican establishment to drag us into another foreign war.
Biden himself seems like he's the only one who's concerned about this. And I don't know if it's because clearly his kid is, you don't end up on the largest natural gas board of, I think, a nationalized company on accident in Ukraine, and now we're out there. I think I just saw we're sending another 500 every hour. We're sending another couple $100 million in the direction of this place. So, in the end of the day, it's money laundering. There's so many characters, the right side, the left side. They're all making a ton of money off of this. I think Biden and his cronies, aside from making money, need to protect the fact that all of their kids. You got John Kerry's kid in there, Nancy Pelosi's kids are in there. Of course, Hunter Biden's in there, and you'll find there's Republican kids in there too. They're all playing this game, and they're all making a lot of money. And the people who are suffering the most are these poor Ukrainian civilians who are caught in this meat grinder of criminal oligarchs laundering money through their place. And then I was reading a thing yesterday where I'm like, look at all of we're now telling other countries in NATO, send in all of your equipment, send in all your equipment, and then we'll replenish it. Well, that's more billions is probably the low end of it. We're going to replenish all of your missiles in Slovakia. Again, when you clean the poop up in San Francisco, then maybe we could start worrying about Ukraine. But the desire and the need and the amount of money and the effort that we're spending on this place over there doesn't all match up into the security needs of this country. Not nearly comparable to what Russia's facing. And so I'm just sitting there going, I'm just trying to figure out if Putin's on the side. I'm trying to figure out if Putin doesn't seem to be losing a whole bunch of, I don't know, political currency in his own place. They seem hopped up over there, and his economy seems to be bouncing back. I'm sitting there going, am I being played by the criminals in my state, my country, or am I being played by world criminals? That's the only part I'm trying to figure out right now.
Oh, sorry, I left this chat up here. Salty, in Canada, I mean, I presume you're familiar with what's going on in Canada, but Trudeau has been donating, shipping military weapons and whatever support to Ukraine to such a point where there's concerns now that our military could be depleted, that we don't have enough resources in our own military. We're not exactly entering any imminent conflict, but it's a bizarre thing that it's become an international movement for this particular conflict, for this particular area, compared to every other conflict, which has not mobilized the entire world, even though there might have been even clearer lines of good versus bad and innocent victims caught in the crossfire. In terms of your observation of people's reactions to this, when they come over and they see this, are you noticing a lot of people who might have been oblivious to this are waking up and listening to what you're saying?
I honestly thought when I started making videos about this Ukraine situation, they hit this. So this is again another part of this mass psychological operation that's going on, and even to a certain extent, I was they hit us so quickly, so immediately, with everybody on the same page of this Ukraine situation, with the flags and everything. I was sitting there going, are people going to be pissed off? Are people in my community going to be pissed off that I'm talking about Ukraine in this fashion? And there's again, I just was talking about how you got to respect the audience, but you also can't lie to them. They don't want to be lied to. And so I was like, the biolabs and the money laundering, all this, I got to talk about it. And those are some of the biggest videos that ended up being on BitChute. And so I don't think anybody's buying this. I think this is just a continuation of what they've done with Black Lives Matter, with the LGBTQ movement. I think this is nothing new. I think they did this in the Iraq situation where you get a few people going out there, you utilize your propaganda arm of Hollywood and the television networks, and you just blast people ad nauseum and try to force manufacture an outcome. And again, it's nothing new. I can't remember if it was the first Iraq war or the second Iraq war, but I think that's where you get one of the world's largest protests against. And I didn't know about that until 20 years after the thing happened. And so nobody wants to be in Ukraine. These idiots on Twitter, there's probably about 2 of them. And then it's just bots the rest of the way down. Bots and turtles all the way down.
I've noticed it on Twitter.
I mean, now, what's where do you get your material? What is your source material? And where do you go to stay attuned with everything, to or what's a typical day like for Salty Cracker?
Typical day, what I do is I'll get up and I'll go through the Twitter feed and patriots.win, and I'll try to go through that and line those up and see kind of what everyone's talking about. And then from there, I'll go out and I'll find out what is the left-hand side talking about those topics. So then I'll go to the Daily Beast and CNN and all these other garbage rags, see what they're talking about. And I used to go to their comment section to see what the idiots were talking about, but all of them got rid of the comment section. So now you got to go take those, cross-reference them with left-wing Twitter, find out what they're saying on these idiots are saying on Twitter, and then go to the other outlets like Breitbart or InfoWars or the right-leaning kind of stuff. Check what they're saying, check those comment sections, sit back, and then look at how people are, how the world's actually reacting in real-world terms to what's being said, and then formulate a situational hypothesis from that.
Let me ask you this: what do you recall any big mistake that you've ever made as a matter of fact on a story that your crowd called you out on that you had to correct?
You know, I was adamant that Hillary Clinton was going to be the nominee. I was nobody could convince me otherwise. I was sitting there going, no. I was like, come on, this dude's a tapioca brain. Look out! Even in the primaries, I was sitting there going, Joe Biden don't know what planet he's on. And I was absolutely convinced that they were going to slide Hillary Clinton in at the last moment, so she didn't have to do any debate, she didn't have to do anything, and then they just outright. How do I do this? Because we're on YouTube. I don't want to get you guys in trouble. They totally. Yeah, they fortify. I've never seen such fortification since Wheaties, boys. They went out there and they fortified this election so hard. I was sitting there going, "Oh, that's why they didn't bring her in, because they did this out in the open. This is a dangerous move that they just did. This is a pure gamble, and no sane person is going to sign up for this job."
You know, they detailed it in the Time magazine. I mean, it's what they did. They've got big tech, politicians, media, all controlling what people thought. They had the litigation machine on full throttle 6 to 8 months before, all in plain sight. But no, I do remember that. That was the running theory, is they were going to substitute Hillary for Biden at the last minute, and people were going to be outraged, but like they did, hold their nose and vote for her.
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting.
There's still people that still think that. I mean, if suddenly they remove Uncle Joe and put Kamala in, and then Hillary is the substitute vice president, then I would give Kamala 6 months. Before she's on a special, she'll be on a Ron Brown special. We need you to take a trip to a war zone, see how that works out for you.
Yeah, I don't know what's coming, but something has to be coming. I don't know if they're going to bring in Michelle Obama. I don't know if they're bringing in Hillary Clinton. I'm just sitting there going, what is the game plan? Because the midterms look like a political bloodbath.
So
absolutely.
You're still living in California, right?
Yeah.
So let me ask you this. Have you lost friends and family from what you've been doing since you become vocal? Have you made more friends than you've lost, or just a net loss of intolerant? I say people who cannot tolerate what you're professing.
I got a little, I got this, I'm a weird person, so I don't really hang out with other humans outside of the house anyway, but every single job acquaintance that I had, I don't talk to anybody anymore. And it's not, they don't know they don't know that I do this. Nobody's ever said. Only one person, two people in my family have found the channel kind of on accident back when it was recommended if you watched like Crowder or something. And one of them yelled at me, and one of them loved it. Just dude's one of the biggest fans.
Who's got
next? Yeah, I mean, I can imagine. Now, what is? Do you plan on staying in California, or have you thought about making an escape the way others have?
Florida looking real good right now. If Florida does constitutional carry and I can walk around with a 45 on my hip, that would be awesome. My only concern, here's my big concern, because Florida looks great, Texas looks great. I don't want to go into the middle of nowhere in Montana. Sorry, Montana peds. I don't want to upset you, but I mean, Montana looks like an absolute nightmare. The problem is everybody who's fleeing California is going to those places. Like, they're going to Texas, they're going to Florida, and I don't want to make a move only to have to move again in like 5 years. I need you guys over there to start putting meth gators at the border to stop these people from traveling into your beautiful red states.
That's the funny thing, is I was just down in Florida for a few days and talking to people who moved from New York to Florida, complaining about Trump. And like, it's the amazing thing. They've moved from what they've seen, political devastation of blue states, blue cities. They go to a red state, arguably maybe not so much red cities, but they go there, complain about the administration presumably, or the politics that they just, that they fled to from what has been destroyed by the party that, they were complaining about. The concern is always, the Californians go to Texas and they're going to turn Texas, is it red or blue? Which I get. No, they're going to turn it blue within a matter of years and basically go from one place, colonize, destroy, and go to another, colonize, and politically destroy. Barnes, Robert, do you see that happening to Florida anytime soon?
No. Florida has moved radically toward the right. And two things. One, it's the Venezuelan and Cuban vote moving back in that direction. For a while, the Cuban younger vote was trending a little bit Democratic. That pulled back massively between 2016 and 20. When you have guys like Pitbull saying this COVID stuff is crazy, loco, we recognize what this looks like. The Cuban government's still taking credit for like China. It's why they're shutting down Shanghai. They're still taking their zero COVID policy magically worked. They're still trying to convince people of this insanity. That's why people are up on their high towers screaming bloody murder every night in Shanghai. That's what a good time is. Go out on your balcony and scream. It's a mindset. It's a mentality, but the Cubans were one of the first groups to spot it right away. Outside of your frontline populist constituencies, people like Alex, people like Salty, the others were groups like Cubans and Venezuelans. They understood, okay, this is just a pretext for a power grab, and this doesn't end well. I remember what happened to Grandpa. So the show trial and everything. So that I think because of that shift, as much as anything, Miami was only in the single digits for Biden. That's with all the fortified votes they had coming in down there. So that was probably a 3-4 point win by more naturally, shall we say. And so I think you see with DeSantis has cojones. He's the only Republican governor with cojones, sadly. But going up against Disney has been living off of what people don't understand about what Disney did. Disney had a special, it got to regulate its own community. And it went beyond just like tax benefits and special privileges. They got to police their own community. And why does that matter? You can go back and find Peter Schweitzer talking on C-SPAN in the late 1990s about Disney's pedo problem. Disney's had this problem for a while, but their special community where they got to police themselves magically kind of look like the FBI with the Democratic Party. They can't find a crime even when it's staring them in the face. And so when DeSantis takes away that special privilege protection for Disney, he's doing a lot more than just taking away some tax benefits. He's doing a lot more than taking away some zoning benefits. He's exposing everybody at Disney to all of their ability to suppress the criminality in their organization, particularly related towards children, is now gone. And that's thanks to DeSantis. DeSantis is the only one that understands you have to fight back in this arena. You cannot continue to just cede ground politically or tactically. That's what Trump recognized. That was one of the fascinating things. So, when I started getting into this bet on the election, I didn't know about the whole what's now Patriots.win, which was the Donald, which before that was the Donald Reddit and the rest. I started discovering all these kids, and I was like, well, where did this whole place? Where do they come from? And then I got into Gamergate and all this other stuff, and I was like, the for the woke crowd to try to go after gamers was probably one of the dumbest decisions in the history of the cultural left. Right up there with trying to, deconstruct Star Wars and Star Trek and Marvel and all the rest, which is enraged and antagonized people who before were apolitical. But can you describe for people like that these communities are communities where you really get to hear a big part of the populist base? And it's your Kevin McCarthy's of the world don't know they exist. Your Ted Cruz's that didn't know it existed in 2016. Your Mitt Romneys still don't know it exists. They are so out of touch with the base that is reflected in the collective opinion of many of these communities. That's where you see it. And how did you sort of discover and uncover that community?
Because I'm a part of that community. I was yelling about Gamergate. I was yelling about these attacks on culture that at a face value and at an economic value don't make any sense. These are clearly derived for political purposes, and they're trying to. You don't have these issues that the left are banging on about. You don't have a quantifiable amount of racism and sexism and misogyny. You don't have homophobia, that type of stuff. that they can actually show you. So they go out there and they purposely switch the Little Mermaid to black, or they purposely switch beloved characters. They race swap them, and then they agitate a group of people, and then they take sometimes it's not even agitation. It's just going, we see what you idiots are doing. And they go, well, see, here's the racist that we're pointing out. Here's the racist. And I was sitting there going, well, you're calling me a racist. I'm not married to a Mexican chick. I'm the world's worst racist if I'm a racist. And these aspects that they were hitting, I'm a part of those communities. Back when, you had these forums for Quake or these video games, and, I grew up in those. And then you could see the schism, by the way, because you could see a bunch of people in those environments. They got to break left, and they got to sit there and they go, oh, well, I'm going to go with these people over here, or I'm going to get yelled at. And then you got a bunch of other people out there who just don't care anymore. And the more they bang on with this, their side ain't gaining any more people. It's the other side who are recognizing, because they're this attack on the culture that they're doing. You're making yourselves be hypocrites in a record amount of time. You used to be able to gaslight people, and the gaslight would last for a generation. Well, a generation's long enough for you to keep doing this stupid stuff. But when you keep doing this in 3-month intervals, you start red pilling people real fast. And that's kind of what I've been seeing, at least.
Salty, I always do like a background check of people, and I was looking for controversy involving you. And other than the edginess of your content, you haven't had any real hit pieces. Has the media gone after you for anything you've said, anything you've done, and anything you haven't said, or anything you haven't done? Because I couldn't find
not that I know of. I don't think anybody. This show's stupid. This show's crazy. If you hear the things that I'm saying, and there's toys in the background, and I got a mullet and acne on my forehead, and the lighting's horrible, and I got a PVC microphone stand, I think I'm taking advantage of the fact that this is how this leftist elitist they operate. They sit there, they look for things that don't really mean anything, and I feel like we're some sort of MAGA submarine over here. We deep below the waters. They don't even understand that we're out there. And so, I don't know. No, there might be hit pieces. I have no idea. But thank you for looking and telling me that there's none, because now I assume no.
I did a mild due diligence. I just wanted to see if you had a PewDiePie N-word moment or anything like that. But other than the edginess, you seem pretty clean. What is your status now on YouTube? Because I remember once upon a time you were having big problems with the YouTube censors, strikes, suspensions. Have you pulled the YouTube plug, or are you still using that but focusing elsewhere?
Oh no, I always assumed YouTube wasn't going to work, and so we only use YouTube over here to get people to Rumble, get people to Odyssey, get people off that platform. And so we do the show for an hour or so on YouTube, and then turn YouTube off and try to get people to these other platforms. YouTube goes in and out, and every now and then I'll just delete all the videos, because you can see that some sort of review goes on. Mm-hmm. And what they do is they'll hit you with stuff that you said 2 years ago that doesn't even make any sense. And so we don't put the streams, we don't leave the streams up. They gave me they gave me something like 4 or 5 strikes in one day, but because they gave me they hit me with one live stream and then hit me with a bunch of other live streams. And they said, well, because we already hit you with one, these are technically strikes. It was weird, because they used to just wipe you out. That's what they did to Stefan Molyneux. They gave him like 5 strikes in one day, knocked him out. They gave me 4 or 5 strikes in one day, took down one video, gave me 2 strikes. They said, okay, this is how. So I just took all the streams down, and every now and then I'll get a strike, and then they'll kick me off for 7 days. It'll be under review for 2 months. It's like this, then I win the appeal, but they've already given you the 7-day strike. And
what is the and what's the basis? Is it typically medical misinformation, election issues, or just vague community guidelines?
It's crazy stuff. Like I threatened to kill somebody. Somehow I have never gotten a medical misinformation one. I say crazy stuff about this vaccine and the masks and stuff like that. I think the other thing is, I have a speech impediment apparently, and am able to dip, dodge, and dive this algorithm. It has no idea what the hell I'm saying. And so if you just pluralize everything like one of these left-wing lunatics out there, if you talk like a left idiot, this algorithm doesn't know what you're saying, and it doesn't understand sarcasm at all either. If they could figure out how to AI sarcasm, then I'm in some real trouble. But no, it's always like I threatened to blow up Germany or something. It's crazy.
Now, how has Rumble and some of the other platforms worked out for you?
Odyssey was the first kind of other platform to reach out. They were real generous. They would give me like a library coin amplifier. I really screwed up library coin, guys. I was making extra content for them, hitting that library coin multiplier when library coin was like 30 cents a coin, and now it's worth like, I don't know, 3/10 of a penny. So that didn't work out in the long run, but it was awesome to build up these auxiliary platforms. We were doing great on DLive, and then DLive went crazy after January 6th, and we have a real good relationship with Odyssey, and we've just met the Rumble people. The Rumble people have been. I was concerned about Rumble because Rumble looks like it's going to be the next big one, and they got to play the game to a certain extent. And then the guy reached out to my wife, and we didn't even think it was real. We were like, "No, whatever, bro. Like, you're not the CEO of Rumble. That doesn't make any sense." And then, sure enough, she contacted Rumble itself, and they got into contact. And he was just like, "Hey, if you need anything, reach out to me." I'm like, "Holy balls, okay."
Yeah, I mean, Pavlovsky's the real deal. So
Yeah.
actually, we may have talked about you a couple months ago.
Thank you, by the way.
Absolutely. I mean, and it's because, to his credit, because the easiest thing to do would be to back down. Easiest thing to do would be to do what DuckDuckGo has done, which has just become the mini-me of Google in their search engines. Now they're going to overtly suppress alternative media sites. But I mean, you look at this war was both COVID and, well, I'd say three things: the election fortification, COVID, and the war were three places where you were going to see whether Rumble was worth their word or not.
Mm-hmm.
And they didn't take down anything related to election fortification, even if other language was used, even if other F words might have been used. Like fraud, and like, well, maybe the one my mama says I can't use. And then the same with COVID. They didn't take down anything related to COVID, and they haven't taken down anything. I mean, they left RT up, and Senator Scott, that establishment hack from Florida, actually went after Rumble specifically because they had moved to Florida. Going back to one of your earlier questions, what happens with Florida politically? And they said Rumble needs to take down RT right now. And Pavlovsky said, "Nope, sorry, not happening. We're not going to discriminate based on content. We're not going to have like people stalking people and harassing people online. We'll have some rules to stop that kind of thing, but we're not going to engage in subject matter censorship just because the topic's unpopular with certain constituencies." And so that's credit. I think people will see Rumble will continue to match their word because of Pavlovsky's personal commitment, but also, I mean, to his credit, I had said that if Rumble was serious, they needed to go public. And when they go public, say, we're committed to a free speech platform in terms of not discriminating and being politically neutral. In other words, I understand that if you're not going to allow people to like overtly, you're not going to allow either Antifa or the Klan to openly organize on the site. Okay, I get that. But, no political-based discrimination in these controversial topics. Well, they committed to that explicitly when in terms of raising money on the market. What that means is if they ever violate that, they have a mass class action that they face. If they ever start discriminating against the Alex Joneses, the Salty Crackers, the others, then they're going to be DOA because it's the only thing that gives them a market edge, and they'll face a massive class action. So I think people will see that Rumble's the real deal. But I understand why everybody was concerned because we've seen one after the other capitulate as they go along this path. Now, how you have your own site set up where people can go. You're also on Locals. I think it's saltycracker.locals.com. Got a nice community on there. I'm a member. Exactly. Go and check it out. Where else have you found other platforms that have been useful, and how do you sort of stay one step ahead of the censors and the algorithmic manipulators?
again, to anybody who is thinking of doing this for a living, understand that you have to work every angle. We knew right off the bat, build up BitChute, build up Odyssey, build up. We started locals. After I talked to the guy from Pavlovsky from Rumble, he was like, come on, just go over there. It's awesome. We take less money over on locals. I'm like, okay, cool. Build that up. You have to build up all these other platforms because you will be hit. And then eventually, Rumble integrates really well into my own personal website, but we're prepared to just run everything through the website, much like you have these canary in the coal mine. Like InfoWars is a spectacular canary in the coal mine. If you want to get into this game, you should prepare to have to make your own website. Can I ask you? I want to ask you guys something real fast. So Alex Jones, with the Sandy Hook situation, being sued, he's filing. Sounds like he's filing for bankruptcy, Chapter 11. He's doing that to protect himself against these lawsuits, right?
Well, what happened is I can talk about it to a degree because I represented Alex and InfoWars during different stages of these cases. What happened is the plaintiffs deliberately sued a bunch of entities that they knew at least at certain points that had no assets. So they sue Alex, they sue Owen, they sue Free Speech Systems, which is the main InfoWars company, and then they sue every company that has the name InfoWars on it, right?
Well, they
sued
IW.
Yeah, they've sued Owen. They've sued Owen. These courts have issued default judgments against Owen for something they claim Alex didn't do. And by the way, what does this tell you? He gets a default judgment on the grounds that he didn't share financial information. And yet all this financial information is in all these plaintiff suits. So, I mean, these courts just lied. They just fabricated the law, fabricated the facts to railroad Alex Jones because they don't like Alex Jones. And what's happening in Austin courts is a disgrace. What's happening in the Connecticut courts is a disgrace. These judges are a disgrace. It's just the reality of it. I mean, he's getting sanctioned for sitting for a fourth or fifth deposition in a case he's not allowed to defend himself at trial, when normally you only get 1 day of deposition period in any case. So, I mean, the degree of discrepancy in these courts' conduct is extraordinary. You will find consistently that when courts are sanctioning parties, 9 times out of 10, it's the politically disfavored party. It has nothing to do with the law or the facts. That's the reality of it. But so the plaintiffs sue all of these they sue Owen. They sue who also had default judgments issued against him, even though he had nothing to do with what they claimed was the problem. So it shows you how these courts are completely fraudulent, not serious. But they sue all these affiliate entities. So he's got all these affiliate entities, which, as described in the bankruptcy, don't have any assets. And so the plaintiffs should have dismissed it. But they refused to dismiss him because they want to make his life miserable, because they want to wage lawfare against him. So so they knew from the get-go, because I had told them, if you leave these entities in, at some point, these entities have to file bankruptcy to protect their function. But they refused. They're like, they wanted him to have to file bankruptcy for those entities. He himself has not filed personal bankruptcy.
So is InfoWars the entity that has filed bankruptcy? Yes,
exactly. The InfoWars system, InfoWars, all that is outside of this.
Okay.
It's just these affiliates that serve little technical roles. So they're just making life miserable for him, and he has to file bankruptcy in order to protect the limited role those entities play.
One of them was Prison Planet TV. The other one was IW Health, which I thought maybe that was one of the supplement businesses.
It didn't serve any purpose. It's just a name. There's nothing in it.
But now, Robert, they're going. The plaintiffs are going to petition the court to suspend the stay of proceedings.
Well, what they should do is dismiss the chart. What they should have done from day one, 2 years ago, dismiss those other. But they refuse. They want to play games. They just want to make his life, because they don't care about recovery for the. I mean, none of these people, even to my knowledge, at least almost none of them, wrote a single letter complaining about Alex for 6 years, right? So they were so emotional. I mean, and what it is we're supposed to sit back and not talk about them because they had a horrible tragedy happen to them. At some point, you don't get to stand on the coffin of your dead kid to politically grandstand and violate the constitutional rights of others. Sorry, I run out of patience. These people, a lot of them, are just scammers. They're just scam artists. They didn't complain about a single thing Alex Jones said for more than 6 years. And then all of a sudden they have a complaint. No, they're just money grabbers and political harassers. That's who they are. That's what they are. Nobody wants to say it because like, oh man, they had a tragedy happen to them. You can't question them. You can't criticize them. They're the second coming of Jesus. They're not. They're fraudsters, scam artists, and political harassers who want to violate constitutional rights and liberties to line their pockets with even more money, because a lot of them got millions and millions and millions from other places. And we're just supposed to, and I'm just tired of being generous about it. I'm sorry they suffered a horrible tragedy. That doesn't give you the right to violate other people's rights. That doesn't give you the right to be a scam artist and a fraudster and a cheat. To pretend that you were deeply emotionally harmed when you didn't even write a letter of complaint for 6 years. You didn't write a letter of complaint, but you were so bothered by Alex Jones, you couldn't even bother to write an email. Come on.
Robert,
that's my rant.
Well, and they did, from what I understood. Someone just said Barnes is furious. I can't even get that chat anymore. It's gone. Jones offered to the plaintiffs, like it was $150,000 each per plaintiff once upon a time, or not relatively recently.
I don't know what's public and what's not public, but
okay,
you know, from the get, like there's this false story. I mean, the other thing about this that's totally false. People can go back and see what Alex Jones said on the night of Sandy Hook. He didn't say it didn't happen. He said it did happen. He just said, you know what the culprits are? They're not going to blame. They're not going to blame Hollywood culture. They're not going to blame the big pharmacy industries that is drugging up these kids with side effects of SSRIs. They're not going to blame the school system that didn't have adequate security and safety. Instead, they're going to blame the gun, because they're going to use this as an excuse to take away people's right of self-defense, which is what the Second Amendment fundamentally is. It protects the most effective means of self-defense, but it's self-defense that it protects. And that's precisely what happened. Barack Obama, Piers Morgan said, I'm going to stand on the graves of these dead kids for my political purpose. How is that a good, moral, righteous act? There's nothing about that that's moral and righteous. And that's what they did. And months into the process, a bunch of other people, including professors of media, professors that are related to people who are school safety experts, professors of philosophy, came to their own conclusion, raising questions about what happened. And here's the reality of what happened. The school system didn't have basic safety mechanisms. I mean, since Columbine, you're supposed to be able to lock the inside of the door to protect kids. They didn't even spend the money for that because the politicians were busy pocketing it for other projects. But they were hiding that. And so people that are using FOIA requests are seeing the politicians are hiding, and they assume they're hiding something worse and more nefarious. It turned out they were just hiding their own corruption that was complicit in the primary reason so many people died that day. But instead of blame those people, which, by the way, the Connecticut courts have rushed in to cover up and hush up and hide and
Juniper in the house. How's it going, buddy? Sorry,
Alex
I'm just eating on the side. And
they have 7 words
I was talking to Coach
out of 7 million. I mean, 7 minutes of words out of 7 million plus minutes of words he'd said over the 7
solid streams up today.
And that InfoWars had spread. That's what they're talking about, where he raised questions about it years later. That's it. I mean, to blame him for Sandy Hook is absurd. And the fact that so many people are doing it is absurd. And these plaintiffs are not serious plaintiffs. Almost none of them complained one single time in 7 years. They just said, let's sue, let's line our pockets, let's make a political statement. And they think you can't criticize them because they suffered tragedy. Suffering tragedy is not immunity for bad acts. And the reality is Jones is being wrongly accused. He's being railroaded by a corrupt justice system that cannot do its job because his name is Alex Jones.
Yeah, the guy shut him down. This
absolutely, it's lawfare meant. This is a guy who had not been sued in 25 years of business. Donald Trump wins, and he gets sued more than 24 times in 12 months. Not just related to these cases. All of a sudden, they're trolling through every photo he's ever published. They're trolling through every video he's ever done. They're trolling through every statement he's ever made. And ask yourself, who's been more right than anybody over the last 2 years? Who was the only guy predicting that they were going to do something like this with a pandemic as a power grab? Who was the only guy predicting that the deep state activity was up to what we have witnessed it be up to in Russiagate and Spygate and Ukrainegate and in the Hunter Biden laptop related issues? It's this guy. I mean, and they try to take him out because they've had this agenda. They try to take him out because he helped Trump get elected, and they wage lawfare against him. And you had huge corporate law firms representing the original Pepe maker for free to go after Alex Jones. And of course, it turned out, he had certain intentions with that Pepe thing that were separate than what it was all about. And taking credit for creating Pepe is still You know, I mean, it is a frog, folks. It's a frog. I mean, how original is it, right? You know what I mean? I like the frog, but it's still a frog. But that it was pure war, pure legal warfare. And they're forcing him to take these defensive postures just to keep his business afloat and to protect its ongoing operational basis. But they're not going to sink Alex Jones. They're not going to defeat Alex Jones. They're not going to crush Alex Jones. The irony in all this, he probably would have retired after 2016. But when you decide to wage war on him, he's not going to go gently into that good night, because that's not who he is. He's going to rage and rage against the dying of the light, as he should and as we should.
Well, Salty, that was the answer to the question.
Yeah, that was a Salty inspired rant.
That's awesome. That's
now, and Salty, if you're anything like me, you're going to digest that. You're going to I have a big question in my head, and I can put, I can start connecting some of the dots. Not in terms of not in theorizing, just actual, what the events of the day, the events of the lawsuit. I've got a question I'm going to ask Robert privately. Salty, what well, here's another thing. What do you do for inspiration? How do you pick on the stories? I mean, are you you're following Twitter and just you see what people are talking about, or do you get tips from your crowd?
No, well, it's got to. So, I'm trying to. I pull all these pieces, pull all these strings in from what people, and trust me, there is not a lack of content going on these days, and so there's a lot of different things that you can hit that are in the vein of what's happening at the moment. So essentially what I'm doing is I'm trying to pull something that works. As I'm going through the news, as I'm doing all of this, I'm thinking of, the stupid jokes that I can jam into the video, what the thumbnail might be for the video, this type of stuff. So when I find a story where all of that clicks in, that's when I know that I'm going to be making a video on that.
Yeah, that makes sense. And speaking of innumerable topics, how do you vet some of the topics to me? Like these days, so many things look like parody to me. When I see it, I was like, no, I can't be true. That's got it. And then it's like, oh my God, it's true. How do you cross-check all this?
If there's something that's immediately video worthy and making fun of, and I haven't vetted it, I'm just open and honest. I just tell people. I have like the biolabs thing is a perfect example. The thing that got me kicked off of YouTube a few weeks ago. I was like, I don't know. This is what people are talking about. This is interesting. It could be the case. It could not be the case. But I'm just
Strong Nana, thanks for coming in.
Exact opposite of what these.
Hope you're having a wonderful day. Sorry, I had to mute some stuff. I can't. I had a lot of stuff going on over here.
I stole that from Gerald Slente.
But
I'm also honest where I steal.
Hope you're having a lovely day.
It's a good one.
Thank you for the support. And I'd continue chatting on here, but I'd love to listen to these guys talk. And I have somebody working on some pipe underneath me, and it's loud.
In the comment section, and so if it's too good to be true, it usually turns out to be, but I always go through a comment section first. I always try to find other articles I'm just I'm not a journalist. Like I'm making fun of the stupid situation that we're in, but I'll still be more honest with you than CNN. I don't have an agenda. That's the thing. I want to get information out, and the information has to be accurate.
Have you noticed the same tendency that I've noticed, is that when the story comes out, the harder the pushback from the MSM, in due time, the more likely it turns out to be true in its entirety or true in substance?
Oh, this is my new hobby. I used to be way into baseball, but my new biggest hobby is going out there and trying to be part of making these idiots over at PolitiFact and Snopes fact check stuff. And so when we go out there and we start hammering that Joe Biden pooped himself at the Vatican, number one, that's just fun to do. It's probably true. And then the best part of it is the cream, the icing on this cake is when they have to come out. They go, we give this for Pinocchio because we called him and he said that he didn't poop himself. Jen Psaki told us no. In fact, he pooped a rainbow out and he cleaned its pants. I'm like, no, idiot. Everybody knows he pooped himself. And we just got another one too. Oh, what did they? Oh, the handshaking with the ghost. When Joe Biden's completely
that was
lost.
his 81 million voters he was shaking hands.
Yeah, it's 81 poltergeists sneaking ballots in, and then they just fact checked. I'm sitting there going, "We own you. Congratulations. You might have the big towers. You might have satellites up in low Earth orbit, but you ain't got the energon that we have over here, and we are pounding you idiots in this info war. We make it. You react to us."
with the pooping, I didn't talk about it because I from someone who I trust on the inside, and I don't have sources. I got confirmation that it wasn't entirely true or wasn't true. So I would, and even if it is true, look, who hasn't pooped themselves for one reason or another?
I've heard a bunch of people say that they go, like I would listen to like the old Sturge show. I think everybody on the Sturge staff have crapped themselves. I'm sitting there going, I'm 42 years old. I haven't done that since I was like 6 months. My dad toilet trained me when before I was a year old. I haven't pooped myself since. And I would tell you if I did. Look at this face.
Well, I'll tell you that the bunny thing, it looked like I was going to make a Donnie Darko reference because when he was staring at that bunny, it looked like Jake Gyllenhaal staring at the bunny from Donnie Darko. But Robert,
isn't that insane?
Yes, we live in a world where the Easter Bunny is running the White House. You know,
That's
a guy in an
crazy.
Easter Bunny outfit is taking the. I mean, it's that's why I say it's parody beyond parody. The Onion now is outdated because they can't stay ahead of the curve. Only Babylon Bee can stay one step ahead of this parody world because you have to be.
Did you see the video where the bunny one of the it's multiple bunnies, and one bunny grabs him and he looks like he shorts himself during that. He goes, "Oh, it's Easter Bunny." His earpiece is ringing off.
It's disturbing humor. I mean, towards the end of Reagan, there was a little bit of concern that Reagan was starting to lose it a little bit. Nothing like this. He never lost it in front of the world like this. This is on a daily basis.
He didn't have handlers out in the open.
Humiliation on top of humiliation.
Oh yeah, he's got when he gets in the back, he's yelling at me. The dude's an anger addict, and so when he gets in the back, he's throwing stuff out. His tapioca's all over the floor.
Yeah, exactly.
It is. I feel. Look, I stay off the making fun of this issue bandwagon, not because I think I'm better. I feel bad for him, and like I compare. How old is Joe Biden? 70, 74, 76,
78, 79.
Yeah, he's going to be in his 80s.
He's about the same age as my dad, and my dad is sharp as a tack compared to Joe Biden. And we still, we within family, we make jokes about getting
compared to Joe Biden. It's going to be a low standard.
I genuinely feel bad. I look at Joe Biden, and I do see my grandmother, the same face, the same look in the eyes when she was in a more advanced state of dementia. I don't know how it's gotten this far, and it's a testament to the system being controlled by forces beyond the token figurehead. But no, I genuinely feel bad about it. It's not even a source of. I feel better making fun of Kamala Harris with her idiotic statements on space that she thinks are like, what's the guy's name from? He's got the deep voice. He hosted the science show.
Neil deGrasse
Tyson. It's like she thought that was a Neil deGrasse Tyson moment in its spirituality. I can make fun of her, but Joe Biden, I feel bad. I feel bad for what's going on, and it's terrible.
Oh no! Listen, I feel bad too. Don't get me wrong. My best friend growing up, his dad just died of dementia. I do feel bad, but I don't feel bad when I'm doing it to Joe Biden because Joe Biden's a criminal. So just
and he's the president of the United States. I was like, yes, he belongs in a nursing home. That's the point. So it's you don't get to be president of the United States when you're a dementia candidate. Sorry.
No. Yeah, I'm losing a little bit of my humanity. I'll be honest with you. There's aspects of me where I sit there and
Eric, welcome back.
I have got to rack
I appreciate all you guys that do that. Keep the stream going in the background or pausing and getting back to it when you got the time. It helps the channel a lot, and I really appreciate every single one of you that do that.
And Salty,
Bearded Eagle, I'll see you soon, buddy. You do what you gotta do, Daddy-o.
Bring it up in time. Said, don't feel bad. He's a criminal, been stealing from American citizens for 40 years.
Anytime, Eric, you come by, hang out, got questions. I'll do my best to
this is the guy who bombed
find the info if I don't have it.
And then falsely claimed it was.
But you seem like a pretty smart gentleman, so
I have no sympathy whatsoever. That he deserves
I don't
all the
doubt.
mockery, savage mockery he's got coming.
I don't doubt you at all. Sorry, I'm just reading
I
something
feel
here.
bad that for other people that have that condition, but
I don't know if you can hear that tapping, but I've been hearing that for the past 3 days. It's driving me nuts.
What is where can people find you as a
Whereabouts you from, Eric?
And also the backup places
I'm just going to make a quick coffee and have a quick smoke, guys, but I'll have the chat on my phone. Again, much love for all of you guys here supporting. I appreciate all of you, like more than you know. And once I can get my full setup going here with the camera and my mic boom and everything, and I can have it all set up, I'll be able to show you guys how much I appreciate y'all.
That's like a
It
one-stop
won't just
shop.
be a
Has all the
voice.
videos, has the memes,
You'll find
has the
everything
merch.
there. Oh yeah.
I'll ask Mrs. Salty to send me the links. I'll put it in the pinned comment on this stream when it's up afterwards. I know people are going to be trimming and clipping some of these for highlights, so go ahead. There have been
So
some,
annoying.
there have
Okay,
been
I'll
some
mute it now.
memorable highlights. Salty, what's your schedule like these days? You do daily live streams?
No. I don't know how. Listen, Alex Jones is probably a robot. I don't know how that dude can do that show every day. I only do 3 days a week. We do Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday, and then I do daily posts to Rumble and YouTube and those things, like a much shorter video. But locals now, I'm putting stuff up on there too. But yeah, three shows a week. It takes. I get it. I am not complaining. Don't take this as a complaint, because it's the best job on the planet. But it's a bit of a workout. I get a little bit animated and I scream a lot, and I try to put a lot of research into the topics. And so 3 days a week is all I could probably do at this point without the wife leaving me. And I can't listen. I'm only alive because she's around, so we can't have her leave.
Oh, well, I'm going to read. There was a $500 Rumble rant on Rumble, and it's from Shall Not Means Shall Not. All right, that's a First Amendment. Second Amendment, sorry. Salty and Viva Live. Did she threaten to divorce you? I got my eye on you, Queen. Well, let's not stand on ceremony, gentlemen. Tell the world what you think, because the world will be better for it. Thank you very much. Shall not means shall not. And I'm going to read a bunch of other chats when you're no longer here, Salty. And Robert, if you're sticking around, but I don't want to do it with you guys here. Salty, fantastic as always. Man, that's fantastic. What if you have a word of wisdom or a word of humor that you want to leave us with? Inspiration, what would it be?
Oh, that's really putting me on the spot, brother.
What's your next video? What's your next topic going to be about?
Oh, I was going to make fun of CNN Plus already pulling the plug. I've been hitting that pretty hard on locals last few days, and it looks like they're going to skip the wind down, just fire everybody tomorrow. So I was going to probably hit that one up.
Yep. Chris Wallace, I guess, is going to be looking for a new job right away.
Can you imagine that, dude? That dude's he definitely wants to strangle an intern. He wants to pull out some Mika Brzezinski, Joe Scarborough energy, allegedly.
Exactly. He wants to go full Joe Scarborough on something.
He's like, oh man, this agent of mine got the coof or something like this and had a heart attack. I guess that's what they say. I don't know.
Salty, I love it. First of all, thank you for coming on. People do say, oh, you just talk to a camera. For you to have the humor that you have, the insight you have to have knowledge, and you have to be like up to speed with culture, politics, entertainment, and everything. You know, just to go to the Mika Brzezinski joke, some people might not get it. Google Joe Scarborough, you'll get the joke. Yeah, it's phenomenal stuff. So thank you, thank you tremendously for coming on. Let's do it again, and on any channel, on either of our channels.
Yeah, you guys, thank you so much. This was. I was a little bit. I gotta be honest with you. I was listening to the first hour, and I was trying to eat something. I was sitting there going, "What am I doing?" I'm a mess. I'm a mess of a human being. So thank you so much for making this pleasurable.
And the world needs more fantastic messes like you, Salty. Thank you very much.
Thank you, gentlemen. It was a pleasure.
All right, we'll talk soon.
Take care.
Robert, you sticking around?
For a minute.
Yeah, let's do it. So, look, I was going to say something about the Alex Jones. No, it was about Julian Assange. I was going to talk about it before. Didn't actually get to it. So, everyone has been asking. Julian Assange has been. Well, we knew that. I guess the order came down now that they've referred his case for a decision on extradition. Do you know what the process is now, or how that works?
So
like, is there still
nothing's really changed in the sense that once the high court didn't get involved, there would be a formality of the judge of the British court saying he can be extradited. The key decision maker, once the high court said it was not going to get involved, that ended his judicial relief. It now shifts to the Home Secretary, and the Home Secretary can either say yes or no. The assumption is because she's part of the Boris Johnson regime that she will say yes and he'll be extradited. There's always if she says no, he's not extradited.
And then is he released from jail?
Then he would be released.
Okay.
So if she says yes, then he's on a plane to the United States.
And if she says yes, it's going to be notwithstanding the fact that they refuse extradition, where the man might face the death penalty, which in theory he could face not on the existing charges, but on potential future charges.
Correct.
Okay, good. Chat, stick around, Robert. I'm going to read some of the chats from Rumble Rant, so I don't want to hold you for that. Robert, I mean, it was amazing.
Absolutely.
Okay,
Salty's
I'll see
great.
you Sunday, if no earlier.
Will do.
All right, have a good one. People, let me read some of the Rumble Rants because I've been screenshotting them and I brought them up. Holy cows, is the chat going crazy on Rumble? There were some big ones in there. And I have some text messages that I can't read publicly, but I'll get back to you in a second, whoever just texted me. Yeah, some massive Rumble Rants, which I have not seen before. Serp, thank you for everything. $100 Rumble Rant, and there were many of them. Thank you for helping the Salt Queen. Serp, and I don't know if I'm going to get in trouble for this. American Citizen, Dusty Rhodes, Mick Higgin, Price is Right Review, Adrian CEO Supreme, Caffeinated Coder, The Black Cat OG, Snicker Pie, Legend P, Barnes, Captain No Beard, Space Pirate Ivan. Don't know what that is. I'm going to have to go Google a bunch of these. Serp says, big love to them. Oh, those are the chat before said, big love to the mods. Jim Russell, Crack-Galactica, American Floats, Wookiee Supremacy, Ghost Division, Von Salinator, Kelsey Cade, Jai Jack, That's Salty B, Pastor Shadley, If You, Salty Ethos, Jack Kemp, and then the names I just read. Serp, another one, says, stay away from the lefties. They will give you monkey STDs. I swapped the word there. And then we got Salty Scotch, said, thank you, Viva Barnes. Okay, people, thank you very much. Oh, and I see James Top is in the background now. This timing is working out exquisitely perfectly. We're going to go from Viva Solo for the first hour to Salty Legion for the second hour to a man who is walking across Canada for the next. We're going to do it'll be a relatively brief update, 15, 20 minutes. It looks from my text messages that I'm going to be on with Richard Serrett, Saga 960 or Saga 690 at 5:28 p.m. So if anyone's in the Mississauga region, 5:28. Got to walk a dog, pick up a kid. So stick around for that. But right now we've got James Top. I see him in the background. James, if you see me, I'm going to bring James in 1 minute. Okay. In the meantime, people, not only do I read the super chats, not only do I bring up comments, not only do I link in articles, it's like I'm like that all-in-one band playing the drums, guitar. I want to bring up some super chats here that I missed. Yeah, we need more salt. Salty. I love Salty Cracker. And my neighbor, you know who you are, Simon. Thank you for referring me to Salty Cracker. Once upon a time, he said to me, it's sort of like your content, but without a filter, or with that, with the sense of humor that I think I have, but I would feel guilty. I would feel guilty making certain. This morning, just as a testament, I made a meme that I said I can't even publish it. It's not outrageous. It's nothing. It's just that I think I would feel bad. And I deleted the meme video that I made. Well, that was one heck of a live chat. So hold on, someone just said here, 10,000 subs down to 8. Recruited savants make lots of noise. That's not nice. What it is people came for Salty and they don't want to stick around for Viva talking afterwards. And I respect people's apportionment of times and what they do with their lives. It's a testament, however, to how active and loyal Salty's base is. Thank you for coming. Thank you for being here. And thank you for making the chat a wild and salty chat. Okay. And with that said, now I see James Top. If he's waving, okay, I'm bringing him in. People, James Top, if you haven't seen the interview from a while back, go check it out. He is former military, protesting certain medical requirements in Canada. We did an amazing interview when he started his journey. He's now looks like he's with a bunch of people. Let's bring in James Top. James, sir, how goes the march?
It's going good. How are you?
Good. Let me just see if that's going to blow people's audios. I'm going to lower this down. Hold on. Let me see if the audio is way too loud. Do another mic check. 1 2.
1 2 1 2.
Okay, I think that should be good. Chat, let me know if that audio is way blown out on one end or the other. Holy volume. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna bring you down on my end. Hold on just one sec. Edit mic settings automatically here, and I'll bring it down to like a 75. Okay, let's chart. Okay, let's try it again, James.
1 2 1 2.
That should be good. I'll lower it just to make sure a little bit. So let's see. There's going to be some people here who don't know who you are. Elevator pitch, James. Who are you and what are you doing?
I'm James Top. I'm a Canadian soldier. I'm marching from Vancouver to Ottawa to the War Memorial and the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier because of, as you mentioned, a certain medical requirement and need to disclose our medical status that I have an issue with. And because of that, my objection to that procedure and my refusal to comply with the procedure and the disclosure of medical information, I've been placed on leave without pay from my public service job with the RCMP, and I'm also in the process of being released by the Canadian Armed Forces, where I was working as a reservist, and I had transferred to the reserves from the regular Army back in 2019.
And by the way, this is all fleshed out in way more detail than some people in the chat even wanted at the time, but we got into it deep. James, so where are you now? It's absolutely beautiful behind you.
Well, yeah, it is. We're out of the mountains and we're in Saskatchewan. We've been here for just over a week now, and one thing about the prairies is that they just don't end. So we got out of BC, Cross Alberta, since we last spoke. Now we're probably about halfway, almost 3/4 of the way across Saskatchewan, and hoping to hit Manitoba in another 4 days or so.
And have you amassed any more people in your crew?
No, we still have the same amount of people, 9 people, except our friend Gavin had a personal issue that he had to go and deal with. And in his place, we got a new member named Dave, and he's part of the crew now in support, either driving the RV, marching, preparing meals, or doing various administrative tasks.
It's amazing. How many kilometers are you averaging a day now?
Well, we're trying to get up to 50, and we've been pretty good at that because what happened was that we went into a kilometer deficit back in the mountains for a variety of reasons due to the terrain and physical ailments, let's call it. But now we're going to make up for it because I'm not sure if you can see all around us here. This is the kind of terrain where we can kind of make a lot better time because we don't have to worry about going up and down mountains.
It looks flat. I see the mountains behind you. So I mean, it's just
no. Yeah, there's no mountains out here.
That's beautiful. Have you had any hiccups, any incidents, any tickets, any confrontations, incidents with police?
No, not really. It's been
so beautiful.
It's been a fairly smooth ride, I gotta say. Like,
I couldn't imagine walking. I've driven it, taken the train, taken a Greyhound, hitchhiked, but never walked the whole way.
I think the day before yesterday we had 40 to 75 km/h wind gusts. Trying to walk into that is a challenge. Good leg workout though.
Well, I was going to say you sacrifice the mountains, which tend to break up the wind, for prairie flatness where the wind doesn't get broken up quite so much. So if it's not to your back, it's a big problem.
Yeah. Walking into the wind is a challenge.
Consider yourself lucky. The disrespect for veterans is appalling. From Nacho Daddy, which I guess means Nacho Daddy. Have you been? Has CBC, any of the mainstream Canadian media, have they reached out to you?
Well, interestingly enough, as we were coming into Regina, we did run into a camera crew just as the snowstorm was hitting us. So they took some footage. I didn't have time to do a clip show with them, but we gave them the press release, and there had been a tentative agreement that one of their reporters from CTV Regina would come out and do an interview, and that was a couple hours ago. We haven't heard from him since, and I don't imagine we will.
Well, I'm going to remember to clip this bit at 2 hours and 15 minutes. CBC, it might be a story that Canadians might actually have an interest in if you actually had to earn that traffic and earn those dollars.
Yeah.
This seems to be a story that I know people are interested in it because people keep reaching out to me. Some of them don't even know that I've already covered you, but I mean, it's good to see you again. Viva,
Yeah,
thank
good to see
you.
you too.
You have an excellent guest today. I left work early for this. So James, and you at the end of the day, you hit a new destination. What's that arrival like? What's the welcome like? And what's it like leaving the next day?
It depends on how do I put it, on the mood of the community, the weather, and the day of the week. So basically, if there's a lot of folks in the area who are kind of aware of what I'm doing and they have the time, then the welcoming committee is can be quite large. Coming into Regina, however, on a weekday, when there's a snowstorm, you don't typically see a lot of people come out. However, I will say there was
yeah, I believe he's walking to Toronto or to Ottawa. Or maybe just to Ontario, actually. I'm not 100% sure.
4 or 5 times a
But
day.
I know he's going that way.
Folks will try. I mean, we're right now in between
But
a couple of towns.
he's not even halfway there, technically.
And then,
Because if you have ever driven across Canada, you can get across BC, Alberta, and Saskatchewan in half the time it takes you to get from the western side of Ontario to Toronto.
And given the time of day and the day of the week, not everybody can just, leave work and come and wave goodbye to us. So what I find now is, like, for example, when we left Medicine Hat on a Saturday, there was quite a few people who followed us, and a couple of them stayed for a significant distance.
James, if you can, maybe unplug your mic and plug it back in. It's breaking up a little bit. It might just be connection, so we might just have to live with it.
Okay,
James,
hold up.
Yep. Actually, no, talk now. That sounds actually much better, I think.
Okay.
No, that doesn't sound better. Maybe you're on Bluetooth, or you're using Bluetooth.
How about? Can you hear me now?
That's actually better. Okay, good.
Okay.
James, someone asked about your GoFundMe. I'll put that link up as well. But have you been raising funds? Like, has it been going well?
Well, I mean, we have a fairly low overhead, and we've been working well with direct donations and fundraising activities through various groups that are kind of like putting on potluck dinners for us and stuff like that. So are you hearing that okay?
Yeah, I just have to lower your volume again.
Okay. So that's been working for us. However, how do I put this? We're kind of living paycheck to paycheck right now, and it concerns me a little bit. So what we have done, on the advice of folks who worked with the Convoy, is we've become an incorporated company, I guess if you could call it, a nonprofit, an incorporated nonprofit. So basically, Canada Marches is now Canada Marches Inc., and that's going to allow us to kind of set up some kind of donation campaign where we can, use it solely for the purpose of accommodations and fuel, and cap it off so that it doesn't get to some insane amount where, we're attracting the wrong kinds of attention.
Mm-hmm.
But at the end of the day, this will also allow us to have, pretty much perfect transparency in everything we do, because, again, I want to reiterate to anybody who's not aware of what I'm doing, this is not, about making money or selling t-shirts. This is about me going to Ottawa and having a conversation with our government, because this needs to happen. They need to reestablish a connection with the Canadian public for whom they serve.
James, if I said GoFundMe before, I make sure to correct it. I don't think I did. I brought up a chat, but have you started a Give, Send, Go?
Yeah, no, not yet. We're waiting to get, so the papers or the certificate of incorporation are going on right now. And then once I get a business account set up, then I'll probably set something like that up, or some other kind of financing arrangement, of which I have a kind of an accountant who's helping us out. So I don't know enough about it right now to say how exactly it's going to work, whether or not it's going to be GoFundMe, Give, Send, Go, or some other arrangement. But it's going to take another week or so for us to get the incorporation paperwork.
Okay. And if your cameraman can turn the camera to your left, I just want to see. I see a farm behind you, or at least it looks like silos.
Yeah, it's a grain elevator.
That's just. I mean, this is the. I've never driven the prairies. I've driven from Montreal to Winnipeg, but and then I've driven from. I don't want to embarrass myself geographically. I want to say Calgary. I want to say Calgary to I don't think it was Calgary. I've driven to British Columbia to Vancouver from not all the way, but I skipped the prairies. And I know people say it's boring, but there is something beautiful about straight roads, the patchwork, the tapestry of the farmlands, the architecture, the buildings. Anyways, you're capturing it. I don't want to say, I'm not reading that. I want to say for the vets, we got some chats in there for you. And so basically, I mean, your days consist of walking, talking, and meeting people.
Well, no, it consists mostly of marching. So just again to make that distinction, we're marching and keeping a pretty good clip because we're marching with a purpose. We're marching together. So we're not doing a Sunday walk, but just to clarify that, our day consists of mostly marching. As a matter of fact, like 11 hours or so of it. Occasionally, in various towns and cities, we'll have gatherings and get-together. But I would say, if I was to give it a percentage value, it's 70% marching, 10% meeting people along the way, slowing down a little, and then 10% attending, going to various potluck dinners and stuff like that groups are putting on for us.
And so now, the media hasn't reached out. Any politicians reached out? Has Pierre Poilievre or Roman Baber, anyone in the Conservatives, reached out for an interview?
As a matter of fact, so as you're aware, we have mailed all of our letters and emailed all the members of Parliament. And we are starting to hear back from them, even though it is a slow process. And so we have gotten, I think, 2 positive responses. Is that right? Yeah, 2 positives from Conservatives who said they will meet with us in Ottawa in June. And then as far as interviews with members of Parliament or the Senate, no one has reached out to us to try to kind of. Well, that's not entirely true. We did get a couple of responses from members of Parliament, such as Andrew Scheer, who well, at least one of his staffers anyway, they want to know more about what we are and what we're doing and what we're all about. So that is kind of ongoing in that we have responded with contact information saying, yes, we're willing to talk to you. And as of yet, we have not heard back.
Okay, interesting. Let me see here. Viva, I hope you can plan on marching with James and his team for a day when he marches into Ottawa. Yeah, I if I can make it happen, I'll drive out. If it's feasible for a weekend, I'll drive. I don't mind driving 10 or 12 hours in a day. I would love to get out there and meet up at some point. But if nowhere else, James, Ottawa upon your arrival, what is your anticipated arrival date?
I haven't. I can't say because there's a lot of variables. However, I can give you a no later than date, and my no later than date, barring natural disaster, is June 30th.
Okay. June 30th. That's a lot. Well, I say that's a long time. We did the interview. It's over a month ago already, or give or take.
Yeah.
Tabarouette, time goes fast, and then in the meanwhile, while everyone's living life, you're just slowly plugging away across our physical country. It says, Mr. Pop, You are this is from Rez Reports, Mr. Top. You are a true hero, standing up for the rights of all of us, as is your crew. Thank you, and see you when you arrive in Ottawa. It's going to be good. All right. So, well, James, I asked it last time, but I want to ask it again because it's been a month. Have you had any magical experiences that you will never forget that stand out in your mind when you say, I can't believe that happened? And what was it?
Well, yeah, I gotta say, like, it's when I go to these events and, like, for example, Moose Jaw, I just recently in Regina, there seems to be more people being coming to these events. And the one talk I had in Moose Jaw was fairly emotional for me because it was the end of a long stretch of marching, and just kind of wanted to tell everybody how, you know, what was my mindset when I decided I was going to do this thing. And, you know, it was emotional, and the support from the crowd was amazing. Like, it was, you know, it was like somebody, you know, when you're struggling and somebody kind of pats you on the back, or they give you a shoulder to lean on. That's what it felt like from the entire crowd. So that was kind of something special.
Yeah, and someone in the chat asked me, says, ask how you're doing. I mean, spiritually, how are you doing? I mean, there's not a shred of doubt in this mission that you're on. It's barring something unforeseen, you're making it to Ottawa.
Yeah, I mean, there are days when you have this kind of like, you know, what the hell am I doing here? What makes me think I'm going to get this done, or makes us think we're going to get this done? And then you kind of be plugging along, and somebody will kind of pop out, and they'll say, like, for example, I met a vet from Coaldale, Alberta, one gray and dreary day, and he had been injured in Afghanistan in 2006 and lost a leg. And he came out to tell me how important it was what I was doing. So that's the kind of thing that happens on a fairly consistent basis, and that's what keeps this going.
Fantastic.
But other than that, I'm doing well. I mean, your body, we get tired, like we go about 5 days, take a day off, and our bodies are adapting to that. And, you know, the feet get a little sore, absolutely. But, you know, you go to bed, take a break in the evening, and then you wake up and ready to do it again the next day.
Phenomenal. All right. Is there anything? Look, we'll keep getting the periodic updates. Is there anything you want to share with the crowd while you're here as a last thought, as a last word for today?
Yeah, just for today, I just want to say thank you for the continued support. Please pass on to everybody you know about what we're doing here, because, you know, what I've come to realize is how important this is. Like, I realized it before, but every day I get folks telling me how important this is and what it means to them. So it's, you know, people need some kind of, I guess in these times that we're living in, they need something to hang their hopes on, and I'll do it.
Amazing stuff. All right. Well, we will keep in touch. You'll give us updates. I'll be in touch with your team, and we can do these periodic updates so people can see. Like, it's been a while. We sort of skipped over some of the Rocky Mountains, but it's beautiful. The prairies are beautiful. James,
Absolutely.
so I say, you know, be careful. You're walking on the side of a highway, but you have a good team. You're well identified, carrying our flag with pride. You know, unlike some other members of Parliament. James, thank you. Let's be in touch, and you'll just message me, and I'll bring you back on, and you'll give updates. People can find you at CanadaMarches.ca, correct?
That's right, and from there they'll get links to all of the social media platforms.
Okay, phenomenal. Let's do it again, James. Keep me up to date. We'll talk soon.
Thank you. Talk to you soon.
All right, have a good one. Amazing stuff, people. It's not a stream until get over here. Oh my good God. Ugh. Here we go. Winston says hi. Hello, everybody. I am Winston. You must listen to what I say. I don't know which voice is better, but this is Winnie, who's been sitting down here now for 2 hours and 30 minutes and 15 seconds. He's got to pee. Pudge the paralyzed puggle has got to go pee. People, this was phenomenal. Singularly unique, I would say. And I can still see James in the background. I can see what he's looking at. They're just walking. Well, they just cut out. But they're walking across the flats of Canada, and it's magnificent. Thank you for the super chats. Thank you for the support. Thank you for the Rumble rants. This was... I wasn't actually expecting such a turnout. Salty has a very dedicated, very invigorated, very... an active base, and people who are eager to effect change, ideological change on the world, which is amazing. So I hope the interview was great. I think it was fantastic. James, top. Now, for those of you who don't know, marching across Canada, canadamarches.ca, and the stories we talked about in the beginning. Read the newspaper, know the questions to ask, know what questions are not being asked, know what information is not being provided, and then go out and find it. Come to your own opinions, come to your own conclusions, and educate yourself, and then educate others. And then for Coach Red Pill, we'll see as soon as there's news. I'm not sharing unconfirmed reports, rumors, or things that I have my own questions about. I try to be meticulous and not get caught retweeting something or sharing something that's inaccurate. I'm trying to think of something that happened recently. Can't think of something that happened recently, but that's what it was. It was one of the key examples where I made it, where I understand that someone came to me after the stream and said, Viva, on the VAERS system, the numbers don't confirm, the numbers just indicate, and therefore that requires clarification. And I clarified it multiple times, on the one hand, to show the world that I will clarify and correct, and on the other hand, so that people understand, because more important than anything else, understanding and accurate information. The Rees shall echo throughout the valley, people. I guess I'm going to go live at some point tomorrow. Why not? It's a Friday. There's no Johnny Depp trial, so and maybe we'll do an update. Maybe I'll get Legal Bites on with Ricada, and we'll talk about the trial and other fun stuffs that are going on the interwebs. Regardless, everybody, thank you for everything. Thank you for the support. Thank you for being here, and I shall see you probably tomorrow. Definitely Sunday for the weekly stream with Barnes. Maybe Saturday. Who knows? We'll see. Go. It's a little dark outside, but there's still some sunlight. Go outside, fresh air, exercise, healthy living, healthy spirit. Listen to some Sigur Rós. Sigurro, not Umla, but the 2 dots S. Sigur Rós. The album Tack, Takk ... has some of the most spiritually cleansing music you can get out there. It'll change your perspective. It'll rewire your brain, if I can use some of my wife's expressionry. So that would be what I have to say for the day. I'm going to go contact Richard Surrett's producer now, and I'll be on that radio show within an hour or so. And that's it. Peeps, see you on the interwebs. See you soon. Later. Peace.
He's happy to see us.
Hammer down there, yellow man. Put that juice to it. Well, you can't. You got to go to the
Man, they'll all be wound up.
Hey, brother. Hey, Mike said to call him. Tater texted you his number because we switched routes. Mike is in the lead now, and he said call him and he'll give you directions. Yeah, Mike and Ann and the blue Kenworth. Tater just texted you Mike's number, so he said give him a call.
They said Hot Wheels is not.
He's not going with us.
Little Tate said he was. Oh,
we're going.
X-Ray's
not going with us. I don't know. He was never planning on going to begin with.
He's tried to call him 5 damn times. Yeah, I got it.
Yeah.
Somebody get on 99.
We're just
and go
getting on
south. Once you
99
come
south
over
right
past
now.
there, we're going south on 99. That way we know where we're all headed. 10-4. Alright, I got 3 people said he is not live. Andy says he is definitely not live anymore.
Alright, I will. Alright.
Left the lane right out to get off the ramp there.
If somebody can get a hold of him, I'll ask somebody to get a hold of him, and then we'll go from there.
Alright, let's get tight, guys. Let's take lane 2 here, lane 2.
Hey, Hot Wheels just called me and he said to tell Tater to give Mike his number.
I have his number. I tried to call him already. He did not answer.
10-4, he's answering now. He said give him a holler, brother.
It's the 809 area code, right?
10-4.
10-4. We'll stay in lane 2 over here, guys. Lane 2. Going straight to voicemail, guys.
My bad, it's an 806 area code, 806.
Give me the rest of it. 806, what's the rest?
Oh, making me have to be quick on these buttons.
Did everybody get on the highway? Yep. 10-4. Alright guys, Hot Wheels is on 99, headed our way.
Roger that. Appreciate you, Mike. Sorry about the little bit of confusion there.
It's alright, Little Tate gave me his number and it was a damn Dominican Republic number.
Here you go, Tater.
Was that?
Good Little Tate, way to go, Tater.
Yeah, I was wondering why it came up Dominican Republic and then the number y'all gave me was Texas. I was like, okay, now that makes sense. I have to ask, what has Chris really got to tell us that we don't know?
Oh, it could be like that guy talked about Freedom Ford. It could be undercover.
Yeah, boy. Somebody get Glenn to come up, man. We got too much of a gap. There, Ben. Glenn's coming up here, guys. Glenn's coming up. Guys, all the ones in the bank, we gotta pick it up, man. We ain't getting there till 4. There's something we gotta be to by 5 or something. So let's get it going. this truck and trailer.
Back.
Stop on the truck and trailer at 280.
Slide left, guys. Slide left. We got somebody coming on. All right, back to number 2 there. Hey, Hot Wheels trying to catch. Not Hot Wheels, damn it. Bandit trying to catch up to us, but he's still about 90 miles from Sacramento, so I don't think he's catching us, guys. No. Unless he puts that thing in super badass mode, he ain't catching us.
Oh, we wish him luck. We hope he's here.
He ain't gonna catch us.
We'll sound off for him, that's for fucking sure.
He already delivered that thing. We're just staying south, guys. Ben, you want to run up here in front of me? I know you can lead me. I'll just give you the directions as we go.
10-4.
That way we got one 4-wheeler in front of me here. Give you the directions as we go, man, ahead of time so we know where we're going. Hold up here.
Have to put 4 hammers down. Goodness, yeah.
Probably you and Tate both could come up here so we got the We the People so people know what the hell this is about.
Come on up, Tater.
Okay. I'll keep Glenn behind me here so that way we have the 2 guys in the lead so we got our advertisement, right? Hey, when we get to 4, California 4 at Stockton, we're going west on that. West. It's a right, veer to the right onto that highway.
10-4.
Come on in there, guys.
Go west.
You said California 4 west, right?
Yep, when we get to Stockton, 24 miles from here.
10-4.
Oh yeah, it's miserable weather.
What speed you want to run at, brother?
Let's keep it about 60 until everybody gets caught up. Come on, Convoy, let's get up here. Keep it tight, guys, otherwise we're going to have uninvited 4-wheelers getting in the way. Watching behind us to see how far back we are and to see where people are at so we can keep an eye. I don't know if the guy in the back still has a radio or not. Yeah, there's 2 of us back here got a radio. Okay, 10-4. You still see the big truck?
And I'll follow the rain in the mist, but I don't think you're far up there.
10-4. Trying to get Glenn up here. Come on, Glenn, let's get up here behind me, guy.
Glenn's one of them guys that don't want to follow real close. I mean, you know, I'm kind of that way too, just because it's not real safe.
Yeah, forward. Keeping enough distance between me and the lead there to slow us all down at the same time and not hit each other.
They said you got a battlefield promotion to leader. Tell you what, it's nice up here in the lead though.
It is.
Just set the cruise and let it roll.
Got a car merging on, guys.
is going to go to the Speedway. Okay, 10-4. I don't remember the address for the rally they want to go to. I want to set this thing down at Facebook and then go to some rally at 5 o'clock.
10-4, I got that address, brother. I'll give it to you whenever you want it.
Way, Menlo Park, California. Say that one more time. Address 1 Hacker Way, Menlo Park, California, 94025. That's the one for Facebook, right? That is Facebook and Instagram headquarters. 10-4, I thought we were something about I guys had to call a rally after that, somewhere around there. Correct. After that is a rally at Oshman Family JCC, address 3921 Fabian Way in Palo Alto. Oh, Alto, yep, okay. That ain't terribly far apart. They're about 10 minutes apart. City-wise, we'll be hitting, if we wait too long, we'll be hitting traffic in the Bay Area, so we don't want to go too much slower. Copy that.
Hey, we got a couple four-wheelers between me and Tate here.
Okay.
I'm gonna slow down so they go around us.
10-4. One of them just got out from in front of Tate. This one just don't want to move. Pick it up, pick it up. Pick it up, man. Let Tate get in there. Hit your brakes, Tate. Hit your brakes. I'm right behind him. Backing out of it already. There they go. I got her to leave. Or him.
You know they went to work and wanted to ride along.
Alright, picking it back up to 6060.
We got a tree service truck getting on here, guys. Let me squeeze over. Squeeze one left, get around the tree service, and we'll go back over to number 2 there.
I'm gonna try not to start snoring on y'all.
Everybody in the convoy back in lane 1.
So a few going back around this tree service here.
Yeah, 4. We can squeeze down a little bit and give that last one a little bit more room, guys. Come on.
Let's tail that right now.
flooded that overpass. Okay, we're all back in lane 1 when you can make it. Lane 2, pardon me, lane 2.
G's dog snores. It's funny.
That's the light of the gray 4Runner coming up on your left.
That again.
The 4Runner on the left is a supporter. Show him some love.
Yeah, 4. Squeeze back in there, little gold van. Hey, Mike or Ann, take your hand out the window and wave. Did you get it? Well, what side are you doing it from? The driver's side, driver. Tell a hand to do it. He's looking in the mirror trying to get a live shot. Oh, Tate's in the front seat. Oh, well, Tate do it then. See it? Yeah.
How are you supposed to shower? I don't know how we're supposed to shower.
Vern was taking a front shot as you're behind us. Yeah, boy. About 14 miles before we hit 4 there, guys. 14 miles. Exit 254A. 254A. Roger that. Roger that. California's exits are always jacked up. That's why I try not to give those exit numbers. They never match where you're actually at. Hang on, guys. Hot Wheels going to be again.
Oh my goodness. Didn't know we were going to be the lead car, huh?
No, for sure not.
I guess someone's got to do it.
Yeah.
You got the big boy radio, so.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah, they're talking about in my chat. Apparently, it's a ham radio. It could do CB, and they knew all about it. So. I know enough about a CB radio to turn it on without me shocking myself. So.
Yeah, I don't know
waiting for Hot Wheels. He's about 15 miles behind us there.
10-4, you want me to slow it down?
Yeah, slow it down just a little bit, guys. Let's slow her down a little bit. Slow her down. We'll keep rolling, but slow it down.
You want to run it 50 or 45 or what?
Let's do about 50. He's doing about 75. He should catch us.
10-4. Hey Mike, you want to just hold this middle lane here?
You need to ask Hot Wheel how I hooked those horns up.
Welcome to California, where it's free to trash the place. Can't wait to get out of here.
Yeah, they don't have the bass of an actual train horn, you know.
Yeah.
They're loud.
They are loud. They sound good.
I don't think we got RVs with us, so no, we can't dump gray water on Nancy's lawn. People seem to like us out here again.
Yeah. Put that water in too.
Whoop, now I'm dropping everything. Almost dropped you all, but I'm thirsty. can't believe how quiet everyone's being back there. Usually on the big convoy, everyone's yakking up a storm.
That's for sure.
Clouds look like we're storm chasing. Don't say that. Are we picking up fish? I haven't heard nothing about the fish since I talked to Gypsy this morning saying he wanted them.
Yeah, we're gonna hit a slowdown up here, guys.
Yeah, slowing down right past exit 259.
Just got kicked off TikTok, come on. Hot Wheels is on his way, he's behind us.
10-4.
We're gonna take the 12 over there to go through Lodi to dodge this slowdown. Then they're gonna hit 5 south, so they should catch us.
10-4. What exit is that?
We already went past it. It's back there in Lodi.
Alright.
Grey Wolf and Abby are having a
We
snoring
won. We
contest.
can get off, but I don't want to force everybody. Hammer lane, you can get off, bang a right at the light at the top of the overpass and take that over to I-52.
You want to do that? There's plenty of room to get over.
Through this traffic jam.
You want to do that, Mike?
I would stay here, man. It's going to be just as quick. Those stoplights are long-winded through here.
10-4.
Stay here too.
Stoplights are unwinded.
Slowing down.
Bag it down, guys. Bag it down. Just before Hammer Lane. Bag it down.
Oh, goodness. Yeah, my stream's saying Grey Wolf fell asleep with the stream on. Yeah, apparently he's snoring pretty good. Now it's saying like the dog's snoring.
Yeah, this rainy weather will make you tired, that's for sure.
Oh, yeah.
Coming to a stop, guys.
have said that 10 minutes ago.
I don't know, y'all.
They're going to take a back road over to I-5, guys, up there in Lodi, since they got the heads up.
10-4.
That's a good idea, go drive around the news station, but no, not today. I've had several people say that the convoy won't come to us, we'll take the convoy to, or the news won't come to us, we'll take the convoy to the news.
Yeah.
They ignore us out in their parking lot.
Yep, that's right.
Crash on 99 South, 25-minute delay is what my chat is saying.
That's not gonna help us out any.
No. Everyone should nap, should be mandatory. Yeah, I would be against a mandatory nap.
The rear of the convoy all caught up too?
Yeah, I can't really see in front of me. His pickup's kind of big, but I say we are.
Yeah, for we should left earlier.
What's the guy in the yellow truck? What's your name, bub?
The yellow.
In the yellow service truck, what's your name?
Just another Mike.
Oh, Mike, yeah, that's right. Okay. Yeah, I can't really see in front of you, Mike, so I don't know. Mike's in front of you.
Mike.
See a bunch of cars with flags in front of you there, Mike?
Oh yeah. We're good.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we're four-wheeling it today.
I guarantee somebody wiped out in this curve down here, about a mile up the road. It curves to the left and it's kind of sharp. They do that shit every time when it rains. help if we knew what lane to be in.
Well,
I got 90 miles to get to Packer Way on Facebook. I mean, that's probably 4:15.
Yeah, it's about 93. Well, we've still got 90 miles to go. Yeah. Okay.
Start, Big Red. I will come back here.
Well, I'll tell you what, you start this way and I'll start that way. Bring your car with you, and I'll meet you halfway. Okay. Hey, Tate, we need the siren.
Wouldn't that be nice? But, oh man.
Come on. Everybody gonna wonder where it's at. This is where we need the fire truck.
That's right. Trying to set my account up because TikTok kicked me off for 10 minutes.
What'd they do that for, driver?
Oh, we don't know. All we did is put a cowboy hat on.
That might just do it while you're out here. Hey, hook that thing on my truck there, Tate.
What?
Siren.
Put one on there?
Yeah, let's put a siren on my truck.
Yeah, we have the phone on.
oh. Think about getting a horn that plays La Cucaracha. That'd be great. And actually, I think I will end the stream here briefly while I was sitting in traffic, give my arm a break. I'll bring it back up as we're pulling in, y'all. Yeah, I'll see y'all once we get out of traffic and get rolling.
like I say, sometimes it's very busy. Track. Sometimes it's not so busy. Anytime that I've ever come down here and fished, it would be like they would all run 1 hour, then there wouldn't be none for like an hour, and then 3 or 4 would run in an hour, and then they wouldn't run for like another hour or two. I have sat down there for 2 hours and no train run by. But I have sit down there and like 5 to 6 trains run within an hour. I've never noodled. I've always been afraid that I would grab a hold of a fish bigger than me and pull me under the water. I'm somewhat scared of water, so when it comes to stuff like that, I'm real iffy. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Like I said, I've always been too nervous that I would reach in, and get a hold of one that was bigger than I could pull out of the water. That don't smell good.
God. God.
Too bad we don't have smell-o-vision right now.
God.
It's gone now.
I can't hear you.
She can't hear me. To leave out Sunday. And And if we stay home till Sunday, that's going to be an extended stay for us, which means that we will get a non-extended stay next go around. It was pretty stinky back there. I don't know if it was chicken or cows, but it was pretty stinky. Oh, wonder what happened there. Right here, just to the right of us, I have seen some big fish pulled out of that thing. Fish? Yeah, I've seen some big fish pulled out of that pond. This big old pond to the right of us that we're coming up on, I've never seen anybody fishing it at all. That's like a big waste. They actually built that one and had to rebuild it because one of the walls collapsed on it. This little car lot right here, it'll be on the right, not that. As soon as we get past these trees right here, which don't look like he's got any cars over there. No, he don't have any cars there no more, but it used to be right there. That's where I bought my last used vehicle from. I am going back. Down this road right here to the right that we're coming up on right now. No, it's not this road. It's the next road. Yeah, we're not in the truck, we're in the car. This road here, on the right, I used to live down here about a quarter of a mile. I had 3 houses sitting on 5 acres. And then if you count the big garage that I had, it was separated from all of it. Made it 4. It was big enough that I could have fit 2 semis in them. Not truck and trailer, but two bobtail trucks. Just a couple of miles away now. That green Chevelle sitting there, Monte Carlo. Let me see. Chevelle. That thing has been sitting there for 20 years or better. Yeah. Well, we're on 411 highway now. This is where we are going to right here. This is the train crossing. Lacey Hodge, how you doing? Hodges. Welcome to the live stream. And like I say, sometimes this track is extremely busy and sometimes it's not. And we will have to see. I'm going to pull us up closer so that'll give Tasha a few feet that she won't have to walk, because this is actually a pretty decent little walk down through here for Tasha anyway. And what we're going to do is walk down. Yeah, it's just one track. We're going to walk down to the trestle.
Does my hair?
Yeah, looks good.
Right here?
No. your door. Sounds like I hear a train, but I'm not real sure. We're actually gonna walk the track, so. Ooh, I almost closed the broadcast. And now, this was where we was parked at that day. Yeah, Tasha can't stand very long. No trains coming yet. But the Bears was about midways between us and the trestle down there. Still kind of stinks. Must be something dead around here. And I don't think she'll actually be able to walk across the trestle like we used to do. Because if a train starts coming, that's going to be quick that she has to move. Yeah, we're definitely going to watch for the bears. I wished I had my tripod, but and before I met Tasha, we'd come down here and swim a lot. Like I said, I didn't live too awful far from here. It's back up the road up there. I think right in through here is where the bears was actually at, was right about here. Because I had it was hard to see them from all the way down there. It was hard to actually tell if they was dogs or bears. I don't remember that driveway being there before. I don't remember that driveway being there before. I think that's kind of fresh. Right over there's the highway. It could have been there, but I don't remember it being there. Yeah, and I do have a train video up at this location here. Like I said, the title of that video is train hopping, what could possibly go wrong. Of course, you know, I didn't hop on no train, but this is where I was at when I done that video. Okay, so that driveway is new because there looks like a house right up there now. Well, it's not a house. It's a dang boat. Let's see if you. That's a houseboat. So yeah, that driveway right there is new because that didn't used to be there. I wonder if that was the weirdo that was out here that day. You don't think so? That is cool. I would like to do something like that. Be able to purchase like a houseboat like that and sit on the side of like a, because it's not a big river. It's, you know, more like a little creek. Can't really see it too good right now. And I noticed the gates to the driveway when we pulled up. Let's get over past these trees here and I'll zoom back in on it. That's actually a houseboat. That is pretty cool. Wow. That was wrong. Hang on, I'll fix the screen in just a second. As soon as it unfreezes. There we go. Now you can see it a little better. I don't see any cars over there though. Keep on going. I think it froze up on me. Yeah, well, that's what I was saying, my screen freezes up. It freezes up a lot compared to what you guys actually freeze up. Do the trains only travel in that direction? And now, the last time we was here, not only was it the bears down there, but right through here, there was a dude apparently, which could have maybe the boat owner, I don't know, was living down here in the woods. He comes up the bank and he stands about right here where I'm at right now, and I'm down here in the middle of the bridge fishing. And he just, yeah. Well, the day before, Tasha kept saying, I want to leave. I feel like somebody's watching us. I'm like, there ain't nobody out here. She's like, but I just want, it feels like somebody's watching us. I don't want to sit here. So we left, and then the next day is when that happened. Actually, he come up. Yeah, he come up right through here and come up and was standing right about here. And I was middle ways down the bridge. And he just stood there and, like, you know, was looking towards me. And then for it seemed like 5 or 10 minutes, and then he would stop and he would turn like this right here and just like sit and look down like this. And I finally said something to him. I don't remember what I said to him, but I said something to him, and he didn't respond at all. He just walked off. Stayed gone for a few minutes and then popped back, about like the bears did, and then popped back up. I can't see into the water right now. Normally though, or I guess it depends on what time of the day it is, you can see down into this water real good. about like over there in that section. You can see all this right here. This is where I would fish from though. I'd hop down on the rails and fish. This is new. The last time I was here, they did not have this grate here. But from this side, you could see real good too. And there's alligator gar down here. This place has quite a bit of alligator gar running around in it. That's what struck my whole interest about coming and fishing here, was the alligator gar. Them things are hard to catch though, as far as on a hook. Yeah, well, if a train comes, I was gonna say we can slide down that one side easy enough, but I forget about Tasha's back. And it's usually, the tracks are usually pretty busy, but oh, it's a real active line. But you can see that way. You can see that way at least a mile, and you can see that way probably about 4 miles, give or take. On the 4 miles is maybe more, maybe 3 miles, but you can see a long ways down this way, and you can see enough distance this way that if you're on that side of the trestle, you could make it. If you're on that side of the trestle, you could make it to this side. Of course, I wouldn't. If I was on that side, I would drop off on that side. But the video, when I made the video, I was standing right down here on this, and let me get down here a little bit, maybe. But in the train hopping video that I did, which was clickbait, you know, I shot it from right here. This was where I was standing at. I was actually going to get under the track and shoot it from right under there. Yeah, WYSIWYG River. But it was too much wind, and it was pretty scary to try to get under there, so I just shot it from right here and watched it go. I think it was, yeah, couldn't have been no farther over because I'm right on the edge. Yeah, it's the WYSIWYG River. Yeah, I've never hooked a gar, I don't think. I have had one bite the bait and let it go because I didn't realize he had it or had grabbed it. So he grabbed it and actually let it go. And now, right over, you really can't see it much better here. Yeah, I love watching trains too, and I really like alligator. I'm kidding. I really like sitting and watching them from this spot right here, because down in the dip you don't have to really worry about the engineers calling in on you. I wonder how long it's been sitting there, because it's been at least a good year since we've been down here. But yeah, you can follow this river all the way up. Actually, this is, I think, if I'm not mistaken, I could be wrong, this is the river that runs down in front of our house. Yeah. The Ocoee. It connects to it. No, it don't. No, it don't. I think I'm lying there. Yeah, she does me too.
What?
Bob said you get him every time you yell out like that. So I guess
Go before a train comes.
we're gonna walk on back down through here before a train comes.
And the bears.
And yeah, and the bears. Maybe by the time we get down here though, a train will have be getting ready to come through.
Smell.
Smells like something dead.
Hammer probably has to piss.
Yeah, he probably does. It don't look like anybody lives in it, but it doesn't mean that they don't. Because they've got it set up for, looks like living in. That's what I'm thinking, that the Ocoee runs into it. Not exactly sure where at.
There's my new tap.
Oh yeah.
My wing.
That's Tasha's wing she got. Was it yesterday?
No. Yeah.
Yesterday.
No, the day before yesterday.
Day before yesterday.
Oh.
But yeah, that's what, you get right, it was the day before yesterday. But that's what I'm thinking, that Ocoee runs into it. You can actually, the road that we're parked on, you can drive it all the way back up to our house, which is the opposite side of the river and the lake that we come down on. But there's no way we would be able to live stream up through there. Now I can't tell. It's an awesome place to fish. How you doing, Johnny? Welcome to the game. That tattoo, that one was $100 is what he charged for it. But it kind of don't look like anybody's living in it right now. But just because it kind of looks like it don't mean... I said it kind of looks like nobody's living in it right now, but just because it looks like nobody's living in it doesn't mean that there isn't. Of course, I don't know where the driveway went to. It actually stopped somewhere up through there. Yeah. I don't know that I would do it in the middle of the night, simply because of the last time we was here seeing them bears. So I don't know that I would do it in the middle of the night. Not saying I wouldn't, but I don't know. But there's quite a bit of fish out there in that spot. They're not easy to catch, but there's quite a few in there. What? Huh? Oh. Semi going across the tracks. I was hoping a train would come down, but boom. Yeah, I really should have brought my tripod. And I do need to get one with a gimbal on it, that way when we do get out like this, which ain't often, but you know, it would be nice to have steady view here. I may order me one like Phil's got with Mud Pig Trucking. May order me one like that. But now, you okay? I was riding with Schmidt one day, and apparently the one that he's got, I don't know if it's a gimbal one or not, but apparently it's got a microphone that hooks up to it. I'd like to know what kind that one is. I wonder if there's any mud cats down there. Something just jumped. Probably a frog. Tasha caught us. Oh, you guys should see Haber walking on train tracks. He don't like it at all. First a little bit he's okay with, but he tries to hop the ties, and he's just the perfect length where he don't do a real good job at hopping them, and it wears him out quick.
You don't like stepping on the rocks.
Yeah, he don't like, that's what I'm saying, he hops the ties because he don't like stepping on the rocks. I guess because the rocks are big, you know, and his paws are little. Oh, there's a train coming. I'm kidding.
My legs hurt now. Back.
Well, that's not a trailer if you're talking about over there in the woods. That was a houseboat.
God, there's gnats all around me.
I don't know how who's doing with so much free time. This is probably one of the days where no trains are running. 'Cause, you know, it seems like anytime we get around a train track, it's none's running. Oh, well, I tell you what, normally he hangs out in the bedroom throughout, you know, most of the time while we're off. But this time right here, my mom's dog, he has literally terrorized that dog this go around. Normally he's not like that.
He'll bugger for a little bit.
Yeah, he'll bugger for like the first day, and then that's it. Then after the first day, he'll just bugger from time to time throughout the week. This go around here, he has freaking terrorized that dog. I mean, terrorized her. we used to It's the. That's what I was going to show you was what it looked like on Google Maps. It'll take us forever to get home. That
Okay,
way.
never mind. I don't want to do that. Let's go. You don't have to show me.
Well, let me look and make sure. Yeah, that'd take forever. See, that's what it goes through.
Mm-hmm.
That brings you out right up here somewhere. Looked like that buffer done some damage right there at the end. But anyway, we are going to go ahead and shut this live stream down because we're right at the edge where the buffering does start. And we'll see you guys somewhere between now and Sunday. Not exactly sure what day, but somewhere around then. So thanks for stopping in. Thanks for the thumbs up. Thanks for talking. Thanks for watching.
Bye.
And y'all have a great day.
We got a fire spin long and never can find a whole bunch of people that will believe me about
getting away with murder.
What's
That's
happening
what
in this
is.
world, and now everybody's
they essentially
finally
want to
finding
do
out,
away
and I'm
with
really
women,
happy, but,
getting
I
away with
saw
murder.
My way over.
So
in the boonies, I didn't have to worry about masks.
Exactly,
or nobody tell
McKnight
me anything.
loopholes.
I mean, I'd go to the
So-
grocery store once a month, man, and if I and that was more than I needed to go around people, to be honest.
and then the last couple paragraphs is a little more than a month before AB 2223 was introduced,
Stan, the
California
Sasnak
Attorney
guy.
General
Like I
Rob
said, I became
Bonta
around
issued
him, and at the same time
a
that he
legal
does, like 4
alert
years
to
now.
all district attorneys,
Him and Overtech.
police chiefs, and sheriffs in the state, saying that women should not be charged for murder, or for murder. Oh yeah, I'm sorry, that's what it says. Charged with murder.
Oh yeah, yeah. No, we I have a Jeep, and Hobotech has side by side, so Sasnak usually rides with him. We just call him Stan. So if I don't say Sasnak, you'll know what I'm talking about. Sasnak is what all that. I've always called him Stan. But anyways, so him and Hobotech go forward, and I go follow him and stuff. And I think 4 years ago, all I had was when I first started, I didn't have any money. I still don't, but hey, you got to go with what you run what you brung out there. So I actually had like a kid's go-kart, and I rebuilt the motor on it, and I changed the ignition and everything, so there's no governor, and I could climb. It had a low and a high forward and a reverse, and it was a 250cc water-cooled engine, and so put that thing in low, and it'll climb up a hill just as good as those Razors and stuff, and I kept up with them for days. Now I got a Jeep, so I can keep up with them better, and it's more comfort. I'm not exactly sure where they went, Pola.
I can tell you it's about 2 hours from here, if I remember correctly. Somebody told me they were going to some lady's house, or where I don't remember. Actually, I don't know. I'm just gonna shut up now. I know there's some talk of doing some things next week.
My home state's Arizona, and since I don't have an address now, see, that's another thing. If people are thinking about doing this RV thing, you have to think about where you live, where do you get your mail, if you don't have a home anymore because you choose not to pay somebody's Mercedes payment for them and get nothing out of it but a head on a bed, then you have to figure out how you're going to get your mail, where you're going to register your vehicles, and how you're going to do that. And I'm not the guy to ask, but what I did was my godkids' parents, we're family, so they said, hey, just use our address. And that's like my registered address, but I'm never there. And it's an inconvenience for them, I'm sure, but I don't have any mail sent there except for maybe a medical paper or something every once in a while. So, and then my stuff's registered. I'll just say it's registered there. Yeah, free and forgiven, I did some time down on the border, and you're absolutely correct. And what a lot of them are doing is they're giving that medication because it's 100% chance something's going to happen along the way, and they want to take care of it before it happens. It's not the day after anymore, it's the day before down there. So that's as much as I want to say about it. I've seen so much sick stuff down there. I don't know what your husband did down there or whatever, but it's sick. It's so sick. Yeah, South Dakota, that's like the big one. Bob Wells, if you want to go watch videos on this stuff and you're really a newbie, yeah, Bob Wells will teach you all kinds of stuff. Where to get mailboxes, where to register your cars the best way, and all that stuff. He's a big Pahrump, Nevada fan. Yeah, like I said, Paul, it's not easy. It sure is nice. Hopping out of your nice warm bed in a warm house, jump in a hot shower, just any dang time you want. Here you have to plan all that. Yeah, Bob Wells, I bet you he's got, I don't know, 250,000 subscribers or something. He's big in that thing. And he helps so many people. I've done Slab City one time, George. Woo, it was scary. I was by myself, and Bread Trucker, I followed him from the Nomad World area, and his camp was Spaceport 42, I believe is what it was called. And if you put that in for Slab City, you'll probably see it. But I drove up there with my rig, and that's when I still have my dune buggy. I call it dune buggy, go-kart, kids go-kart deal, Bob. But I had that, and I was talking to one of the guys that was in that Spaceport 42 camp area. And he says, man, I don't know if I would bring a rig that looks like yours out here. And I said, oh, crap. So I parked for the night, got up, and unloaded my, it was street legal. Arizona will register whatever as long as you give them the money. So I had my little kids go-kart street legal. And I rode around all Slab City, did my little tour for like 2 hours, and then loaded up and got the hell out of there. I didn't want my rig stripped.
You're having fun, dude.
I'm probably missing half of them, but I'm trying.
Hey, thanks for keeping everyone entertained. Eric and everyone in the chat, y'all are entertaining me. It's like me listening to the radio while I'm working.
Yeah, my voice is so trash, though. My goodness. Yeah, RV. Yep. Surprisingly enough, you are woke up. That's why it's so difficult to think about it. Is because you actually know it's actually happening. All the stuff that you're thinking right now, I don't even know what it all is, but more than likely, if it's shocking you right now, you're getting the correct information finally hitting you.
Power off.
Ooh.
What was that?
Wasn't that neat?
Is that yours?
Yeah, I don't know why my Bluetooth does that every once in a while. Please show my Alex my post above. Let's see. It's from Weather.
it was all after he's been launched.
Pick up pay pins and high chairs and bouncers and stuff.
We're gonna donate some to Planned Parenthood, and
yeah, because not all the dolls are gonna be written on and stuff.
Oh yeah, they are.
Are they?
Oh yeah.
So you're gonna donate those afterwards? That's
well.
Okay,
You know,
I didn't know what you meant.
Any abortion clinics, Planned Parenthood.
What are you gonna donate to?
We're gonna donate some of these freaking babies to them.
Okay, but they're not rode on.
They will be rode on.
Oh, okay, that's okay. That's okay.
They'll have things like the people that voted yes for it, and have the bill number on it. If we need to, I'm just gonna leave them in their lobby.
Yeah, George, I don't mind driving it, but man, when I see how many, every other day, it's like, I guess it's sharing their business because they're putting the dollars in my gas tank, but I mean, less than a half a tank cost me over $300 in California, or cost them. It was over, I couldn't tell because when you get gas, you put whatever you can to fill up yours and you lay the pump down and drive off so you don't start off with zeros. But I know it was over $300.
It depends on what the pump will let you do. But each pump has a limit, and it's also so they don't have to keep swiping the card.
Right. Well, yeah, because you have to re-kick it on. But the pumps will only pump. So most of they automatically shut off anyway, so. And George, I actually feel kind of guilty being a lone soldier in such a big gas hog. They could probably fund 3 or 4 car loads.
They're gonna wonder here saying, what the hell happened?
What's going on?
They're refusing
a lot
service.
of younger
Get a picture.
people that probably got more energy. I would have no problem going. If I was a rich man, it would be no problem. It wouldn't be an issue at all.
Why are they refusing that service?
Well, Richard, whatever, how you do it. Yeah.
So we can't get anything?
Damn, you're all gone. I think I got a little piece to show you if you want.
With the pizza?
Yeah. Well, geez, there's only one slice that don't have a bite out of it. Kind of overcooked, but not really. There's lots of cheese that melted good. Oh yeah, no, I'm richer than hell because you know what? Money don't mean crap to me anymore. Because what you guys are buying for $7, I might have the knowledge to make for $1.50. And all the time in the world to do it. Yeah, no, I'm doing other stuff too. I have to pitch in to feel, a little bit better about them pumping my tank full of gas. Yeah, I've screwed on flags on people's trailers and whatever I could. I've done a few things. It's not like I'm hustling big time. But no, I've offered services too that they just don't necessarily need, so that's cool. But no, I'm doing what I can. Yeah, and you know, y'all are doing it too. Y'all are helping too. Because I'm sure you're telling everybody that you know that you can still want to talk to. And there's a lot of people I know that feel this way. I didn't know about the convoy, and I thought that I would because I've been, so awake for so long. I didn't know about it until Stan happened to meet up in the middle of the dang desert when they were driving by, and then he started following it and did a video on it, and I got a notification from him that says, hey, Stan's got a new video. So it's like, I looked at it and it's like, wow. Yeah, Paul, I want to make him some sausage, but you understand, it's a quantity thing. If I was to make sausage for the whole place out here, I mean, I got, what we would use at home to make a couple of pounds of sausage. I would have to make at least 100 pounds of sausage. And that would be like, I would guess, 2 links a piece. And that's a minimum. I mean, as far as people count and all that stuff, I can just come in my head. So that's a lot of pounds for a little hand crank grinder.
It does that sometimes. Trim it. Otherwise it will look really bad. Wow, this is the tea. Wait.
Yeah, but George, look how he is online. That's how he is in person. He wouldn't care. He wouldn't care. He for me. I would probably end up with nobody subscribed to me because I blocked them all one day or so. I just don't. I have very good patience, but I just don't. I don't want to put that much time into it. I see how these guys work. Maybe I thought about it one time and then I watched these guys work. No thanks, I'm done with work for my life, except for working to live and live right. Yeah, George, do you know where he goes? I'll give you the scoop. He's probably too fancy for me even now, George. Don't worry about it. He went from like 50,000 to 130 or something.
You don't make money off it. Like, guys, if you guys think you make money off of ad revenue, you don't.
No.
All the money that YouTubers make is from donations through Super Chats and donations to like your PayPals and stuff, and then merch.
No. Yeah,
making the merch.
The only way they make money is if you're like Mr. Bob Wells with, millions of hours of views a month and, hundreds of millions of clicks and whatever they count for all their metrics. But, some people do, but you know what? It's like you're thinking you're going to be a pro football player when you're a little boy and you want to play football, and, it's like 1 out of 50 million make it. It's too much work. Besides that, most of the time, it's 3-4 years before you see a cent. And then it's like a $200 check and you're all happy. And that took you 5 years to get. So, yeah, I don't want to do that, guys. Life's too short. I don't want to waste 5 years and not make a dime. Probably make a lot of friends, I guess, but, it's... Ugh. All the other not friends that are in there just would... They just cause too much conflict in your own head,
Peace of
all
mind.
that negativity.
Peace of mind is extremely valuable.
I mean, you hear all that propaganda that the news gives you, and you hear it and hear it and hear it, you start believing it. So all that badness rubs off and you let it around you. So push it out, push it out. Was there a dog bark or something?
Probably.
Nope. The help hasn't arrived, Maria.
They're convoying, I think.
I think they're convoying. They're working. No matter what, there's not a whole lot of people that don't do nothing out here because they don't really usually last long, probably. Because it's a mission out here, man. It's not...
We're not out here for fun. There's hardly any...
I don't hear any parties at night or anything. And
No.
these are a bunch of young people, man. So it's like, it's crazy not to think there would be parties, but there's really not.
You guys like it?
Did you already pass?
No.
Like, you guys didn't talk to me, or you doing honking your horns like idiots? Get the fuck out of here.
He said that?
The guy over there cameraing us, filming us. Do your window. Just back up with it.
It's my country too. You get out here. Oh no, so the flag. I don't know. Healthy either. You can't get into a shouting match. It's
Not shouting match. It's a honk. I'm always honking. Honking. I'll honk you. Not yelling.
You need to build relationships with people.
No. This little kid.
They let them buy pop and stuff. They let them buy pop.
Okay. I think we should move. People love it when we honk. Why are these guys getting so mad at us?
They're scared. What is happening?
Terrence is getting out of his art to happiness. Terrence! Terrence, stop it!
This is not okay.
This isn't okay. Mike, you need to go. You're the calm one. You need to calm Terrence down.
Hey, go! Step back, hey, move! Hey, let's go! Hey, I want to go!
Night and certainly by the weekend we'll have final details for that. Not planning to do any live streams for any events this weekend, but who knows, that could change. But it's going to be a little slower weekend around Ontario and getting ready for the big weekend next weekend in Ottawa, which should be good fun. Yeah, so Christina posted there, rollingthunderottawa.com. If you're not already in one of those Facebook groups for the biker event, then you can check that out. And yeah, so without further ado, let's we got lots of people in here, so we'll jump right into it. Bring Tyson on, and oh, well, thank you there. From Australia, protesting every day. We need support. River Table Canberra protest YouTube. So guys, check them out. We got some Australians in the house. Check out River Table Canberra protest on YouTube and see what's happening over there. Beautiful. I'd rather be protesting in Australia. I'm not going to lie. It's getting a little milder here, but looking forward to when we get a bit of that weather on this side of the ocean. Okay. So check them out there. Thank you for that. Let's go ahead and bring on Tyson here, and we'll get started.
Hey, Dave.
Hey, buddy. How's it going?
Good. How are you?
Good. Thanks so much for joining me tonight. Looking forward to this.
Yep. First of all, I just want to say thank you so much for having me on your channel.
Yeah,
appreciate
man.
It.
Of course. Really appreciate you taking the time, and I love your rig up there too. It's you've been at this for a while, eh? How long have you been doing the YouTube channel thing?
I've been doing YouTube for coming up on 3 years now. I posted about 500 videos to my channel, so it's been a grind, but I've enjoyed every step of the way.
Yeah, good for you, man. I want to start off just a little bit of your story. You know, your family. What kind of context you coming from there? Tell us about yourself.
So yeah, 14-year-old, just a normal kid like everybody else, and I've always kind of wanted to do YouTube, but never really had like an opening, like an opportunity. And it was really at the start of quarantine, where I had nothing to do. Baseball got shut down, and I'll go more into that in a bit. But I really had nothing to do. I was still seeing some of my friends, but quarantine was a great opening for me to kind of get into YouTube. Something I've always thought about doing, and then I just made it happen. I remember my first video that I filmed was a shoe review. I think I have the shoes somewhere kicking around, but it was a shoe review, and then I did 24 hours on my roof video. So it was kind of just like silly stuff, you know, but I was kind of taking it serious. I remember I'd spend hours of editing just to get like 50 views, but I had so much fun doing it, and I still do.
Yeah, well, that's how you make progress. I mean, I was telling you before we got on there too that I feel like a little bit of a cheater sometimes. You know, those of us who are involved in Ottawa, you know, the channels just exploded, and but you worked really hard to build up that followership, and you've been working away, developing your skills, and so I have no doubt that you'll go on to do great things with that. The commitment you have to keep working on it. So. That's awesome to hear. And you're from Victoria, BC, correct?
Yeah, Victoria.
Yeah, out on the island. Oh, nice part of the world.
For sure.
Yeah, it's starting to. It'll be warmer there by now, right?
Yeah, a little bit of a cloudy day today, but definitely the sun's peeking through.
Yeah, good man.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so on. And you're an only child, you said, right? So that's how you get such a sweet studio set up for you, eh?
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much all of this was a Christmas present. I got this mic for my birthday, and this whole stand with the mic for Christmas. Got all these pads behind me for my birthday. So yeah, I will say I'm definitely spoiled by my parents. And my parents are very supportive. They're kind of prepping me for this interview, like just encouraging me, because you know, I'm a little bit nervous for this. This is my first like live one-on-one interview, and they were kind of like pumping me up. So shout out to my parents. Couldn't ask for better, more supportive parents.
Awesome. Well, that's great to hear. I mean, that certainly makes the whole journey through this whole COVID thing and everything much easier when you have a family that supports you. And yeah, I want to dive into that a little bit there. So, like, how old were you? What stage of life were you in when you first heard about this whole COVID thing?
So I was 12, grade 7 when the news of COVID broke. And I was pretty scared because I have asthma. It's not bad or anything, but what I thought was if I were to get COVID, I'd be like serious trouble. For the first like say month of COVID starting, we're still in school. This is before like everything got closed down, but I was a little bit nervous. Like I was like washing my hands and stuff. But yeah, 12 years old when that really happened. I remember all my friends were just excited that school's gonna get shut down. And I remember, yeah, and I was too. And I remember we had like a little party. So at the end of spring break, and everybody knew that we're gonna be gone for a while. So it was the last day before spring break, and everybody knew that spring break was gonna be extended because of COVID. So everybody was a little bit extra hyper that day.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so I can see that it starts out kind of fun because we're off school and
Mhm.
of course that's always around I don't know how many snow days you get in Victoria, probably not too many, but
No.
around my parts here, snow days is a thing, and so there was nothing better than waking up and being told that it was a snow day because then
Yeah.
you lay back down and go to sleep.
Mhm.
So at first, yeah, you were a little nervous, obviously, like everyone
Mhm.
was, but then also, it was kind of just fun. And
Yeah.
grade 7, you're not really thinking too complicated about much of anything, right?
Yeah.
And then what did those first kind of few weeks look like? Did you start to get bored at some point, or?
Well, I wasn't really bored for like the first couple weeks. The first couple weeks was like amazing. Like I was off, spending a lot of time with my parents because they're also off, and it was a lot of fun. I'd say like the first like month and a bit, I had the time of my life.
Yeah.
Because I was still kind of seeing friends. It was a little bit limited, but I was still seeing a couple of them like outside, right? Um, but after like the first month, it kind of got old. Like just kind of being like locked in the house all the time with not much social interaction. Of course, baseball got canceled, and actually, I should go into baseball because something really big was happening
I
in
saw
Little
you have
League.
lots of pictures of baseball and stuff on
Yeah.
your Facebook. It's obviously a big part of your life.
So I'm not sure if you know the Little League World Series. It's like the biggest event in all of Little League. It's got thousands of people watching in Williamsport, Pennsylvania, and they have stadiums that hold like thousands of people.
Wow.
But we had a bid to host the event before Little League World Series, which is called Canadians, meaning that our team had a guaranteed buy into Canadians, and we're like one of the best teams, and we're set to win that and go to the Little League World Series. Which of those of you who know Little League and know baseball know that that's like a once in a lifetime opportunity. So I was working and working at baseball, and like I said, we're supposed to host, and then COVID hit, and that really kind of made me upset because like the last 3 years I've been working really hard at baseball with a dream to go to the Little League World Series, and
Mhm.
there's no guarantees that I would have been on the team. I was the year before that, but I was working hard. So when I found out that I got canceled, that was really kind of a shell shock, and yeah, that sucked.
Yeah, well, things start. Yeah, it gets real, and I know even on my angle at first, me and my friends, a number of us were off work for a while, and at first it's kind of fun. We go to someone's house, watch some movies, hang out, have a break, we catch up with people because me and my friends were not following the rules from the start,
Yeah.
so we had a bit more fun with it, but that gets old pretty quick, and then kind of the reality sinks in when. I remember when the NHL was canceled, and
Yeah.
for me and my friends, that's a regular thing we do. We watch Leafs games together, and that got canceled. And then local festivals, local events. There was no more live music at the local bars. There was all these things that would normally be things to look forward to, were just started to get canceled left, right, and center. And I don't know the Little League tournament, but I can grasp what that would be like. I mean, my area is a hockey town,
Mhm.
so the equivalent of making it to say our OHFs, which is the big minor hockey tournament in Ontario, and to be able to have a chance at making that and hosting it, and then to even the shot of winning while you're hosting is certainly a once in a lifetime thing. And
Mhm.
so the things kind of
hit you when you realized that wasn't going to happen.
Yeah.
And then you were saying too that your thankfully your parents were fairly flexible with being able to see friends and such
Mhm.
still.
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously they're a little bit worried because I had asthma, but for the most part, like I said, outside, like just kind of playing around outside. But for the most part, I was able to stay in contact with quite a fair bit of my friends, so that was nice. It did suck though not being able to have that kind of aspect of playing baseball because that's where a lot of my friends were. And yeah, that's supposed to be my last league year of Little League, and I didn't get to play that, which sucks. But
Yeah,
yeah.
and these are pieces of our lives that we can never take back. And
Mhm.
I know, and many people that I talk to in Ottawa, I mean, young people like yourself and their children and their grandparents is a big motivator for them, because yeah, like you said, those are moments that you don't get to take back. And I'm thankful you had a relatively positive attitude about it. I'm sure in the moment it was less positive when
Yeah.
that first happened.
Mhm.
And so this was, so you're finishing up grade 7 at this point. I mean, even now that must seem like worlds away for you. When I think
Yeah.
back to like starting high school and then looking back to elementary school seems like a different life. But yeah, so you're finishing up primary school, and then what did it look like going into grade 8? Were you in the same school this whole time, or did you switch
Yeah,
schools?
same school, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, I mean, it was kinda strange, like, everybody was, scared of COVID, like, when we came back. Like, obviously, everybody was masked, and, everybody's very strict about, like, following the 6 feet apart, and, one of the arguments for bringing back school was, socialization for kids, right? And, I don't really see how we got that much socialization because we're all, like, kinda, like, scared, right? And we had to sit 6 feet apart, and it wasn't really much socialization going on. So yeah,
That
it was a weird vibe. Like it
Mhm.
didn't feel the same.
Exactly, very
Sure.
unnatural, right?
Mhm.
And especially as kids, and if you're anything like me and my friends, and they're a little, the rough housing and the just out, like especially elementary school, you're playing ball tag and
Yeah.
running around just having a good time, and all of a sudden it puts this awkward tension on every interaction.
Yeah.
Yeah, and no, it seems like you're pretty confident. Well, I can tell you're a confident young man, and but then especially for there's those who really struggle with talking to people under normal circumstances, and now you throw this whole mix into it, and makes every interaction pretty awkward.
Yeah.
So, so like,
Mhm.
what did recess and stuff look like during those times? You all just stay 6 feet apart? Is that how that worked?
No, but we didn't really do much. Like before that, we used to play basketball and like run around. But coming back to grade 8, we kind of just like sat around and talked, and we didn't really play much. Um, I don't know. It's hard to explain, but it's like a weird vibe,
Hmm.
and everybody was like 6 feet apart, obviously. Um, yeah, it's just different. It was weird.
So the sports weren't allowed at recess? What? Because you're touching the same ball and whatnot? Is that?
They were, but for some reason, we just kind of stopped playing them. I'm
Hmm.
not sure. It's like people lost interest for that.
Yeah. Well, and that was something like a lack of motivation, and
Mhm.
that sort of mild depression that sunk in. Well, for some mild, for some very major, to people
Mhm.
over, and starting to losing that hope and losing that motivation, and especially disturbing to see amongst kids, because it's like usually we look to the young people to be full of the passion, and so it yeah, to see